My concern for EG then lies into that, because PRX will break your protocols apart, throw them in the trash, just set it on fire. It's because you don't know how to react to what they're going to do, because they don't know what they're doing half the time. So I think I'm going to give PRX a very, very slight edge here today.
Okay, and Seth?
I'm going full shill. PRX the whole way, baby. And in the dumpster nearest airport.
I need to go find my water. I don't know where it is.
Send them home.
I'm so glad. Yeah.
No, I mean, obviously, this is going to be a close battle.
Give me a second.
I wouldn't be surprised that this ends up going all
back.
the way to 5 if it does come down to it. It's really going to come down to the form and, you know, which team can make those adjustments. Because as we talk about PRX and they don't know what they're doing, I think EG, they have a very good idea of what they're doing, but they're also fantastic at pivoting and reacting. Calm, especially get the info that he's able to gain when he's playing on that Sova. That could be instrumental for them. But I'm going to go still with my paper boys.
I'm going to say that we have to see 5 maps. We are owed the 5 maps, and I think after the best of 5 experience, that's where I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards PRX, but I would not be upset if either teams win. I am all for it. Valorant, for me, is the winner today, but coaches Alex and Potter are standing by for the maps, picks, and bans, and we are ready to get this started. It is Evil Genius versus PRX, and the winner will face off against Fnatic in the Grand Finals tomorrow. The Valorant Masters Tokyo Lower Final starts right now.
We do it very, very fast. Don't know what PRX pick. They won't pick.
7/7 today. If Fnatic ran Chamber, who would play him, Durka, Alpha, or Chronicle? PRX reverse sweep again.
I'm back, baby.
Go Valorant.
残るチームは3つ。1400万人が行き交う都市。その人混みの中で一人の男が新たな自分を見つける。
Ciccadia?
Still can't believe EG is here.
With the 6 months. Lanichus with the 3 months. If Fnatic ran Chamber, who would play him? Durka, Alpha, or Chronicle? Probably Durka, I think. Spime QT with the 4 months. Rumham HS with the 3 months. Thank you for the 3 months. Jerry Blade with the 12 months. With the 1 year. Wow. Pizzy Goto with the 4 months. Hello. And we're caught up.
PRX 5つの心が1つとなり未知なる世界へ喜びと共にかけていく
This is Valorant.
しかし
Heritage.
彼らが直面するのは誰とも異なる相手だ
Wait, why didn't we get the...
Throughout my whole career in Valorant, people have looked down on me. I don't filter into that negativity.
Evil Genius 王者たちにもひるまぬアウトサイダーは
Trey Mo with the Prime sub and live from Hollywood gave out 5 gifted. Thank you, live from Hollywood. Oh, whose teams have we got, by the way? Should check, really, shouldn't I? Oh, and here's the...
You know, mistakes are definitely crucial. You don't get better without making mistakes. So it's what you do with the mistakes that help you improve. If you shove the mistakes under the rug, then you're not going to improve. So there's definitely a fine balance, and I think we've definitely found it.
喜び、破壊、過小評価、番狂わせ。だが根底にあるのは高みへの意志。
This is my opportunity to show what have I got, and I'm gonna do like everything I can. We're gonna make it.
すべてはこの瞬間のために。
W streamer CGRS buff #PRXWin.
Thank you, Warlord Wibs, for the 5 months.
All right, let's go ahead and jump in. Congrats to both of you
sweep.
for making here, first of all. So
Ice
EG,
Mage
you come
11
from upper
for the
bracket,
3
so you will be
months.
higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B? Team A. So
Team A,
PRX,
of
you will
course.
be Team B. And EG, we'll start with your first ban. Ban Bind. Your ban. Haven. Map number 1. Okay. Side on Fracture. Attack. And then map number 2. Lotus. Side on Lotus.
They picked Lotus?
Defense. Map number 3. Split. Side on Split.
Split? I think it's a mistake by EG.
And then map number 4, you have Ascent and Pearl. Pearl. Side on Pearl.
It's all...
Defense. That would make map number 5 Decider Ascent. PRX. Side on Ascent. Defense. Okay, I'm going to run through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. So with bans, we have EG with Bind, PaperX with Haven. Map number 1 is Fracture with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Lotus with EG on defense. Map number 3 is Split with PaperX on attack. Map number 4 is Pearl with EG on defense. Map number 5 Decider is Ascent with PRX on defense. That's good. All right, good luck to you both.
Here it is. Let's do this. Surely we have individual walkouts for this. No? That's cool though. I like that there's the crowd here. That is cool. Always good to walk down by a crowd.
CGRS will be fun.
Tatsman 701 with the 4 months. Thank you. So here's the bingo. It's all gun kills with a knife kill in the middle.
It's the two teams that have already done the impossible. They have defied every expectation, and one of them will have the chance to take it one step further and make a grand finals here in Tokyo.
I mean, it's just incredible. Both of these teams should be so proud of where they're at right now to overcome all the adversity that they have to get here, whether it be being doubted all throughout. I'm back, baby. With the sub to get in. This is just an exciting match for both of these teams. It's going to be hard to let one of them go, but they should be giving it all.
Multival with
both of these teams are the main characters of the stories that we love the most in Valorant. Those underdog teams that we did not expect. But let's talk a little bit about that map select that we had a couple of minutes ago.
We're starting on Fracture
is going to be the first map. I think that both of the bans is what we expected from both of the teams.
Coming in here
with a permaban. Now that Fracture,
which I guess makes some sense,
being
but
so strong for the side of EG, playing with that Sova and showing us that the combos and the micros that they can have on a map like that one. On the other side, Forsaken with Neon, is it going to be enough to stop them?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, Fracture, we knew that.
When do you sleep? I slept at about 10.
That's going to be the absolute selection from the side of EG without a doubt in our mind. But PaperX have had a ton of time to look at it and see how they like to pilot that map and maybe try to start to pick things apart where other teams have failed in the past. We'll have to just wait and see.
I'm a Demon 1 and PaperX fan. What should I do?
Or do they decide to change up a little bit more? You know, run with something different? It's hard to say. Does unlock a little bit more now that we have seen CGRS playing on things like the Killjoy and whatnot, so perhaps they can just kind of bounce things around, just very slightly make some tweaks to their setup for that map. We'll have to just wait until we get to the agent select.
I mean, this is the thing. It is a best of 5, but Clint, if you are Alex and the crew over there,
start off with what should I think probably the highest quality map will probably be the first one in the overall level of play.
They have to be well prepared for this, and as we go into the Prime Gaming agent select, let's see if we do get some changes and something new. But I don't anticipate it from EG.
No, I feel I think
both teams stick with their
comp,
normal.
Yeah, it looks like kind of the normal
comps.
here, right? Nobody seems to be doing anything out of the ordinary, but I think for me, if I'm PaperX, I'm coming out here and I'm punching evil geniuses in the mouth. I just want to come out swinging. They're on attack. Just just W key. I mean, just W key like you've never W keyed before. I mean, and just come at these guys full throttle, you know, get Forsaken fired up, get him running, and then just start just confusing the heck out of them.
Yeah, and I know Kakuka, I need them to be able to deal with the ulti economy that EG have been running. Someone has to stop Com at some point.
Yeah, good luck with that one, especially also the pistols
Thank
and
you.
the bonuses
Very
around that we
big.
were talking about. Also,
Professional
PRX
games with your
decides to start on the
commentary and
attack. They
reactions is a
have the
whole
double
other
duelist,
level.
and I think
Very
that they
pleasant
need a
experience.
very strong one, so let's see if they can pull it.
Thank you, Roman the Gentleman, for the 3 months.
We're going to be bringing to you guys. It is a marathon, not
Very
a sprint,
gentleman
and it's time
comment
to send
as well.
over to your casters. It is our snack connoisseurs, Bren and Sideshow.
Snack connoisseurs, also Josh, you're looking kind of like a snack as well today. As we get started our lower bracket finals in the Magahari Messe as well as our arena. It's going to be this, you know, crowning event for the next 2 days as we see the lower bracket finals and the finals
Dandy
play out.
Andy
First
won.
is EG versus PRX, Josh.
With the 12 months.
And what a spectacle, what a place in which to see two of the most
Thank you.
unlikely runs in Valorant history collide together. Each one of these runs through a tournament would have been spectacular had they been separated by a year or more. We would still be talking about EG's run and PRX's run with the sub, but to have them in the same tournament and have them colliding here in the lower bracket final is phenomenal.
You're spoiled for choice with the storylines. You're
so
spoiled
good.
for choice, man. I mean, some people say, you know, EG, there's some element of luck with them even managing to make it here in the first place. But one of my favorite quotes is, luck is just opportunity meeting preparation. And you cannot say that EG haven't been prepared for every single task and obstacle in their face. They have paved the way all the way here to that minimum top 3.
And think about the gauntlet
And
of
round
teams that
fat
Evil
pig
Geniuses have
with
run.
the
No
8
news
months.
today.
DRX, Loud, the #1
Well,
seed
there's
from
a new news
Americas,
if you
Liquid, the
gift
#1
5.
seed from EMEA.
Round fat
They
pig.
almost took down Fnatic as well, really making that super team bleed. And PRX, they're back at it with a vengeance. The silliness, the whimsy.
We're going to be
everything
streaming the
coming out of
America's
this team,
Ascension.
looking
Well,
like
it's
they're
in
prime
Brazil,
form,
so I
despite the
think
fact
the time
that most
difference
people
won't
were
be
expecting them to come into this
that
tournament
bad,
with a
no?
wounded animal.
Absolutely.
The Beast has still got more to give.
Isn't it in Sao Paulo? So
With a
that's
sub
only,
playing
what,
for them as well. I mean, CJRS has
4
been
hours,
stepping up
I
into
think,
that role to be
difference?
very, you know, plug and play with this PRX team. And you have two teams, you know, as we're facing off between them. They have very contrasting styles in a way as well, with the way that, you know, you can take a look at the style of gameplay, the pretty, perfect Valorant that, you know, EG like to play. It's very, very nice and proper versus, you know, the brute force, go fast, give the analysts an aneurysm Valorant. That's what PRX like to employ.
Yeah, well, I think they'll also be trying to tear EG's game plan into chaos too. But this is a great map to get a sense of that kind of stuff. PRX like playing hyper-aggressive with the double duelist. You were hearing the desk, Paperthin talking about how he just wants this PRX team to run it down. Old-fashioned W gaming, get in their face. And I think that this is going to be a great litmus test early on in the series
Ibel
to see
8
how
with
well
the
that
5
works.
months.
Of course it's EG's map pick. Of course it's the map where they've looked incredible, dominant here. And yet, I feel like PRX have got a style that potentially could match up well. For me, I'll be putting a main focus onto these pistols, bonus rounds, ult economy, that kind of stuff here on Fracture. It's going to matter for the entirety of the series. But right here, we're going to get our first glimpse at EG's best as to whether they can make that a big win condition for them.
And it was knocked down
Here we go.
you know, in terms of the statistics they were piling up. Pistol rounds, bonus round conversion for EG in that matchup against Fnatic. You know, both teams really just taking chunks out of each other. They're as close as it really could have gotten towards the final moments of that one. But here we stand in the lower bracket finals here. Let's get into it. Map #1, Fracture on the cards. PRX versus EG.
Okay, here we go. PRX on attack.
Excited.
It's going to be fast
See
towards
the
them,
clash in
yeah.
styles. It's going to be fast from PRX. You already know it.
Game start at
Built
8
into
and
them.
11? Oh, we're
See how this
chilling.
one will
We're
begin.
big chilling. Yeah, I could easily watch that.
Steady jaunt into halls.
And actually contacting, trying not to give anything
Yeah.
away. Messing with expectations early.
Not giving anything away with Util, but as the door opens wide, so does the opportunity to claim a few kills. It's traded and equalized. Just the 1-for-1. Damage done to Divide. But the smokes are dropped down, and that's going to be impetus now to go into the side. A flash repeat and a refight from them. EG, they choose their timings, and they choose them well. Even Abusia following up. Com with the anchor in position. That's a pistol
Okay,
round
big
win
start for EG. I mean, pistol round wise, PRX's win rate is one of the worst in the tournament. This is one of the best.
Exactly why. The defensive utility thrown sets up EG for such immaculate kills there, especially that flash recon combo they like to throw over towards Sam. Take a look at that in the replay. The flash just sets up Boostio perfectly there, and the recon dart lights up anybody who wouldn't have got caught by the initial wave. Great combo, bread and butter for EG. They get started out nicely. And Brent, yeah, you were talking about the fact that this hasn't actually been working as well for them recently. Well, they were at 90% pistol win rate in the game before they went up against Liquid. Since then, they were only able to go 4 and 6 in pistol rounds with 1 bonus conversion. So that strength of theirs has disappeared, and yet they were still able to beat Liquid and almost able to get a crazy OT and possibly even a win against Fnatic. So to me, the pistol bonus round momentum is what turns EG from being a great team into an unstoppable one at this point.
Spam, yeah.
It hasn't been the only thing they're relying on.
Absolutely not. Seen plenty of things that are looking nice for them. This is a bit of damage being put into the round here with a share of shots.
If I could have hit that shot,
fired and sailing right through. Maybe even a plant online as well to get some extra money going. Device still alive and kicking. Repositions over towards Canteen, but it's just going to be up to him. Picking up the Bulldog. Can really make this quite pricey. Ethan will
pretty good round for PRX there. 3 kills in the plant.
And Boostio didn't buy into that. He's always going to have, a ghost or some other kind of pistol. So they're still going to have a little bit of weaponry.
There is EG.
Nobody, though, massively built up towards an ultimate. You didn't see one player on EG just go crazy in rounds 1 and 2. I suppose Boostio would be the closest, 2 away from his lockdown. Not sure that you can really craft an aggressive defensive game plan around that, though. So one of the large strengths from EG, the way that they use this ult economy to be able to snow things forward.
Kinda cool, but when do you continue the Pokemon news lock run that my name is character?
Have to win.
Shores with the 12 months.
But Fracture, we know.
But when do you continue the Pokemon does look that had my name as character? Probably never, now that you said it.
Have a slow beginning.
A lot of battle over A main. This time we got the double duelist coming this way though.
Contacting into the north side here, fight to be taken into halls. Dart over the top, and ZG trying to take the timing off of it. Fully lit up.
I mean, look how good that is. The shock dart to stop a contact play, then flash recon again.
Trying to pincer it straight through halls again, round the back. That's Com.
Oh, that's a big fight by Forsaken. Good awareness by Forsaken.
Still taking point with the rifle. Lovely movement to reset. Boombot assisting Forsaken. He's still alive. Eventually bringing him down with the help of his compatriot.
Forsaken going big time. Yeah, they do have this double flank.
The rifles carrying him through.
And they don't know.
This round.
Boostio and Demon 1 not with very much weaponry whatsoever, so should be clean here for PRX.
Yeah, 1 player left standing. It's just Demon 1 with the Sheriff now. He's pulled off some insane stuff before. You can see the respect being showcased, but door opens wide.
Oh, okay.
A little close, but all good. So now we get to
great
see
round by Forsaken.
Serious
I mean, really good
PRX
awareness.
building up close to ults that they can use. There are so many ult hubs around the map on Fracture, and I feel like that's one of the reasons why EG have found a lot of success here on their attack side.
Does go for
they can build game plans crafted around being 1 away from ult, as well as having some online. But you take a look at PRX, they could easily get an orbital strike, possibly a lockdown or a showstopper online, and build a strategy around that, unless they just want to go for execs. And the game plan normally for PRX is
the same play
post plan.
This time these two are going to run into the aggression.
Round has been starting out quite contacty, but okay, there's a clash. Skirmish. Utils exchange, and what a time to take a fight. Jorgamo rips ahead of Forsaken straight off with the help, but again, that supplementary util. And space is being granted again to them. Oh, what a strike! It collapses, but no damage, not enough
so
to claim
close,
the kills.
So close, though, to absolute perfection from PRX. That was a ton of good utility pressure that they applied. Meanwhile, Boostio with an operator wasn't really the story of this round, going over and playing B, but now he's got to retake with quite an unwieldy weapon.
Unless somebody gives him a kill as well. CGRS wants to take the fight to him. Look at that, in the spawn, aftershock. Drop down to cover the flank, just in case the players do push him from that area. Demon 1's still there, Dart. Clearing it close, Ethan low enough though that they still want to play for this one. The turret actually takes him out. Anticipating it, good reactions.
I don't know where Demon 1 is, so I think he's...
Upwards there, landing onto Com. Leaving it just to Demon 1. He'd love to grab this operator to save into the next. That's what he's trying to do. He's guarding it. Finds the kill. Will he be hunted? Not quite. Still able to
so he will
claim
keep
that
the L.
weapon into the next.
But still, big round for PRX. CGRS. No nerves, it seems, for him.
Completely halting EG's momentum. That was where EG invested heavily, right? They
Someone
have the operator on the B side of the map. They're
donating
trying to use
$5 through some new Twitch BS. Oh yeah, I've seen this new Twitch thing.
over towards Dish, putting large amounts of pressure down.
About
and PaperX stop it before it can happen. Partly thanks to this guy and that aggressive push, he manages to collect 2 from that position. You would not believe that CGRS had very little Valorant competitive experience coming into this tournament. He just looks like he's taken to it like a duck in water.
Absolutely.
Yeah, full 5-stack B with the off here, and they're going to push Arcade.
He's been performing on the big stage, and that's what counts.
And the big moments.
Yeah.
Well, they just saw a Nano Swarm here, so I think PaperX are just going to go A, because they probably know that the off is with the Killjoy, and you see a Nano Swarm. Oh, is that the Nano Swarm? I think it was.
He's played very
they're going A for some reason.
Under the pressure, realizing that even if he makes
I did
a mistake,
think with
that's
some weird
expected
Nano
of
pop straight away.
I
But
think that's one of the
they guess right.
aspects of this PaperX squad is the fact that they are playing with pretty minimal expectations. You know, they don't have their full strength roster. They're not going to be able to get something into Japan to play, no matter how well they do at this point. You know, there's only one more game yet to be played. If they do win this, here's an attempt to try and flood back in. Showstopper!
It's 2?
Massive value. 2 kills off the rip. Pick up some rifles, pick up some guns, upgrades. All around, Busio hitting his shot. Ults exchange, but it's just down to Devi, and where is he? Backside of Halls. He's going to try and stop this defuse. This was a bit of a half by here. First kill found.
Wow, Jormo with the 4K.
He grabs 4.
And we know that EG like to use their ults in these ecos.
There was only the operator saved into that round. The rest of the players had frenzies.
Massive.
Bits of pocket lint.
Belly's on with the 3 months as well.
EG had no right to that round. And yet, by virtue of their ultimates and an excellent understanding of what PaperX were doing, they found a timing as they were transitioning back into post-plant setups where Jorgemon knew that he could find 1, possibly 2. And it just works out as best as you could hope for.
Okay, PaperX still have a buy.
We get another big ult
Killjoy
clash in this
lockdown
round,
for Killjoy lockdown.
and another aggressive
for
fight
almost a
from
breach.
Jorgemon and Ethan.
Yep. All eyes on Boosted with the operator here. There's going to be
And
a
this is going to be the full crunch.
And here we go, flash onto it. It's Jorgemon right here.
Jorgemon, if he can consistently win fights against Jing.
Open himself a little bit too wide as the squeeze onto the south side. You just don't expect it, the push to the operator.
And EG are getting a lot of first kills in this game.
Such a good idea against Devi's lockdown.
He's still going to go for it.
Obvious potential way the PaperX were going to try and get into the B site, contest them early, squeeze the person that's watching over towards the A side of the map.
You choose to still commit the lockdown here at work.
Jorgemon's going to deliberately get detained.
Oh, no way. And he's going to be calling it out. Pre-fired onto the corner. Forsaken's wondering how the hell did they know I was creeping up onto it?
Unreal.
And Jorgemon does not get cleared, still alive.
I
in
know
the
why
fight,
CGRS
once
is
more,
planning
left up
there,
to Devi. Scrambling, racing around. Yeah, the plant is down, but he'd have to pull off something unruly. First one is going to be gained. There's a fight taken towards him, but sticking halfway all the way for Ethan and his team.
4-2.
I've got the coverage.
And again, EG very good this round.
When you hear Potter talk about EG's run to get to this point, something she frequently mentions in interviews is that everything seems to be working right now. You have a risk, you have an idea, it pays off. In Valorant, I mean, they have a chance. As many ideas at the wall as possible because, I don't know, maybe half of them are going to work. When you watch this EG team, they take a calculated risk like that, they're reaping the rewards immediately.
Always coming out.
PaperX are struggling with this aggression from PaperX, and this is, I think, where the solo comes in as well, because there's just, again, so many ways that you can do this aggression.
more like
Everybody, PaperX gathered and grouped up towards Tree. It's a fast play into Tunnel as well. They're going to be meeting them. Forsaken with a jump spot. He's like, I want nothing to do with that.
But this is also one of those ult swing rounds. If PaperX loses this, the economy might be shot.
Up close. Tagged up, though. Con was set up for it. Here's the overdrive. Forsaken would love a kill. Run and gun. At play. At work. He's suited for it. Here's a Rolling Thunder. Intending to punish. Scatters his way through, trying to buy a bit of space and time once more for them, but his crossfire setup says gaps in the openings. Still Forsaken's in it, but it's the last one left, and he's got so much more to do. Spike has been planted for him. He gets information, knows that Team 1 is in main, whips out the rifle, 8 bullets left. Needs to find a kill here. Ethan opens himself to it. Here's the ult. Still left, gonna be fading at any point now.
Oh, Team 1.
Team 1 shuts him down.
Wow, that could be an absolutely crucial 1v1 to
What
win.
an incredible attempt from Forsaken there. Had
So I
all
don't
the
think the
tools
buy
at
is
his
going to be great
disposal
for
and a great
PaperX
read
now.
on where players were. It required that pinpoint tap aim accuracy that you've seen so many times. from this demonic player for EG. Hits the head of Forsaken, shuts down the clutch attempt. And also stifles PaperX's economy here. This is where EG are at their most dangerous, in my opinion, Brent. When they're able to win with one ultimate, just the breach ult, to be able to clear out an area that Forsaken was challenging. And then they still have them available for the future. PaperX are in a timeout at the moment.
And Batman0788 with a 50-bit.
CG squad, when they get rolling with the ultimates, I mean, they have currently 3 available. It's a lockdown, Orbital Strike.
Should raise the minimum amount of hype chat
time out of PaperX, but they really do just feel like a
to
perpetual
incentivize
motion
people
machine.
using
They're able
it.
to just constantly use them, converting it into just
Switch
round
just scams you out of more money
economical
with
advantages, constantly breaking their opponents, and you know, it's kind of what you were mentioning.
I guess I could do. I honestly don't.
PRX win.
Kind of forgot about it, to be honest. Unlocked Leaf with the 2 months.
Like whatever they touch turns to gold. They got the Midas touch with it. Yeah. Every idea that they throw out seems to be rewarded in some way or form, and it's left them in this scenario right now. You're seeing it. I mean, the economy flourishing to a degree.
Okay, Boostio has his up. Got a lot of ults again. It does feel like
and missing a couple of pieces of utility.
they are the masters of this on this map. Okay, PaperX actually do have a buy.
One stun on Forsaken,
Forsaken, because he got that many kills, just had enough.
But it's under strain. At this point, though, the loss bonus gets to an area where most teams favor
Icon won with the 3 months. Thank you. And Toasted Bread with the Prime. Thank you as well.
Look how timid PaperX are at the start of these rounds and how contact they are to try and not give away. So this is a play that they normally make when something's in, and they try to. That play is designed to try and double blast pack Jing into Canteen, and he's already dead.
Boostio's picking up this off, man. It's a very intelligent
Boostio went absolutely
emphasis being placed as well. I mean, he's had this since the bonus round, I believe, since the 3rd round, for good reason, because PaperX have been playing so contacty at the beginning.
This is very deep
against Fnatic on this map.
Taking Mind Freak smoke and getting into a nice position on site. What? That's exactly what PaperX needed.
Okay, that's gonna certainly even things out. Plenty of ults online for EG to try and delay and deny. Here we go. Hunter's Fury comboed with the Orbital Strike up into tower. One tag for Forsaken. Damage done. Here's the second, but shut down in the midst of it.
Oh no, he's on the flank.
He's lurked his way behind, and let's see how EG deal with this one. They are still capitalizing. Kills are being collected all over the bloody map. CGRS left alone, stationary, just behind Dice, trying to tuck himself. He needs a bit of a bailout with the Device shut down. He was his last line of defense.
Oh,
and they do
PaperX,
deal with
after they get this kill, and Forsaken doesn't die to this ult, they gotta win this round, to be honest.
Dealing with the chaotic element of PaperX, that's the one to take a look at.
They
Like
lose
I said,
track of
PaperX
this.
have a set play there where they're supposed to use Aftershock, they
And now
start, they
they're
double
on a
blast
save.
back into Canteen, put a lot of
this
pressure
is
on anybody
EG's,
that's playing
you know,
there.
first
It's
pick, and we know
unexpected, it's only really
EG's is
PaperX
very
to make
good,
plays
but
like that. Instantly, Jing dies. And then Devi on the flank. That kind of play is going to win you rounds against most teams in this tournament. And yet EG group up together, play disciplined, strict, and deal with it.
Here we go. Fast with the rip. Okay. I mean, I don't know what the reveal was there, but again, just potentially spam through the door, causing Forsaken to fall early on from all of this. It's a squeeze onto the south side. That double push of EG is ripping
like
PaperX
EG
to
have kind of
pieces.
just got the
That's so
the answer. I mean, they're not even using like Device. I mean, this round he's trying to punish it, obviously, but in a lot of these rounds, he's not using
to be able to punish the aggressive players. I mean, that is just marvelous timing. How to use a piece of utility to inflict damage and also offer you further opportunities to frag off of it. The combo play there from him supporting Boostio is just unreal to deal with PaperX.
You can feel it just in the position.
And obviously, this was just a stinger round, so it's not like
scrambling for answers.
It's not like this round is necessarily a problem, but they just haven't. Oh, there it is.
Information gathered.
I can see a chat now from Martin for €6.
All the way slowed down. Ethan seeking to contain any other pushes.
It also tells me how much €6 is in
CGRS was not
dollars.
aware of it, and he shot the spike out into the open. Mind Freak really doesn't stand a chance. Satchels.
Without googling it, how much is €6 in dollars? Exactly. And whoever gets it right first, Martin will gift a sub to.
In round 9. This, of course, is the map where you expect EG to be the most dominant. This is where they've been able to find their wins against everybody. And I mean everybody. There's no one in the world right now that can particularly touch EG's Fracture.
Oh, someone was so close.
But as we head deeper into this map pool, things get into more and more.
Who got it? No one so far. I think this. Well, I'm going off this number here. So, right, I think Google is telling them wrong. According to Twitch here.
Don't let the current scoreline fool you. PaperX will be back with a vengeance.
No one's got it right. Some people are close, but they're the Googlers.
Yeah,
well, no one gets the sub, I guess.
Out towards Sand, but Split approached.
It was 6:55. Unlucky.
Chance to latch onto a kill for any of the PaperX players through the wall, though. I believe that might have been just intended for a piece of utility. Team of one, though, he's holding it down, anchoring, pushing through the smoke.
Oh my!
Coverage is there, yet the util still exchange, and Jing is back in the fight, back in the action. 2-for-1 special. Spike not picked up, but now he's got it in his hands.
Does he realize both of the EG were in halls just then?
Oh,
he knows what he was on now.
It's putting a squeeze on him.
He must do now.
Showstopper from Jorgamo, seeking to deny. Jing spammed up close up top.
And again, just the awareness.
Every avenue is watched for.
How sublime is that, man?
I mean, EG.
Spamming the only spot where he would be able to survive the showstopper.
Did give the
so
sub.
you're guaranteed to
So I
scour
just
the map.
pressured them into.
Ridiculous. We saw EG running this same defensive setup on A against DRX, and it worked immaculately. They're playing a very hard anchor flood defense. They put somebody in a tough position. In this case, asking the world of Demon 1, and he steps up. 11
alone with his
running through smokes to support.
And they're going to get aggressive on Devi.
Oh, drop down deep as well. Lots of players behind this one, but just Devi to meet them inside the smoke. Boombot trying to seek the timing.
Okay, Devi actually gets the kill by sneaking in the smoke.
Backs away though. Will he get onto the ropes? No, stunned up.
Can't get away.
Have the momentum to escape, so that's it. Traded, evened out, drop. Control going to be lost for them. Boostia with the op now. What timing is he going to try and seek? Fast lane cutting off his available line aside. He's hoping for a kill. Spots it, just the one angle. There it is. Flick to adjust.
Okay,
still.
1 for 1 there.
Well,
This is the fight, and Jing wins
with the
it.
showstopper in his hand. The rifle, enough to find 2.
Jing has nade for that.
Here's a lockdown. Nade rebounds. Whoa, bang! Boostio. He's pushing the issue. He's forcing a fight right to them. Shock darts clearing close.
Now they have
the best
Brimble.
weapon for the job. That round the side. Tags onto CGRS. Pushing down with the shorty. Here's the molly. Sails over. Orbital strike still around us. They're not going to be able to get half. EG pushed off of this one. Has enough time. It being purchased.
And the molly lands. You can't see it behind my face, but it landed.
The job has to be done. Tap onto it. There's the ult force through.
No time.
The time has run out. Mindfreak claiming that kill. Boostio making the most of it.
Okay, PaperX do get around.
Chance of winning.
Their money will be
and that's what it's taking
just
for
about
PaperX
good
to
enough.
get around on the board. All 5 players falling. Brim Molly and Brim Ult used to try and stall that out. They gave everything there. Jing gave his life to take the lockdown with him. How are they going to be able to pull out another one of those?
That took everything.
Jing played that fabulously, though. Despite the fact that he gets caught by this operator shot, which is a lovely one by Boostio, Jing does all the work to be able to set up Mindfreak for the clutch. Final round of the half here.
Okay,
no matter which
big
way
round
it
for
goes,
PaperX.
it's excellent for EG.
It's an orbital strike being held by Demon 1. The fault line early off the rip.
They're really struggling. I mean, if all teams to struggle with it, you wouldn't expect it to be PaperX, but they're really struggling with EG's aggression. Like, they're really struggling with the, all of the stuff down here, and then even when EG flank as well, that's causing them a lot of problems. You can tell EG. I mean, they're obviously the best team in the world on this map, but you can just tell because I mean, one thing, they never retake everyone coming from spawn ever.
But we're reaching that minute mark right into the sight line of Boostio, and there it is, striking back.
That's a rare miss from Boostio this
Narrowly
game.
missing with that shot, but the dart's waiting for them. Side is compromised. Deep onto the angle, off the dart. That's going to be Boostio swinging, and just look at how good the supportive utility is. We sing the praises of EG all day long.
Forsaken, the only one to get in.
They're the difference makers on this map.
But remember the clock. There's only 40 seconds right now. Devi's miles away in terms of a position to use his lockdown, and even so, I don't think Demon 1 would even commit the ult.
He's only going to miss
this
once.
This is falling to pieces, looking like a 9-3.
Shots fired, Boostio still maintains his cool, watching every angle, and yet they are losing it. It's fallen to pieces.
I mean, EG,
it's scraps, it's up to Devi, but
I mean, on this map, they're just
ults.
way too good.
Your position, they are hunting for you. The orbital strike to clear out and cleave out any potential areas. That's a flawless one to end it. 9-3 is the half.
I think this map,
domination from EG.
You know,
remember the words of the desk. This is a marathon, not a sprint.
Makes
but
EG still get a Fracture. That I mean,
play,
Fracture is a. I mean, Fracture is a map that kind of even old EG, like it kind of makes sense that they would be good at this map. Because it's a lot about like comboing utility stuff like that, right? Like
with the trap plays, set plays, combos.
I think Fracture is a map that limits their weakness somewhat and highlights some of their strengths, where you know it's kind of a lot of these big combos that you can do. That's EG, right? Alt plays, there's 4 ultos, right? Like it kind of just suits them in general as one, but then also they just have a very good understanding of the map.
So we got Mimi and Hypoc as well as Achilleos doing double duty today because he really wanted to work. Oh my goodness, what a way to start things off out of the break there, but it's very clear that PRX, they're going to learn today about EG's Fracture.
Yeah, EG really defined the pace and was able to slow PRX down, and I think a big part of getting that ball rolling is the way they play on their low buys and always prioritizing grabbing alt orbs no matter the round and leveraging them.
I mean, this was a big swing, to be honest. I mean, they won what, like
we talk about them building game plans around
6 rounds in a row after this?
They become massive curveballs. They're actual swing factors for EG, and I think the example here with the Jorgamo double kill with the showstopper.
Without Fracture, how did EG beat Fnatic in 5 maps?
Stacked up towards sand and rope, ready to execute this plan.
That's a good question.
It's really the straw that broke the camel's back in that half.
That's a good
after
question.
This, EG go
Check
on
the
a
bingo
monstrous
card.
streak and then end up getting
We're already.
scoreline at the end of this. This is a really.
Well, I mean, yeah.
start,
Obviously, we were gonna get most of them.
EG continue to look absolutely gorgeous on Fracture.
We probably will get a Guardian kill today. At some point. This, I would say no.
You'll see even these
But
early
what have we got next? Lotus? This will probably be a yes, which will get 1. Odin, probably yes. Sova, that was honestly probably your best chance for the Sova. What was the third map? I don't remember.
It's very clear that for EG, getting that hot start at the beginning of the game.
This
really
I'd say is a
set the tone
question
for them.
mark.
And
This is
then
probably
from there,
a
well,
no.
the score speaks for
This
itself.
should be a
we'll see
yes.
if PRX has the capability
So
to be
this
able to
should
bring
this should
back.
happen.
EG,
This should
well, they
happen.
love this map of Fracture, and they're looking to
An
close this one
Ares
out
kill.
quickly.
Ethan
Brent,
does play the
Sideshow,
Ares
over to you.
sometimes, but unlikely and Bucky unlikely. Judge yes.
Momentum firmly on
So I
their
think we
side,
should
keep the
get
tempo
2.
up and clean out this map nice and easy.
I mean, maybe an Ares kill could get 3.
I definitely agree with the desk that their attack side looks the most dangerous. I think this is going to give us another look as to how the pistols are going to go this series as well.
Okay, Forsaken wins
Good
the first
answer.
one.
An attempt to
And
follow
gets out.
through and follow up. Jorgamo with the satchels as well, just to see if he can catch that timing. Back heels are Forsaken though.
Look how fast the A-Hall's flank is.
Left alive on 52. Well, they've lined up for him. That's 3 in a row now. He's
PRX
confident. He hits
needed
the
this
shot to
pistol.
fire. Damage is done, and there's the follow-up. Like you said earlier, Josh. It's that A-Horse flank, the big wrap around once more.
And they get it.
See a lot of that play in Fracture. That was rapid. Blink of an eye. Don't get up for any snacks.
That's a quick one. They're going to
Oh,
need
Martin
more of
also
that.
gave a hype chat of
Applying a ton of pressure to
€1.20.
EG. If PRX want any chance of being able to come back into this game. I know the Fracture's incredible for EG, but it feels wrong counting PRX out of any of these scenarios. I've seen maps so far at Masters Tokyo where I'm so confident PRX are going to lose, and it's going to snowball into them losing the series, and they end up winning and going on
they
to
needed that one, though.
continue in the tournament. I feel like we could have said the exact same thing about the first map when they played against NRG.
Yeah.
And then you've got Mind Freak at the end of it saying, I don't know how we won that series. I can't believe we did. But that's the kind of stuff that this PRX team will give you. Never stop believing.
Just miracle moments. And are skilled enough to jump on them, pounce on them. Very narrow angle, Forsaken, trusting in the reactions to land that one. Turret catching the contact. He wants to go for a second peek. Will do so. Util.
When do Sam play?
Positions move back.
Good question.
Is occupied
Nice
now as well. They are really pushing out. Divide, blinded up, jump spot round. Forsaken's got his teammates back. Corralled up into the corner. Looks like an attempt to refight this one. Do they have any util? Stun, right click in their face.
Oh,
This
no.
could very quickly turn
They got a
sour
bit
if it hasn't
over-aggressive.
already. 3 versus 3. The advantage to PRX being that they know where the positioning of these players are.
And 2 of them will die to a single shot from Forsaken.
Needs to stay alive here, get value out of this one, but constantly repositioning. They've got them collected, 30 seconds.
Okay, they've seen all 3 players at this point.
Com waiting 15 seconds for the regenerative util with the dart. There's a stun and a repeat. Damage still being done yet. Okay, all collected in the end. Definitely
Good
some
enough from
danger.
PRX. Let's see what they
Damage
do
being
here,
done there,
because
but PRX still.
maybe they'll
Anti-eco.
force. Don't know.
This next round gives them an opportunity potentially back into the map.
Z with the 3 months.
Around Forsaken and Jing. If you allow EG the space on the map,
don't send
they're
100 deep.
They're gonna hoover up the alt
play a
orbs.
single limb game.
Doing a new cosplay
Is that
or
what
something. And they're going to turn that into round wins.
Okay, Forsaken's going to use his
Can't
ult.
allow it to happen. I think for PaperX,
And they're going to
it's
get
a very
aggressive
difficult
here.
balance they have to tread of being aggressive without throwing it away.
Well, here we go. Talk about aggression. Smoke in his face. No angle cleared. Crossfire set up with Timmy the turret. But Lucio's feeling the heat now, isn't he?
He really is.
They've been really trying to clear him out.
Oh my God.
The reactions are just sublime. Lucio responding in kind to every challenge he was facing. There were fights taken, evened out across the board here, but it ends with just Mind Freak left alone in the 1v3. Heavy boot steps, they know exactly where he is. Flash and the repeat, the supportive util is just so damn good. We talk about it all day long, but it is Ethan and Com, the difference makers.
In that round, I can't believe what Boostio was able to accomplish there. Getting pressured from both sides, the trade should come through 10 times out of 10 in this spot. Of course, the first one, a gimme based on his excellent positioning. That, and then to get a follow-up on CGRS as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, give it a chest pump.
Look at him. Feeling it, man.
How many times throughout this tournament have we heard
Divine just has a stinger.
that giggle followed by
gonna
the
be-
best coming out from Boostio?
It's been a lot.
Oh, it's going to be...
a standard play from
I like
PaperX,
this.
So they go for this tunnel control to stun and a refight, the reclaim of this one. Com was playing just in a tuck position, but he's dealt with.
This is such a
the
good
aim is
idea.
nasty good from Mind Freak.
This is such a good idea to do this. Now, the only thing
They
is,
have
do
to
they
worry
expect
about
someone...
Boostio here. It's all good PaperX being aggressive and getting the kills,
Following
but if
them
they
back.
leave gaps like this, Boostio could still be a thorn in their side. CGRS is somewhat aware of it. He keeps looking back in this direction.
Smoke drop down for Boostio to play in as well. He's tucked towards this one.
CGRS is not hard holding this. Okay, now with the smoke down, he's thinking about it. He's still worried about tower and tunnel.
That should be the
All
danger
down to
gun.
Boostio, and at this point, surely the timing's gone for him.
Yeah, it's a smoke phase. They spotted him out. Respect showcased. Fault line for your troubles.
Okay, big round for PaperX.
Another
They
piece
needed
of
that
aggression
one.
that works out
And
perfectly
EG's
for
defense side
PaperX.
is better than their attack.
It's not that same level of pretty trap setup that we've seen on EG's defensive
That was a really
side.
cool round.
It's brute force, and it's what you should expect from this squad. Look at the way in which they're just so happy. One stim beacon running together to try and take duels. They're planning to overwhelm EG with pure amount of players on the screen.
It's one of the PaperX they do use quite often on this map. Part of their playbook.
Okay,
and
now
they
a
do that big
north side
wrap around,
pinch.
but here we
They
go,
know
a new
that you've
turn
got
of
this
events.
breach ult. This is the
Yeah,
play
this
you
one
go
will end up.
for.
Jing is punished. Tries to take the peak angle. Satchel play. Jorgamo again to vacuum up even more. Another strike right into the center of it. And the rifles didn't do it. The ultimate would have. Evaporation.
So this is EG,
All
bit
the
too
players
predictable.
disappearing. Ethan, lone player left. Flash repeat. Found himself the angle. Has the ult in his hands. He was thinking about using it.
In a 1v3, he knows the other players are going to be grouped up around the spike. This is some level of confidence.
Yeah, he wants a few more though. Needs to find an easier fight for it. There's one through the wall, enough damage done to him, 20 HP. Any single player could really bring him down in this moment. Forsaken is low enough himself, but just doesn't look doable. CGRS as well now holding that util.
Double
Forsaken takes
bingo.
contact, they're going to be pouncing. There's a stun. Used pound for pound, like for like.
There we go. Yeah, I think EG just a bit
Shuts it
too
down
readable.
before it
So
gets
they
out of
do
hand.
either one of two plays,
So
basically.
PaperX
Either
win
Ethan
and
Ethan is
anti-eco
always
there.
alone anytime he has breach ult.
Utilizing
That's the
a big
thing. So you
ultimate,
always know
in such a
when Ethan's
coordinated
alone.
manner. The pinch coming through here.
Either.
on EG's stack.
I mean, this obviously
Is
is
immaculate.
insane.
And that's the second time we've seen Mind Freak use his ult like that, just completely trapping players.
Like,
in order
Ethan's
to
either going to be
convert
alone,
around.
or you're going to run into the force, like, but
PaperX is so
avoid the
fast
breach
to
ult,
fight
right?
That they're not even really
So,
offering
like,
that
if
many
you just get
opportunities to
aggressive,
get those flank plays through,
north
try
side,
to
like,
spread.
you will be, you will win,
Grouping up almost
basically.
as 5 in
As long
one
as you
area
can,
of
like,
the
you
map.
know, not
EG
lose
tried
the
to
initial
counter it
fight
there on
straight
their eco
away,
round by grouping up as well.
you'll be fine.
Tactical timeout needed to be taken here. 4 ultimates available to EG.
Just
They have
double
all the
bingo.
tools to be able to win a crucial round and start to
Been a
get the
Marshall
momentum
killer,
back
huh?
on their side. But at the moment, struggling under the pressure.
Yeah, it's been a string of rounds now.
Oh, we had Brimmel kill
The
her.
exception of round 15 that
We'll probably get gelled as well. The others I think I might be a bit safer from.
Story has been theirs.
This one should stop this
and
and
this.
this.
Kind of like PaperX are picking an area of the map.
This one
of the
will
four
probably stop this and this.
And just gambling that EG are
The
going to be
knife
trying
will
to take
stop
hold
this
of
and
them
this.
and trying to shove.
So yeah, I think the only other, I mean, maybe we'll get the Ares kill. Maybe you get a gel kill, but.
So where are PaperX playing this time? It looks like a triple play over towards Dish again.
Now the thing is, EG have a lot of
CGRS's utility to make it feel like it's
so
an
PaperX
onside
have,
crunch.
you know, started to come back in this, but
the majority of this aggression, both duelists,
it's a lot
stimmied up, are going to be coming from Dish.
Again, it's the same idea.
Again, stalwart defender of that one particular section if he's going to be met any sort of pressure. No.
So Dartland's here. I don't think sees either.
Here's the
of them.
stuns. Sails Rider through and across. This is a reaction from EG. They choose to use the rolling thunder. Divine was stunned up, and yet he hits that. But Comp,
hits two
he does return fire. And he has to make it a little bit more even. Drone tagging onto Forsaken, yet still claims the kill. Flash in their face. Cacophony of utility sweeping across the map. This way and that. Here's the lockdown now.
Jing used nade.
An attempt to get a bit of a breather in the moment. Lockdown used into tower. Team 1 hears it. No amount of fancy movement will save Forsaken from that one, so space has been played all the way through.
I think it is.
Jing
It
can't
just got
afford
it.
to play under the site, but as it was actually destroyed there somehow, but
yeah, Jing's
are they aware of this? I mean, obviously they've seen this kill here. Forsaken pinged it out.
Play, of course, the top. Alarm bot. How is he managing that? He knows what a second player is. Util caught out in the open. Ethan normally so good for it. It's just up to Demon 1, and here's a familiar state of affairs, isn't it? Orbital strike.
Are they aware?
Denying the
this is a
first tap.
possibility?
But not a showstopper. Jing going to be using it. One ultimate for it, smoked off onto the defuse, but he's perfectly finds it. Stopping the defuse, half not gained.
Didn't get half.
Realizes it, it's done, it's over.
I swear he had half.
What a ridiculous round for both teams that was. Incredible stuff. EG are looking to try and pressure Arcade.
Okay,
PaperX have a
EG,
setup,
the
but they
Valorant
throw down that
gods
stun, like I was
smile on
saying,
them.
making it seem like a northside crunch. If they hear anything Arcade, both duelists run at them. The pinch comes through. How Devi hits this, I will never know. And yet as things descend, Jing manages to deal with the lockdown and take out both players in tower. Pops ult to try and stop the denial on the defuse, and yet Demon 1 just has the read.
Wait a minute. Oh, no.
That has got to be a reaction to Jing taking those kills through tower.
Absolutely.
Nice angle by
Sure, it was turned
Jordan.
around as soon as Demon 1 won
Forsaken's
the
getting
round.
punished quite a lot here.
Oh! EG, they have immediately struck back. Spray through, spray down. CJRS will only gain the 2. And yeah, it felt like we just
12-7.
exited that replay, and suddenly we're met with this scenario. We're 1v3.
Yeah, a wild clash on the south side, and Devi is left.
The money's not great
Stunned
either.
quickly, 30 seconds
even
in
have to save
a
this.
1v3. The question being, does he even go for this? They don't have a large loss bonus. Forsaken, CGRS, and Devi would be able to buy next round. That extra gun might be the difference maker.
But he feels like he has to go for it. It's 11-7. Can't let EG grab up all the way to map point. He has money in his back pocket. Taking away the guns would be quite useful. Trying to find one of the fights as well. At least tucks himself into the corner, but
Okay, Boostio,
himself the
12 for
1v1 versus
EG.
Boostio glad to take it. So there it is, 12-7 EG onto that map point. EG were ready there for the south side aggression towards Tree as well. They've definitely done their homework. Jorgamo was on the high ground angle, and I believe to meet them when Jing goes for the double satchel play on top of the box to try and punish any sort of attempt there.
Got these two ults, we got a Rolling Thunder.
We'll see whether Forsaken decides to go for a similarly aggressive setup. He is often trying to challenge towards Tree. If you watch how PaperX play on this map, and he doesn't usually have too much backup. He's smoked off.
Yeah.
So the fight instead happening towards Halls, as it did in the prior round.
You might just see a brawl take place. Lots of ults. Here we go. Hunter's Fury, showstopper. Let loose. Jing close to the corner, but Hunter's
We got the
Fury
Soul
is doing
kill.
work. Clears out
God
the
damn
close
it.
corner. Jing will fall.
I was praying on that not being there.
So no raised players on either side.
I thought that their defense side would be the
Reaver
best chance for it.
Step back now. Reassess the situation. Boostio gaining some ground towards drop, and
Where's that?
as there's that re-exploration,
I'm surprised we didn't see this ult
hunting for
come
some
out.
information. He pays for it with his live. Divido does catch that lurk round. I have to try and stop this towards Hall as the smokes have been dropped. Door open. Again contacting, slowing it down. 50 seconds left and they're going to be facing it with the firing line. Divide. He will fall. CGRS.
Forsaken's got to capitalize on this for PaperX to win.
Catching the contact. Here's the ult. Does he let it rip? Yes, he does. Scatters across onto the side. Two players connected, but Soul does it onto Forsaken. He stands up.
He ran into it.
No chance.
Trying to capitalize. At least it's bought time. They know it's going to end A. No, Forsaken's worried about it going towards B right now.
It's chaos. It's the fast rotation back over towards it, but EG slowly tightening the net. Util to clear out close to the site. Everything being expended. CGRS and Forsaken, they've doubled up. It's a high-low setup here. Time running so damn short. First kill granted to him. Close to default. Aftershock pushing him wide out into the open. No bullets left. It's a 1-2 face as well. They have to try and collect these kills. Pushing them all the way down. CGRS is done. Not enough.
Nice try.
It's Ethan who closed it all out. The kills were collected at the end.
Not necessarily a surprise.
For EG to take Fracture.
But EG, yeah, I mean, they're just very good on this map. Particularly the defense side is just so hard to deal with. And really, PaperX, I think, just, struggled with that aggression early on.
But just not quite able to deliver another impossible clutch. EG take first blood in this series.
Oh wait, the Sovereign isn't that big of a deal, because the Sovereign...
best of 5.
Sovereign's in between the knife kill, which shouldn't happen, and a Bucky kill, which shouldn't happen. So, this shouldn't cost me a bingo.
Second.
I still think we're only going to get 3.
Situation to be in.
And maybe not even that if we don't get a gel kill, but
so a great first
I don't know what map 3 is.
So many moments in the series.
Map 3 split, so Demon 1's going to play Jet there as well. And
we're living through some of them.
We're going to get, there's going to be a Jet.
We're in firm control from the one half.
It would be almost,
doing a decent job of
it'd be very difficult to not
back into it, making it potentially winnable. Of instances as well, but as we've already been mentioning,
Stealth Hatch with the 2 month.
New territory, definitely new for a lot of the players on this EG squad. How they're going to be tested as the map pool really gets deeper. I think map number 1 is a good one to get under their belt.
Next is Lotus, which I actually think will be like, we're going from what I think is probably the highest quality map, maybe, you know, in terms of the overall player, but like, PaperX on a bad Fracture team themselves.
The first one that PaperX picked.
Like, Lotus is a map where both teams, I think, are quite bad.
Absolutely. Well, map 1 wrapped up here.
Like, considering how good they are.
Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with a continuation of the series.
I have to say that this, you know, these little things that they run between games.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I
missing? Some of them have been quite annoying in the other tournaments, so I'm glad that this one is not that bad. This one is, yeah, pretty okay. In terms of whose teams we got Dominus 327's EG and Luzeritos PaperX. So yeah, it's between these 3 with Magnum Raging's Fnatic as well. See who gets it. We might as well play our games. We'll play global. The problem is you don't know how many maps it's gonna go, I guess. Now for tomorrow, the game starts later, no? It says 4 AM. Is this wrong? Isn't the show match is the show match at the normal time and this is after the show match? If so, the new agent stuff is still coming out, so I still think I'll still watch it. So I'll still start the normal time tomorrow, because I think the new agent stuff comes out, so I want to react to that. So yeah, but anyway, global, 2,000 miles away, 2,000. Let's go Cameroon. There you go. Ah, nice. Why do I watch a cheetah? Nice recorded stream. Yeah. Yeah. Unlucky, I guess. Unlucky. For you guys. Unlucky for the doubters out there. I guess that was so fast we have to do this. Oh, is this gonna be some Caribbean island?
That deserves my sub reel.
Thank you, Teddy Turbo 5 for the 3 months. I don't know, to be honest, what this is. I'm gonna go. This is 3 islands. I'm gonna go St. Lucia. No. 8,000 kilometers. What? I'm very confused by that. What could this be then? Because if it was a Pacific island, surely it would... Well, would it? The Pacific is quite big. But I think this number would be bigger, no? I'm confused then. What could this be? Right, I'm just going to go erect to get my bearings on. I don't do kilometers. Wait, it's in Europe? What? Is it the Faroe Islands? That doesn't seem... That feels like it'd be further away, though. Am I stupid? Is this Estonia? That's not what Estonia looks like, is it? It does... There's no way... No. No, it doesn't look like that. I honestly don't know. I feel like I'm being stupid. Okay. It's east of the Faroe Islands. Is it? That's what Estonia looks like. I didn't know I had these islands. The more you learn. Okay, well, very sorry all the Estonians out there. And I've been to Tallinn as well. So that's not great. The capital of Estonia is Tallinn. I've been there. The flag is this one. Apparently, I don't know how true this is, but apparently the blue on the flag represents the blue skies that are never there. Population is probably 1 to 2, and they use the euro. Okay, I'm going to make my breakfast whilst they break it down for you.
That hand's a very good hand, but EG knew exactly how to stop it.
For sure, yeah, and I think the concern coming into this is actually what EG have shown here at Masters Tokyo with their fracture composition, their approach to the map. The concern being...
They've been to so many places yet chose to stay in the UK.
Their ability to get ahead of those...
Is that how it works?
And whatnot is a real concern, actually.
Normally when you go on holiday, you can't just stay.
That slight adjustment...
I guess when we were in the EU, you could.
And even in the rounds where PRX were...
But we're not in the EU anymore.
Their hand, it still felt like EG was consistently getting the read on them time and time again.
And I think even when they were shutting down their early
not that I decided
that,
really by the way.
Point of EG's,
I wasn't a part of that. I'm just saying.
The late rounds, I think, are more so what defined this one, where when PRX will oftentimes kind of find that gap, someone will push forward and make that hero play to be able to save them. We saw it so many times in that last series versus NRG, but EG's one of those teams where in those late rounds, they're really good at shrinking the map, playing together, and still having those util combos synergized at the very end of rounds to close things out.
It just feels like they were on the playground, just having a good time. They were just doing their thing at times. And I think that also, just to go back to what Potter said, you saw it perfectly illustrated in those plays there, right, Achilleos? Like, it was very evident that their plan was to let PRX just do the thing that PRX does really well. And EG, I like that they can show those layers, right? That they can show that they can slow it back. They can be a bit more disciplined, but at the same time, when they want to get in your face and give you a right hook, they'll be there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you take a look at when the teams aren't even putting in, gun rounds, 8-3 in that regard. EG was just out-fragging them across the board. It took a while for PRX to start looking a little bit more like themselves, to get warmed up. Jing in particular with a very rough start. Forsaken, and it was just across the board. a bit rough.
Poor Pacific caster Achilles.
It's okay.
Yeah, but I think what the players that we're really going to be watching throughout this one are the players who have to be quite flexible. And that's Forsaken. He went from being the flex player for the squad back in Pacific when they had something in the roster to now going back to his old role as a duelist. And I think even in the struggles, he's consistently been able to perform. But on the other side, Demon 1 as well, even when he has to flex, he's just so consistently at the top of the game.
I'm losing my mind because I didn't even glance at that. I normally don't go for headshot percentage, but nearly pushing 70 is pretty crazy.
That is
outrageous. That is an outrageous.
Well, I mean, there was that one play where Forsaken literally turned the corner, Palpatine fingers, and he was like, I'm going to one-tap you.
D1's still going for the tap in that situation. Yeah. It's crazy.
This dude is absolutely bonkers. He really does, but also PaperX has that confidence as well, and they should, because they're going to Lotus here. Now, here's the thing. This is going to be anyone's game. Sideshow was perfectly illustrating that one. Fracture, you got to give it to EG. They're a great team there. But Lotus, that's where PaperX can really catch them off guard, Hypox.
Yeah, I agree with you to an extent.
Fair?
I'm going to counter you.
All right, go ahead, counter it.
What we saw versus Fnatic was PaperX actually being very one-dimensional, and the fact that EG have already demonstrated so far, opening out of the series, they have the awareness, and they're actually playing to basically PaperX's strength and using it against them. So with PaperX showing a very, very simple, like I said, one-dimensional attack on Lotus, I think they have to totally overhaul here. They have to approach this differently because EG are the sort of team they're going to look at that footage, and they're going to try and mimic exactly what Fnatic did.
Yeah, and I think EG's game plan on this map can actually be quite similar to Fnatic at a lot of times. You don't see them on their defensive side, where they will be starting in this map, really going for those gambits to take extremity control towards A lobby, towards C mount, something like that. Instead, they're really playing this slower style to re-clear space in the late round that really punished PaperX last time.
Yeah, well, of course, Coach Alex is going to have to cook up a plan here, and I do believe that we have Yinsu standing by with Coach Alex to get a few thoughts heading into map 2. Let's take a look.
That's right, I'm standing by with PaperX's coach, Alex. Alex, unfortunately, you guys lost map 1, but I feel like Fracture for EG, such a strong place for them always. But after playing against them, did you feel like there was anything in particular that was tough to deal with and you want your boys to look out for map 2?
I think what they do very well is they combine utility they have very seamless combinations. I think when the duelists are peeking, flash will come, stuns will come, and I think it's very, very nice to see. I'm not actually sure how to avoid it other than I think we're going to try and run away from it faster maybe, or go really more aggressive, like past the utility. So we'll try one of these two things and we'll see what happens.
I mean, if there's anything you guys are good at, it's going fast. So I have full faith in you. Thank you very much for joining me, Alex. And let's see how PaperX gets on in the second map.
I just love love the theory crafting. You know what? At the end of the day, gotta go fast.
Speed kills. Let's go.
He's just like a guy running an omakase. He's just like, what can I make today for dinner? We're going to try to add a little bit of more of this. We're going to slow things down. We're going to run away faster. We're going to run at them faster. I mean, you can tell like it is so fast and loose with this squad, and it has been able to deliver them results, but we'll see if it's going to be good
crazy
enough to
clip.
map
Oh, kid in the shadows,
you need when you're playing with a
you think I can't see what that clip is?
Final. Just being flexible, being chill in these high pressure
Go on,
scenarios
I'll do it
is
just
part
for
of why
you.
PaperX is
Why
so
not?
good in games like this.
You have no other choice, right? I mean, like, look at the atmosphere.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
Fine, certainly caught.
Hold on. Wait, no. Oh, there it is. I thought we were missing one. No, nope. It's not. It is good music. It's pretty good. Hold on. Wait for it. Quite nice. Oh, it's about to come. It's good.
Agree with the overarching concept of this as well. EG, they're making these last-minute changes with goals probably to stabilize some of the more one-sided affairs on some of the halves of this map. But
would definitely agree.
Oh, TP1C as well. Thank you for the 3 months.
I think this is a good time to be able to bring out new ideas.
I ban you in the
don't know
chat.
how long they've been cooking something like this. It's not a brand new comp that they've invented. They have other teams that they can look at how the Viper gets used and what its strengths and weaknesses are. I think one of the big strengths that they're going to be relying on here is that they can play a little slower, right? They can slow the pace of the game down and allow PaperX to come
Okay,
hit
here
the
we
snake
go.
bites where they're going to get vulnerable. And Com's got experience
Wait.
playing this agent too.
Com's playing Viper. Oh, they changed it up. They went for a more meta stuff.
Fast. Up the gut towards the map.
I mean, makes sense.
Picking up the orbs. It's going to be the goal. A bit of
PaperX
emphasis placed as well onto the extremities, but only Forsaken
sticking with what they had.
some of it. Jorgum over to Jiggle Peak. There's no way he's gone for this many shots and repeated attempts at that. Goodness me, man.
Trying to draw out as much utility as possible here. They don't have the Killjoy. They don't have snake bites. This is a very weak C site.
Trailblazer combined with the Boombot. All being utilized together here. A couple of detonations, but the Nanoswarm delays them.
Jesse!
Over the top. It's going to be Dizzy. Paranoia used in response to it. Cage cuts them up.
Yeah, everyone's here.
Well, KG. They managed to swarm into position. Left up to just Jing. It's a solo player here towards the back.
Yeah,
side.
another
Yeah,
pistol for
frenzy,
EG.
but that's a little
Big.
bit too much to overcome even for him. So
Uni7169 with the 4 months.
For EG.
Thank you.
And a really well-played C defense. They flood in, buying time with that single Nanoswarm that Boostio had given them while playing the other side of the map. And then relying on the Paranoia too to just delay.
Oh,
and look at the
slight
pathing
gap in
here,
the cage.
going into their own cages in order to apply pressure.
Two right clicks, one left click.
It's not just PaperX theory crafting on the fly.
What is he waffling about? The right click, two right clicks, one left click.
I believe it's like...
It's the faster fire rate, right, with a classic?
I think the idea is you put out as much DPS as possible, but it's a joke, I'm sure, to do with him trying to teach somebody else on the team how to use the classic most effectively.
Okay. Deep push position for Jorgamo. He's pulled down to util, hasn't he? Just with his presence. Even the wingman, that's a flash repeat, but my God, he almost pays for it. Damage. Definitely done. Backs away for the heal.
They're getting their money's worth out of Ethan's heal, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's 2 rounds in a row.
Trailblazer's now going to be used around us minute mark, so grabs that info. Collection of players.
Now, PaperX, I was pretty critical
Like going to dive through the door if it's a C hit.
It's going to be slow going though. They're already onto the side themselves. Paranoia right into the corner. They're all grouped up right to the side and jumping right clicks, doing some form of work. And they have managed to get themselves into the back of the side, but Ethan's covering the back angle along with Boostio.
Should be good. So they're going for this
Slow
kind of
siege
little
and squeeze.
natural the
Denying
Team Liquid like
everything.
to do just here, rather than one in the
I
choke
also want to
point.
draw your attention to the fact that Com is using Nat's Viper Orb setup on C, which is so lovely for Flood defending the C site. Instead of trying to hard anchor it with a turret and nanoswarms and snake bites,
Take what I was going to say,
it allows
Sideshow.
people from
Just take
Waterfall
what I
to
was
run
going to
into
say.
C and help the players that are anchoring. So this clearly not just been thrown together on the fly. Of course, with everything that comes with Evil Geniuses, they've put some thought into it. Now, what can they do on the bonus round? There are a lot of ult orbs on this map, but I don't think Boostio is going to be able to get them all.
Bonus isn't actually that great. They have the one gun
attack-sided.
with Calm. He's over towards C.
Using
but
util to clear
PaperX
through
coming
into
to
rubble.
take A.
Jing, however.
Got a trap set up here. I
Just making
don't
a
know if
beeline
this
for the
isn't
ult
off
orb.
anything though. I think this maybe it's off whether
Showstopper.
Jet sees, but yeah, no, it's
Nothing
just a
to stop
random
him
contact.
from picking it up. Just a bit of poking and prodding. The rest of EG are
He's
exploring.
about to swing
deep
this. He's
into
got a
mid
kill.
here. Forsaken was the one who's left to really contain that. A deeper push through. The A side's going to be gained for them, and Gathered now
They see him?
pushed up
Surely
towards
that's
deeper
Soren.
angles.
It's dog.
Again, back pit. Another fight to be taken. Forsaken so low. The damage through the wall is just spotted. Still Boostio. Lay it down. Going to be able to finally take him out. Yes, they are.
Okay, yeah, they did see.
Mind Freak not caught by the Trailblazer, able to take down Jorgamo, and it's only Ethan left to stand. Jing got the ult orb one way or another, and the rest of PaperX having a very clean round. EG not able to win the bonus of both pistols that they've had in this match.
Getting
Kind
this
of
kill was
tracks
pretty big,
where
because if
they've
he
been at
loses that
towards the
fight against
latter end
Demon
of
1,
this
he gives them a
tournament.
gun,
That's
and
not
then
been
this
their
flank comes
biggest
through a
strength,
lot quicker than it
although
did.
it looked like it was going to catapult them to stardom at the start of Masters Tokyo.
Okay, Ethan's actually just going to save this
guarded.
Bulldog.
Ethan just opting into saving the full armor and the Bulldog.
My eyes are going to be on Jing for the next round, that player, because he's got Showstopper to try and open something up. And it's so much more difficult to play C-Flood defense when the opponent's using a Showstopper. You want to be running away, not towards it.
Saving the Bulldog
It
well.
opens up many different
I mean, you get the full
avenues
shields as
around the
well,
map.
and it does mean that his eco will be a lot better. Like if they lose this round, his eco is very good.
Com with an Odin. So Com's probably going to try and play off site.
Okay, Demon 1 gets the up. He's over towards C.
Demon 1 takes a pick though. Might well define
again,
the round.
Coming towards A.
No one's actually going to be walking into that sight line though. Everybody grouped up towards A. And again, same util used, disrespecting. Over towards
Looks like they saw Ethan.
Just the satchels at work, and it's easy to clear the way out. There's going to be the door switch tapped.
Within 10 seconds.
A little door being broken on top of it. Gathering space.
What a nice idea by Jing.
Seeing if they can take the fight to Boostio. Well, it is traded. Bit laboured, bit strained.
It's a good trade, but there goes the ult.
Yeah, ult going to be missing. Trailblazers to set this one up as well. Spamming right down that angle. Com almost collecting a kill. They've gained space onto the site. With Boostio falling, all that util is faded. Ethan, he knows he's being pushed. Stage in his face. Forsaken just trying to get out of there. It's getting awkward.
Plan. This is a big fight here.
Go down. Get themselves into the post-plan situation. This flank, it's occurring as well. It's Mind Freak versus George.
They have this Viper, which always means that this is
quite a bit.
You know, the main angle that you have to check.
Squeeze on. Mind Freak collects that kill. It's going to remove all the danger from one of the extremities. Ethan, good adjustment with the aim. It's on point. It's on fire. PRX on all cylinders.
But it does all start with this, because then you can just focus on these.
And that's another major round.
Like once you kill this, once there's no pressure coming from door, then you can just start with this.
Important round 3, round 4 fights and halting EG's momentum. As soon as Boostio dies early, he's not the first death, but the second, it just opens the door to B. They can't play B retake very well because Demon 1's got an operator on board. And they're kind of relying on those nanoswarms to keep back the horde of PRX.
Okay, so now it is a save. Ethan is going to get an ult,
the Odin investment, the operator investment.
Heavy Maya, now they're seeking a clash and a skirmish now. This time trying to put the hurt on a team that has just been taking this space for free. PRX meet their match in one capacity. CGRS falling, but it is again evened out. Suspect shown even more, just right past the Viper wall. Jing is not afraid of it. Now here comes the showstopper, combined with the neural theft. Demon 1 up in the air, skipping right around the side. His position was popped out from the neural theft, the second pop of it. And Jing is just so damn confident. This guy
going off the first ping of the Cypher and just like fully sending it after the first ping makes it very difficult, because as you saw there, like the second ping comes in and you both die straight away.
This map for a reason. Jing's gonna show him why. 6 and 3, an opposite beginning for him on map 1 to map 2. Individual form really got swinging. And if you wanted a warm-up map, if you felt like your team needed a little bit of time to warm up on stage, what better map?
But I guess PRX did struggle against
anyway.
Fnatic. And this is the thing, against Fnatic, you know, PRX, they looked very one-dimensional, because Fnatic were able to stop their hits, basically. Wherever they were going first, Fnatic were able to stop it.
Fully blinded up, jumping into the wall like a broken AI. It's going to be met though. Trying to
Hosting
offset
won
it
that
still.
fight.
What a reaction and what a flick from Demon 1 still. Someone below him, he does not adjust the aim. It's not there in time, so 3 players left standing here for PRX. Boostio, the timing through the smoke, he's facing the opposite way. He was waiting for the flash timing, potentially hearing that util being used.
Okay, they know where he is, he destroys the camera.
Spam into the wall here, Com.
Just gotta save.
Almost getting punished.
So yeah,
for
this
it,
was the thing, right? Fnatic were able to just
save
stop their hits,
full
essentially.
investment once more. Can't go another
And
round
when you
where
can
just
stop
lose
their
all
hits,
your guns.
you know, I do think that PRX,
And PRX
you know, can look a bit lost.
punishing EG for going for these early pieces of aggression. Potter talked about how important it was that they just allowed PRX
But I mean,
to
they
play
get
the
the
game
first kill here on
into
Jogma.
depth.
I mean, Jing,
And it feels
how
like at the
Jing
start
wins
of
this
these
fight
rounds,
against, I think it was
EG are
Ethan. I have
trying
no
to
idea.
Make something happen.
I have
Round
no
1 and 2,
idea how
Jogma
he
was
won that
peeking
fight.
out
It
into
doesn't make any
C-mount
sense.
and getting slightly punished, small amounts
I mean,
of
they do
damage,
have a lot of money,
but not
so.
giving away a kill. There, he tries to do the same kind of thing to set up Demon 1 with the operator, but got full flash and just ended up walking into a wall. I know the EG guys were talking about Nats looking like a Yoru clone in one of their games. It can happen to anybody, I promise you.
Zero M was truly doing the most here. Trying to stop all the
I want to know how
aggression,
Jing got that.
nasty kills, but yeah, just couldn't quite find the right timing with that one.
Double Yoru clone.
PRX here, 4-2. Steady lead being gained and granted to them
Okay.
on Lotus.
Big ult round. They got knives. We might get a
And the Thrash
bingo.
online, an ultimate that they can get massive amounts of value out of, and one that most teams will not have anything prepared to deal with.
the one snake bite launched. Sailed all the way through. Comet of double doors. Is he waiting for an orb tap? There it is. Gonna track it all over the place, almost claiming a kill here as the door rotates open. The door get tagged. There's no punish. Already players though in his face, right up in the open with the flash. It sets up Divine nicely for a cheeky little two-piece. Thresh from the back. Seeker's gonna be earned. Ethan already though has taken up the front section of the entirety of the site. Yeah, okay.
Kill Forsaken. So it is a 3v.
Ustio's got a rifle, and Mindfreak wants to take this fight. PaperX have still got to be careful not to throw it away.
Jing. Shutting down an approach from the extremity. They know what Ustio is. The nade, yeah, forces him out into the open.
Clean.
Good util from Jing.
So, PaperX combining, chaining their ultimates to be able to get another on the board. 5 in a row right now. EG with only the pistol and the follow-up. And once more, catching EG's players flashed. Obviously, Com's going for something there. And getting a lot of value out of the Odin still. But they're not quick enough to be able to disengage from the aggression of PaperX. You think back to what Coach Alex was saying, we either need to run away from their utility or run past it, run through it. At the moment, PaperX have increased the tempo and gone forwards. They're running into Demon 1's operator in order to punish it. They're running into Com's Odin in order to get the punish there.
See the uncertainty just in the way that EG are playing. Like you said, you know, the players are getting caught with these weird, quirky timings. They don't quite know when to retreat and back away when the util comes through.
Too late for a 13-0, I'm afraid. But the momentum's good for it to be one-sided in the opposite direction to map 1. Here's something I've noticed too. Since adding the Viper into this composition, EG haven't actually been going for any large rubble control plays.
So yeah, this is...
throw snake bites early to
I mean, the thing is, you've just got to be able to stop the... I mean, how fast are all of these rounds? They're all pretty fast, right? It's not like PaperX are doing anything crazy. Wherever they start, they're going. Pretty much. You know, maybe they have one lurk, but other than that, you know, it's pretty much like where we're saying we're going, we're going. And EG like to play on site, right? They don't like
this kind of stuff to be able to take A early.
It's working.
You know, some America's teams you'll see, you know, we're playing retake every round, right? We're playing for a flood retake every round. EG not so much that team. They will put people on site more, you know, we'll put people like where Com is now, where it's a position where, you know, I'm going to stay here and defend this.
Now they're using even less utility because they know that EG aren't contesting it.
Cam deep, Boosters tagged Paranoia. They want to chase down this kill. Forsaken is eager for it. Already, what a shot!
And they just can't deal with that.
Adjustments. Just the micro movements of the mouse.
And now this Killjoy setup's down, so now Com doesn't, like, if they open this door and walk this way, he's in a lot of trouble.
Again, this unrelenting pressure. He knows that there's
they just opened the door here.
Noise cut as well. Makes it feel like they could have just been walking themselves into B, but now as the door opens up, Trailblazer through along with a showstopper. Vulnerable up. Okay, Com deals with the first piece, but they're already into the side, out wide. Mindfreak wins his fight. Ethan towards the back,
Ethan,
and he has claimed 2. Brought them down to their knees. Blinded up though, Jorgamo. He's opened up wide, and this is an adjustment made still. The spike is out in the open.
And Ethan knows it.
Yeah.
Okay, but Forsaken Steam.
He's giving up the space. Playing to given out.
And he has ult as well with this plant. He can go on ult.
Neural Theft back online. That's Forsaken again doing damage and doing work. It's going to be spotting out these players. So they want to go for a play here. Devi is close to the flash. He backs away. Playing together now. Knowing that they doubled up. Dashed. Breaks up. One of the crosshair placements and sight lines. They know that Forsaken's up onto Heaven and they pick the timings just well enough, but maybe Team 1 can do something with this. Only the one foul into
This time the clutch goes the way of PaperX.
Has been brutal at
so
times,
I mean, the same problems are still there. That's Ethan going for a hero play, making that round close.
And he made the
like
hero
they
play
can't
too.
deal, like the first wave, they just can't deal with it.
In order to make that round
and
back in their favor.
So
Bit of a missed input there from Jing. He threw another blast pack, stopped him from being able to shoot the showstopper, and offered Ethan a chance to win the round. But it's the Sky on the other side that's been doing the most for PaperX when they need it.
Adios! Adios! Adios. Got a feeling. No breaks in the play, no pauses here. Straight out the replay within the first 5 seconds.
So now we've only got the one rifle.
The mount
they
control.
got a Killjoy look now, but yeah, they're big time struggle.
Taken up.
Okay, this time they all start to flood. I mean, this is one where you can start to deal with it.
going to be using a snake bite to try and push them back once more, but what about Util cleaving through?
But the problem is when you give up space on Lotus,
over towards B. EG
the attackers
growls
will
into the corner onto one of the extremities, Cage to get them in and cross up.
Okay,
Again, a potential sightline where somebody could be there. Jing, have you overstepped your boundaries? It's the 1-2 punch with the rest of his team, and they have toppled down. It's 3 versus 3. Divide. Left to hold down that mound control, so there's no attempt at the flank, but the lockdown is in play. And do they have anything to break this one? It doesn't look likely. Have to give it up. Can't play this one together.
Serious opportunity for EG.
Now they get the rifles.
Positioning now of these players, it should be more predictable. Smoke onto the defuse. Boostio should be granted half. Mind Freak has found the first. Half onto the defuse. Time has been bought. Here onto Heaven, though.
Still
they collapse onto them.
And that was probably EG's best chance, to be honest. Where they did actually manage to stop it.
This is so damn one-sided.
EG just can't hold on. All of the close rounds, all of the close moments. Somebody on PaperX steps it up. This time, CGRS with only his second kill of the map, being able to find a timing past Demon 1, who was instructed to keep providing those cloudburst covers for the player on the defuse. PaperX keep having an individual that makes the difference. And on top of all of this, EG can't figure out how to play the defense. They can't find a feel for the tempo. They keep getting punished early.
And potentially that lack of practice.
Okay, this time the Viper spit. They try and get aggressive here.
Last minute. Going to be hurting for that practice, that scrim time here. Forsaken seeking to, again, disrespect, just drag that util out of them. But Mindfreak does fall. Forsaken, no.
Forsaken just wins a 1v1.
He's not happy to give anything up, is he? He's alone when he's taking these fights.
Yeah, he's going to be so aggressive on the lurk in these kind of situations. Mindfreak went for something hyper-aggressive too. There was pressure towards A and C, so he decided just to go in on B through the Killjoy utility.
Deeper's jump spot, that baits in the push from Forsaken.
And this is going to be so hard to play without your smokes.
Lambot notifying them. Nade clears it out again. Familiar play that we've seen once before. Demon 1. He's going to do so much here. Showstopper from Jing out into the open. Misses the rocket wide. CGRS. Plan from the wingman. Dodging of the flash towards the back of the side. He's claimed the first. 2 more to deal with. Spike planted. Demon 1.
Demon 1 whiffed on wingman, but hit that shot. Okay.
God almighty. No time to react to that.
I mean, they call PaperX just getting hyper-aggressive in this one. Like, going way over the mark. I mean, Mindfreak, this is crazy. And then Forsaken desperately trying to punish this, gave him another kill as well. And it was still relatively close. And Jing had to whiff an ult.
Mindfreak going for an over-aggressive play in B, realizing that they were relying on the Killjoy utility, just TPs past it, gets caught by Demon 1. But I'm still not content with how EG are playing the breakable door control. So often Jing is just throwing one nade into there, flushing a player out and getting a kill.
Yeah, it's always Boostio.
There's got to be adjustments, and Boostio is going to drop back to play C. Hard anchoring that spot.
2 rounds left and a half, 2 more chances.
This is another round where CGRS has the thrash
flash this, and then they look like
this one's a major tool. It is so difficult to deal with, especially on a map like Lotus, where there's 3 sites and you tend to be more split up. Good luck spraying that shark down.
Yeah, 200 HP, difficult target to chew through. So pause in the play once more.
But already this is wrong, right? Already wrong, right? Just from that initial setup, EG this round,
with the showstopper, not quite the showstopper, but the satchels at least to take up all of that space and ground. Ultimo was trying to TP onto the high ground to see if he can get a bit of a punish, but bit of a
I'm just in a 5v5 retake on a map where there's a lot of space to have to retake.
Couple of layers to it. Jing's going to be the first one to receive, and well, look at that, shut down immediately.
He looks so sharp.
Towards the back of the site, can they remove him? They can indeed, but they have so much more to get through. Towards the connector, Boostio's doing a decent job of things. He's already found his way onto the site, into the connector. He goes, halving the defuse, sticking it through. Boostio, he will not be denied. EG.
Hey, pretty
themselves
big
a nice
mistake by
round there, 4
PaperX
to 7.
I don't know how Boostio found these 2 kills.
Just too distracted on the flanks there to try and push them away from it.
Yeah, EG were retaking with 4 players coming from drop.
And again, it's impatience on the plant spot from CGRS, just being like, plant.
But he's top fragging now for EG.
You know, rather than just putting it in the corner.
Here he is coming through for the punish on
that's
Jing,
just
and then just
impatience
drops
again,
down,
I think.
deletes CGRS. Gets
Like,
on the
it's
defuse.
a terrible plant.
And it's not the greatest plant in the world. Wingman taking that into
But
a
again,
bit of
that's just impatience, because I mean, if he
spot.
just comes around this corner, he can plant there. It's not like, you know, that's not really...
Same defensive setup.
It's really difficult.
That early Odin spam on the attack side. You can see that line of sight. Fire rate as well.
Again, it's just the same. But again, I would say for EG, this is kind of wrong.
Can't play the early aggressive
like, you know,
angle here. Now you're setting
you
up
can't give up this much
CGRS,
map control on this map.
Fresh in his hands. Unleash now, paving the way to try and take this side up, but already lots of players grouped up. EG, 3 of them. It's PaperX who want to try and take it in a different direction. Good paranoia. Cuts its way across, no kill to be claimed. Spike still planted again. It's not a good spot for him, really. He can't really spam from this angle. Seeker's in his face. Com, well, he's granted it. This side, it does not matter. Judge in hand. Shotguns versus shotguns. And Com claiming 2. Towards the side now. Needs to be a fight taken. Good trade, but Demon 1 is instantly there. He's low, though. Has to back away. Someone has to get on his defuse. It's Ethan facing away. Back to the wall. Spam onto the corner. Will he go down? Will he fall? He will not. It's
How have EG got 5 in this half? How have they got 5?
Finish to the round. Still down.
Well, PaperX,
but the half ends at least
on
just dire straits.
Yeah, EG have somehow saved this one. Ridiculous
I don't
fashion
think
these
EG
final 3 rounds. The Seeker caught Com inside
played
the
it
smoke.
well, but
and yet,
the last
there's no
rounds
way
were
King
not
is
the
expecting
best
him to
rounds
still
I've
be
ever
in
seen.
there, pushing forwards with a judge. PaperX taken off guard in the final couple by a defensive
let's put it this
in
way.
the setup. Now we
Fnatic are going to win this map
it's actually fairly even.
in their grand final.
Probably shouldn't be.
Fairly even chances here.
I'll guarantee you that. That one's free. Put that in the middle of the bingo board, because that one's free.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined by Benkai here. Now, Benkai, you've been here with this team before international tournaments. The first half, the first map, not the best, but this half has been a lot better. So talk me through what you made of this half.
I think we just caught EG really well with like the pace that we had at the start, like, and our aggressiveness. It just feels like we've been pretty much doing the same thing, and it just seems to work. So they're just gonna run with that throughout the whole map, I think.
Now for EG, they've never made a grand finals at an international tournament before, but you guys have. So what do you think that your boys need to do in this best of 5 to make sure that they do make another final?
I think they just need to keep their spirits and their moods high, because the way that we made the finals last year in Copenhagen was we just had a really good mood and everyone was feeling really confident, which does seem like they're having the time of their lives right now, like no matter what the score is. So I'm not really that worried about them not taking the map.
And lastly, very quickly, obviously you used to IG on the team, and now we're hearing the system is a little bit different. Would you be able to explain some of what's happening in the team right now in terms of the IGLing situation?
PRX versus CG is worth it, thinky
Sort of
21
is everybody contributing at the same time, so each person will have their own input, like, oh, they're doing this at the start of the round, what can we do to prevent that from happening? And then they'll just form a plan around it together. So it's sort of like 5 people contributing together to make one round.
Wow, yeah. I mean, it's working right now, so thank you very much for joining me, Benkai. He's
9407 with the 7
as well. What about you, Sideshow and Bren?
Got to keep the vibes going. I mean, that's the one thing we have learned about this PaperX squad, you know, especially with them now dishing out this kind of IGLing duties across a lot of these players, 5 players, you know, coming up, formulating a plan. If the mood does get sour, it can put a bit of a dampener as well in terms of the comms and who's contributing to it.
If you wanted a team, though, to keep their spirits up, you'd be looking at PaperX. I feel like they've done so much work for that. It's something that Alex has really pushed for them
somehow
as well.
EG are in this game, and now they're on attack side, and they have a chance. I mean, I think that their defense side there looked like they had no idea what to do.
1 for 1 on map 1.
You know, they've changed comps, so you can clearly tell that, like, you know,
all the difference
they don't have the set plays, they don't have the... I mean, they don't have the map understanding, to be honest, looking at that half.
PaperX, though, they'd love to have a chance and an answer back here. Cam's going to be spotting them. Tap
they
on
know where they are.
In fact, the full middle as well. They've been used
They
as
never
in
destroyed
their
this
face. Nobody
camera.
can see a bloody thing. And somehow, it's Mindfreak who comes out with the kill.
Still haven't destroyed this camera.
The damage being done. An attempt now and a
Lookman's
call to fall
lost,
right
but
back out of
Com.
this one. Com
And
joining
Ethan.
with the rest of his team. Got this crossfire set up. Mindfreak has opened up the door, and inside the smoke he has
where he
hunted
is.
out and sniffed out. Ethan is there. Wingman to the side, seeking
such
the
a
defuse.
problem.
Demon One has
Man,
to try
that's-
and put
I mean,
the
this is
pressure
where the
on. He has
Wingman
to swim wide
shines.
to try and break this one, but he cannot claim a kill in time.
That's just so
PaperX
annoying, isn't it?
steal away
Because you
that
know,
one.
like, how are you going to deal with that? Like, as soon as
It's
he...
rare you see
get-
Lil Bro win a round,
Yeah.
but that puts so much pressure on Demon 1.
Oh, and...
Usually, he's in a spot there where he can try and play.
Well.
He knows that he's going to be able to
Hello.
isolate a 1v1. This round, CGRS combos the Dizzy with the flash excellently to put pressure on people as the plant is going down.
Okay, big win for PaperX.
Then he's picking up kills, and he makes things almost impossible for Demon One to win the clutch. I've been so impressed with how PaperX has taken an agent that is seeing almost no playtime in competitive Valorant and pushing it right to the top. They're making a tournament run with a Gecko 1 trick.
Yep.
This is absurd. And it looks good.
You'll be seeing teams experiment, Josh. Listen, don't get too carried away.
A Canada man with the 140 Canadian dollars. Enjoy the 95 cents, big bro. It doesn't say 95 cents to
I was
me.
mainly talking about the idea of running
For
5
me,
content creators.
in fact, guess again. Canada man will gift a sub whoever is correct.
Let's not give Sentinel any more ideas. But
Canadian dollars to dollars.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly would.
All right, so once more, both teams go 1 for 1 in pistols. And that's one of those strengths that I talked about for EG at the beginning of this tournament. It made them look
Again, you can
utterly
tell who the
unstoppable.
Googlers are.
Grouped up, gathered up. Trying to work their way into the side, smoke in their face. And with the Bulldog, it's all clean. Only the one casualty. That's mine.
Can't see anyone get it.
At least save his gun as well.
Oh, there you go. Warlord Wibbs got it. 106.
Not the biggest ult in the world that you want to be generating, to be honest, but
That's what
I
you
think
get
you'd be
after.
happy
Oh,
about
yeah,
it
yeah.
anyway.
Oh, I get nothing of this. Bezos
On
is
the other
taking
side
it
of
all.
things, Com
Don't
is
worry
now
about
one
me.
orb away from having his pit down. And if EG want any chance of being able to get back
Don't
into
worry
this,
about me.
they need to be leaning heavily into that.
If you want to just,
generating,
you know,
other ults generating
give
rounds,
money to Bezos,
the snowball,
there's
the
plenty of ways
avalanche.
of doing it. They've made plenty of ways
Com's actually
that
playing
you
this
can give
first
money to
part of the
Bezos.
round alone, though. Just going
Okay.
to throw his orb
9-5.
down, at least to give him an opportunity to return back to A in the round.
Pretty heavy stack C.
See where he wants to play.
But Jing just sends the Boomba out and actually
One way in the
rotates.
boombox to set it up, smoked across, and a flash in the face of Mindfreak. He has to get out.
Okay, they put a smoke down for him though.
Gives up the angle. It's 2 trips to play off of.
So Com's going to take this orb. Those
They get the
trips are going to be
Viper's Pit.
dangerous.
Normally
in
you
this
do
half.
start to come towards
We saw
B.
teams try and run the
The
raise
Viper's
to be
Pit
able to
is pretty
break
good.
those satchels. So useful. Demon One's going to have a little bit of a tough time, and especially if Com decides to do something like pit
Thought
into
Bezos
C,
is going to do a submarine stream next. Well,
those could be a big issue.
It's all been slowed down.
we'll
around
see
the
if
mid-mark. Line up for a bit of global pressure. So this Trailblazer and a Snakebite, it's going to fake like they're
see if it's
taking
made
it
of
over
the
towards
stuff
A.
it should be.
The goal of this is to pull rotations back over towards that area of the map. It gives up C ever so slightly, but I mean, Mindfreak's not taking the bait.
Okay, they decided
Jing
not
looks
to
like he
flash
wanted
it.
to. He's backing away, but again, now he's playing back towards C, still holding this paranoia, and here it is. Sails through, vulnerable duck in his face. TP's back out again. An idea and approach. These trips, will anybody be able to play off of it? Satchel to the side. It is latching onto them still. It's brute force. It's the name of the game for EG. Get themselves in, and the pit is down at their feet. Ethan covering the fire just as it blooms. An attempt, a chance, but Forsaken only the one.
And I believe they're planted outside the pit there. Maybe I miss Zor.
Well, maybe a chance for them. Tavai is low though, can't quite get the crosshair on the target. Tavai revealing his position, bit of spam into the corner. 8 bullets left with the Bulldog. Just an impossibility with the Viper's Pit in his face.
God,
Look
what
at
a
that gap as
setup.
well with the pit. I mean, there's a slightest,
Ridiculous.
slightest gap there for
Good
Boostia to play in. Com,
Okay.
adjustment, a flick to the side.
EG
He
do
shuts
get the
it down.
round.
So,
They do use a Viper's
6
Pit.
to 9. We said it was a must-win round for EG. Couldn't have let that one get out
And
of
we
their
saw
hands,
Paper Rex in
Paper
that
Rex
round.
get
Just
up
not
to
have that much control. You know,
Clearly
they
had
push
a
back
game
on
plan
A.
with that ultimate. I mean,
Didn't
that
have a
looks
lot
like
of control
a
towards
nerdy
C.
Viper rod. Little gaps where they know how to support each other, how to be able to play in the post. Ethan, Com being able to play off each other immaculately there to trade out effectively.
Okay, it's a bit more of a default this time.
These kind of spots.
Making a go of it. So hard to try and punish a player.
They didn't
Spot,
realize.
though.
They
Yeah.
didn't know that Boostio was around the corner. If Jing had known, that nade is going through and they are blast packing onto him almost 10 times out of 10, I think.
So Boosty is able to escape. No damage being done to him, just the turret being broken.
Okay, destroy the camera.
Nice mid-rounding from EG. Breaking a lot of the util. Cam was spotted out as well, which was broken. Dragging players over towards C, while the rest of the team now work and set their sights onto A.
And Ethan
And
one
again,
away
PaperX,
from
not a
his
lot of
ultimate.
control.
with a little bit of A control, they might be able to grab some Seekers that would put enormous pressure on CGRS.
Door's broken, Trailblazer leads it in. This makes it feel like, I mean, it feels like they're almost just going into B, but
it might bait CGRS to push through the smoke.
Still waiting. The smoke's surely going to be fading in any moment now. Yeah, the timer, the internal timer, CGRS's head, but Orb gain. Seekers pushing forwards. Bustio, he fell in the middle of all of this. He was lurking out towards the back line. Demon 1 is there.
The reload by Con is really
onto
good.
the site. Plant to go down.
That camera see him?
Post plant gets
That
played.
camera didn't see him.
Forsaken's just missed his cam, I think. He was trying to use it to clear out Com, or at least to give him some information.
Forsaken feels like there could be a player lurking through the main choke. It's an important fight to take. 3 players of PaperX roofed up now. Here's Forsaken through, does not expect it, so taken care of. And now, the entirety of EG set their sights towards the back of the site. Nade sails over the top. Divide.
Device found him,
the first onto.
Catching Com being a bit too aggressive.
Plays in, but time is starting to run really short here. Demon 1 still locking it down from the tree. Angle flash in their face. Backed around. Satchels.
Okay, EG coming back into it. And I feel like, I don't know, PaperX, I feel like with their comp as well, like you've got to be playing
with an
somewhat
important
aggressive.
one on the board here.
That's a
Starting
massive
to
round to
generate
win.
a comeback
They're just,
and knocking PaperX's
like
economy
their
down.
rotates are all, they don't know where to be.
This exec off the Seekers worked very nicely. They increased the tempo, and in prior rounds they faked A control. And CGRS has used his utility to re-clear that area. And that's part of how PaperX have looked to generate their advantages, is by calling
they gotta take a timeout. They gotta,
CGRS, he was
own
thinking
some
about
map
it, saw him
control.
inside the smoke, wondering if he should try and gain that info back for his team. And he just ended up a little too close to the exec when it happened.
Like both teams are just doing the same thing. Like you don't win on this map by just like
What is the adjustment
playing
now that
normal,
needs to be made
guys.
for PaperX? Losing grip ever so slightly on this half.
And do you think they're discussing strategy? Or is it a vibe shift?
It might just be a
could
vibe
anything.
check, honestly, yeah.
It could be absolutely anything with a PaperX timeout.
You just don't know.
Their comms videos are wonderfully crafted. I mean, really illuminating into what the team atmosphere looks like. But sometimes in these big matches, there is
You
a
win
single
this
player
map
that steps
by
up. Forsaken
trolling
said
and
that it was him
WPing.
in
Well,
that
not trolling,
grand finals that they played.
but being aggressive is
They were
good.
crowned the victors over in Pacific.
I mean, they're on a
In moments like this, in an
pretty bad
arena
save
like
this
this,
round.
sometimes you need a player to step up and take charge. Sometimes the hive mind has the struggles, has the wobbles, and you need a hero.
But like with
So
this
far,
comp,
in
what you should be
Master Tokyo, they've been
doing
talking about
is
how
like
good CGRS
having,
was at that.
you know,
But
pick
he's
a part of the
RGL for them
map
in a couple of maps.
like this, take it.
Talk about
You know, obviously this is a
heroes
save,
stepping
so
up.
Forsaken
Here's an
doesn't have the
adjustment.
util,
More
but
players to
you,
meet
you
them.
put the Cybers up,
Take
set
control
up
of A.
wherever, right? And you get aggressive
players
elsewhere.
around. I
Like
mean, you
this
can't
is what
just
you
expect that
need
piece
to
of
do on this
utility.
map.
You will be
But
falling.
both teams, we've like if you're back like this behind all of
that area
this,
of the map
like
quite early,
you
if
can't
I've
win this
completely
map.
given up
It's like it's literally not possible to win on
and a half
defense
by,
doing
so
that on
it's a
this
good
map.
time to take risks like that. Maybe we'll see the adjustments.
Because again,
as
the
well that they were
rotates for
making towards
attackers
next one when they've got
are
the money
shorter than the
to buy up the
rotate
guns.
rotates for defenders. So
Chance of a timing. Forsaken with the Sheriff, who will grant him a sightline. Bustio, he's eager for it. The opportunity and chance.
And Con was trying to backstab these B players that were opening the door. Now he's getting crunched.
Yeah, he's the one who's going to be squeezed. Can't lose these rifles, can't give this one over. This is a little bit precarious. Right through, vulnerable. No, spams down 2. Enough damage done. CGRS, he holds it down, but there was help on the way. Ethan, ready to clean him up, make sure that rifle did not fall into enemy hands.
Very smartly played by Con. I think that's one of the big reasons why the Viper works so well against PaperX. Just being able to vulnerable your opponents as they push you is a massive advantage. Didn't work out amazingly for Evil Geniuses on their defense side.
yeah, see
But
if
now,
Forsaken got
only
an
one
Odin
round
ace on
separates
this map
these two
before.
teams. Ult advantage, though, very slimly, I would say, in favor of PaperX here, with CGRS having Thrash online. It's good for information, it's good for applying pressure, retakes. Very versatile ultimate.
Second spot.
The beginning of this round, though, is
No
going to be a
util
quick
now.
dash.
Got 2 trips
Side of
left.
rubble. With a flash over the top to supplement. Get some of that space towards A. Deep down as
Oh!
well. Bustio was tagged up. Plenty of time, apparently, to adjust your aim enough and brings down Mind3. So,
And now they're just coming towards A. Now they have
the front of
punished
the site we
Bustio
go
there.
for EG.
They have a Razor
Clearing
now
this
as
one
well.
out.
And they have a
don't know.
Cypher
Back of the
roll.
side is compromised. Still going to have to
I
potentially
don't
clear
think
that one
I'll
up.
use
But
that.
just giving it up for now. Plant's going to go down. Nothing to dissuade it. Forsaken on the high ground. Not the best weapon for the job, is it, with the Odin? He's aiming for the heads, but we'll almost gets taken down in response. And here's Thrash. You might start to see it really pay off here. Any sort of detainment will be nice. Spam onto the corner. Ethan, he brings down Jing, but detained. So, 1-for-1 trade. Players posted up. Far back angles. How do they approach this one with the defuse? They still have the wingman. Possibly get themselves onto it. That is beautiful.
God, that's so cool.
The Neuro theft, it sets them up.
And wingman on the defuse again.
2 pieces. Odin spam on top of it. That is just miraculous.
What a play!
Yeah, what an idea.
PaperX looked fabulous there. They combined Trailblazer, Boombot, and Thrash together. So you can't possibly break them all. That gets them the opening into the site.
You know, combo the Sky with the...
theft is... It's PaperX to a T.
Yeah, that is
It's
delightful.
unusual, you don't think about it. Who else is playing Cypher?
And the wingman's on the defuse as well. They weren't ready for that either.
Beautiful stuff. And the Boostio aggression giveth and it taketh away. As he found one and then got caught.
Okay, this time they got a triple stack towards C. It feels like one of the first times that PaperX have had this.
Here we go. Fight taken with the flash and a nade. Pushing them back once they realize that mound control. Oh, it's not quite there.
We're not getting
The
a jet knives kill.
Sailing right over the head. Is Mindfreak still alive? Him and Divide. Making it a painful exit. EG left scampering.
We're not getting that jet knife kill. That was our chance.
Uncommon failure from Demon 1 as Mindfree picks up 4. I feel like if he was able to land a single Blade Storm, maybe the round could have been doable. Now that started with PaperX reading the fact that they were going to take Boostio's lockdown to C. And
the thing is, yeah, all of these are likely though.
Potter's going to instant call attack timeout after this. Because
These are the ones that
trap play like
are the
that,
hard ones to
I
get.
think
We're
is
still only on
unacceptable
2,
for
right?
EG.
We got this one and we got this one.
Those kind of plays where they're off sound, alt orb tap, something like that in C are so common.
Yeah.
So common.
We should have had this. This
And yet
will
the
happen.
big moment, the pressure,
But these 3,
the speed
these
that both
4,
teams have been playing at causes those kind of errors and mistakes.
maybe we'll get an error
Playing against a team like
skill.
PaperX,
I thought
they
EG
win.
honestly,
Yeah, the faster plays,
you know,
man.
the
We've been
start of the
hearing teams
half,
talk
they
about
looked
it.
good here, but
That was
PaperX
something
now
that
on
EG's
11.
coach talked about a ton. That they just got baited into playing the high tempo game and they couldn't hold
You are
on.
so getting saved by
Don't
Kid in
keep
the Shadows.
diligence.
Why?
Like you said, you know,
What's
that
Kid in the
trap play,
Shadows?
that works in that instance right here, right now. Maybe because this is a big game. You know, you're in this new arena, thousands of people
You're just
watching
quoting
you.
Bible
Lower
verses in
bracket
here.
finals, no more second chances.
Yeah. And I think one of the other ways that PaperX baits you is that
Don't know if you can see
they
that or
do a
not.
lot of stuff that's based on
I asked for
timing
knife in the
and
middle.
instinct. And then they'll throw a
Well,
trap play
thanks
at
for
you,
that.
some set
It should be
coordinated
something
piece
hard
of
in the middle.
defensive aggression
Look at all of this.
on many of their maps that takes you off guard with how coordinated it is. And that's quite a standard trap play that they just showcased. But I think that really left EG Relay.
Yeah, no, something, no problem, man. This guy, he can't play. CGRS is in, stepping up for the team. Listen, not exactly the one-to-one in terms of the roles, but they are just plugging and playing him in with his Gecko knowledge here. And now PaperX up to 11.
Boostio's gone for an attacking
again,
operator
contesting
to try and deal
space.
with what PRX are up to.
So yeah, they go for the attacking op to try and deal with
Going
it.
to clear this close corner because look,
They'll
it's
still have a
CGRS
bye here even if they lose.
posted up deep onto
So-
rubble.
but they will be on
This
12.
is exactly where the Snakebite lineup goes if Com wants to send one in.
They do have util to clear it. At least the lineup in the back mines, we've seen Com use it.
There's actually more of an aggressive fight happening over at C. Jing, full blind, still holding W, tucking himself into
Now the only
corner.
problem is
Does not care.
CGRS
Look at
has
the
no way of getting out.
disrespect being shown. He does not care. Tanking 2 of the flashes. TP across,
you go.
setting it up with a jump spot. Divide looking for that information. Punish with the attack side
really
up,
think
so
someone's
finally
on my phone.
revealed.
And that'll be a surprise for PaperX too. The operator coming out.
Not expecting it.
Where are EG going with this? 45 seconds. It's time for a lockdown. And it looks like they're going to take B control.
Lockdown, door opens up, an attempt to try and punish this one. There's a fight being taken as well, punishing it all over towards
Still
Mount.
gets it.
Jing
Get
is
this
there.
on.
He's gonna hold on, shots right through the wall. Lockdown's gonna be getting off here. Fight needs to be won. Backing away with the satchels. No players detained, and the site is theirs. Viper's Pit. Drop through. Wallbang spam angles. They got lineups on lineups for days, but Team 1 will put down any sort of funny business with the very funny gun. No chance in hell. Team 1 is ripping off heads and taking names off the list, isn't he? Single-handedly making this one winnable.
Interesting that
Great
Jing didn't
game plan
even
from
take
EG
that. He
too.
could have taken the op, to be honest.
Looked like CGRS was going to be difficult for them to deal with over by Rubble. They just ignore him completely. I like the patience, too, that EG demonstrated
Okay, so the
in this
attacking
round.
side up.
Jing was a constant problem for them. And so they dealt with all of the supportive elements and have left Jing until the very end to mop up. Don't offer him any early fights. Pick off his support with an operator, head to the other side of the map, and use your ults to be able to get into a site exec properly. It's nice. It gets EG up to 9, but PaperX is still in control of this map.
For most of this map, it's felt like there's just been that 2-round deficit. You think back to the half as well, when it was 7-5, it's just been carried all the way forwards.
Definitely.
The narrowest of leads, still held by PaperX, still in control.
And an operator on the field. For Devi over on the C side, not going
Devi
to be
goes for
contested
an
early. Instead, the flash of rubble.
Oh my!
And it's Boostio's up that comes out on top.
Was he trying to turn
the flash over the top that was not detted. CGRS was trying to play anti-flash. That's why it's back towards all of them. Trip's gonna be cleared out.
Sacrificial Trailblazer just goes to take the trip. And now that forces PaperX to go for info peaks.
Okay, this attacking
Not what
up.
you want to do when you're up against the operator.
Not at all.
Which works way more than you think it should.
Such an aggressive, risky angle here, though.
Man. I mean, he spots it, and there it is.
Again, just sending him
Number
in.
one for the collection.
It's not even Demon 1, it
Now,
is
when he opened,
Boostio.
though, he had Util in his hands, and the cage cut him up from the rest of his team. There was no follow-up. Forsaken tucks himself into the corner.
No way.
Into the box. Is this going to get cleared? Some level of foresight. It's there, and a re-swing. Spammable through the box. Demon 1 dashes forwards. Maybe not intended. Chocobo, he's got his back.
And Devi's only got an off. I think he might
in the
save.
moment. 40 seconds in the round. Plenty of time to take a breather, but they opt to take the spike and get the plant anyway. It's Devi left in that 1v2.
Giving away his position with the flash.
Yeah, and he's only got the op to do it. Smoke in his face. Paranoia. Sensory deprivation. Doesn't know where they are. Silent drop down. Still contacting. I don't think they saw him cross here, but there's so much to watch for. Yeah, Devi's got util, but does he choose to use it? Ult popped off.
Clearing back
through
side.
into the back. It's pinged out. I think they know the Devi's here. Tap onto it. It's a weird plant location. Door rotates. He hears it. The footsteps perfectly sound baiting, perfectly noise baiting. There was no
And they
tap
don't
from
keep
Devi.
the off either. Right, this attacking off has
exactly
caused
forced
some
the issue
massive
from
problems
EG, but they
here.
chose to
I mean,
take the fight
Boostio's just
anyway.
walking up and getting kills on kills.
EG pick another one out. And drop PaperX's economy
PaperX
down
having no
into
timeout?
rough
I can't
territory.
remember.
Not impossible. But ever since Boostio has gotten this operator online, EG have found
One enemy remaining.
victories out of it. I think it tames Boostio a little bit too. Some of his lurk timings have been overly aggressive, trying to make a play desperate
Okay, they
to
do have another
drag his team
timeout.
back into
So
contestation.
obviously they
on
need
this
to
map.
talk about how they want to deal with this attacking up.
And now he's been able to find a lot of good opening fights.
We're seeing a nice back and forth this, huh?
Instead of having to react to PaperX.
PaperX weren't that
control
aggressive
it
or
and
weren't
fight
contesting
purely for
space,
that
they were getting
control.
abused, they started
Going
losing
into
rounds.
some kind
PaperX
of
take a timeout, they
execute,
decide
push
to
up
go
towards
for
the
some
side.
more aggressive plays, they start winning some rounds.
40 seconds.
Then EG
something
take a
like that.
timeout and they want to get an attacking up to stop the aggression, and now we have PaperX's timeout to see what they do to stop the attacking up, which is countering
Best
their
of 5,
aggression.
sure, but you don't want to go 2 maps down in the series, not when this one was so winnable.
PaperX would not be unfamiliar with being 2 maps down in a BO5 and coming away with the win anyway. If you recall, they're the first team in VCT history to reverse sweep a BO5. Previously saw it in Game Changers, but it took up until the Pacific Grand Finals against DRX for a reverse sweep to happen in this circuit. So they know they can do it. You'd never want to be in that spot, though. No. Especially when this has been your map pick to start
It's
the
just a
series.
stinger by.
Ten to 11.
That's close. That's trying to catch Mind Freak on the jiggle.
Just time to give it to Demon 1.
More than dangerous. Booster's like, I think I'll take this. Okay.
While facing away to dodge any kind of trap flash setup. Though having said that, not as good against a Paranoia, which is frequently used in that kind of position.
Just the stingers. Maybe a rifle for CGRS. Deep flash, they know that nobody's touching.
They're gonna play for all 3.
Boostio's going around the map. Hoovering up the ult orbs.
And one more left to gain.
So the timeout is don't be as
Be
aggressive.
aware of it, but I don't
Make them
think
exec
they
onto
really
us.
have any of the tools, high pen weapons to try and do damage.
But now
to
at least that you've threatened aggression, they have to do this, right? They have to use a snake bite, they have to use the dog to clear it
Be
out.
aware of this one though. Look at this lineup. Where's this one going to land? Mosh pit. I mean,
You know, they're not taking this early fight like they were.
I don't know. I mean,
And getting that early space.
It can't be on the Altorb.
for
It must be
free.
for rubble.
Play
But where's the
something of a
contact for
Dizzy.
that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Here's Dizzy. Information
Bro.
gathered. That collects onto a cacophony of players, all
What a
grouped
trap.
up. Beautiful work. And they
Oh
have
my
absolutely
God.
turned
What a
EG
Dizzy
into
flash.
mincemeat.
We were wondering how on earth they were going to stop EG from picking up that final Altorb, and I've never seen a play like that.
Yep, Dizzy through the tiniest of margins, over the top, into the ceiling. Mind Freak. He's got to put a stop to this one. Smoke, lets them cross in. Paranoia up. There's no real time to play with. Through the smoke, Comstall lands the shot, but where is the spike? It's in his hands, and he needs to plant it now.
He's just saved them.
Time running so damn short, but I think they've just got enough to extend it. Brought it into it. Yeah, here's the post plant. Ob still in the hands of team, and one, here's another one.
And they're in trouble,
Right
Paper
for
Rex.
him, pushing deep into the spawn now, over the top, over the heads, Dizzy, lands Jing, he hasn't spotted it. Ships in the night, Commerce lurks right behind them, and they are none the wiser, clearing out everything. I cannot believe it. It's planning for him. A tap, he knows it. Com may have just made a massive play. One to save the map, a tap onto it.
He ran out of bullets!
Has to go for the reload, another tap, forcing it. Snake bite, doesn't know if it connects, has to be a wide face. Half to defuse, it's shut down. But my God, what a chance. What an attempt by Com.
An unbelievably smart play to try and win the clutch there. But credit has got to go for to PaperX for that trap play that we witnessed over towards A.
It's always
That's
a
what
thrifty
really
to get
seals
you.
this round. What on earth is this? Dizzy combo with Flash, they open the door, wingman out, players pushing through the breakable door, which was softened up earlier on.
Yeah, that's what 1,000 hours of Gecko looked like, apparently.
And also, an impeccable read on what EG were doing. You look at Tab, you see Boostio's taking one Altorb, two Altorbs, you know he's going A.
This is it, precipice for the map. PaperX, only one step away, out in the open. Boostio does not know which way to stand.
And that's the lockdown gone.
Yep.
Made to look silly, foolish by PaperX.
And they left it scrambling into the sight lines. Divide with the operator, straight down mid.
5v3.
It's EG that are being picked apart here, looking for any available option. You go one way, it's an operator. You go the other way, it's a Cypher setup.
We've seen all three players.
Cross-section of wires in the traps. All you got to do is drop down and you're going to be punished. Showstopper around the side.
Ding.
Ethan's there.
Oh,
Drop
no.
forwards. Can they really make something of this? Trailblazer round the side. It catches.
No way
Mind
you've
Freak.
thrown
And
this.
the punish is there. How has this turned?
No way you've thrown this. Why did you have to get so aggressive in a 5v3?
For the map.
Why?
See the extension in play. CJRS pushing
Okay,
through.
no
The smoke
jet
is
knife kill.
instantly there.
Why, PaperX?
down.
Why did you
What
do that?
was that
Why
from
did
EG?
Jing? Why you had a why? Jing's
small
ults
smile on
are
the face of
genuinely, for
Ethan.
someone who plays
He
Ray so
knows
much,
that
they
they've
are
just
so
absolutely
bad. Like, let's be real.
PaperX. Forsaken was in his
no
camp
way.
watching
Well,
all of this
100%
happen.
well.
How have those bullets gone through that wall to kill Jing? And then all of the aggression, proactivity coming out from Ethan's flashes. That's masterful.
And
it's
now
dropped
they're on a
PaperX down
save.
into a shorty
And now
bye.
they have the
For this, the
lockdown.
final
They
round
had to win
regulation
that
all on the
round.
line.
Oh no, PaperX.
Chance
Oh
has been
no.
sucked out of the fingers of PaperX. Could have been their map. Grouped up towards mid.
Okay, again they go for this trap
They're
play.
going to seek to punish.
Don't know what it's off.
Still the turret in their face. What are they waiting for? They hear the Trailblazer towards Mounds. There's nothing to push this one back, but still holding this paranoia. A ping onto the corner.
I mean, the traps have worked.
But what are they hunting for? Flash, wide face, and swing. It's collected.
They get it and they
Well,
get
it's
out.
just about
Crucial.
landing.
And come too slow. That one just taken off for timing. They were hoping to take contact early, didn't. Decide to re-clear it anyway.
What a way to get rewarded with one of the very few rifles you really had, maybe.
Yeah,
There's a
now the
chance
dog
now.
comes back out. They
Big player
start to rotate
advantage.
towards C.
Team one falling. A lot of the initiative that's going to be in this round is going to be taken away from them. You
Now
don't
they still
the
have
jet
this
player.
lockdown to enter,
It's not a
but
disaster just yet. They have lockdown seekers to work with.
Seekers, Ethan, trying to make this one
how
feel
comes
like an A
Ethan
hit.
Seekers? I
Breaking
mean,
through
no
the
one
door,
coming towards
following
A.
up behind it. It's not too much else pushed up behind. Only the Seekers, though, they have pulled players all the way into spawn. I mean, PaperX are just collected there. It's like the round's just begun, man. 30 seconds remaining, and it's the double back, the double fake. EG are running right into this one. It's being read by PaperX with the Seekers of their own. It's spelled out disaster. Lockdown It has to be used to clear this one forwards. Plant. An opportunity and a chance to Seiken. Seeking to take the timing, but he's going to be punished.
Comms holding their back.
All the way further. All the way
Destroyed the
back towards
lockdown,
Rubble.
but trade it for a
Punishing onto
kill.
the Vi. And here's the Thresh now. Has to try and get some sort of detainment, but it's a scattering of players. EG not giving him a glimpse, not giving him a chance. 2 left standing here. No more rifles. Smoke's dropped down. Mindfreak seeking to clear through. Defuse started by the wingman, but no damage, not enough done. The shorties, they break it down. Half on a defuse, maybe an opportunity, but no. Brought down to the knees. EG all the way.
An absolute miracle hero play from everybody across the team in round 23, sorry, and then immaculate calling from Boostio. That is mastermind.
I don't believe
he
it.
has,
that
in every sense of the world,
literally all 1v1s. Or even 2v1s against.
The Hive Mind was able to take down the Mastermind just for PaperX to get into this match. But that was a beautiful round from EG to be able to get them into overtime.
If combat 10 bullets, yeah.
Pushing and pulling.
Oh,
And the 7-5
that round is going to
ended
stick
up getting
with me.
recovered.
I mean, they knew that all 3 were here. All they had to do was just chill and just play 5v3.
12 to 12.
Because half of them still had stingers, like...
To pull off something ridiculous to even make it possible. PaperX.
This is a different setup, Brent. We talked about how EG adjusted their defense in order to start winning those 3 rounds at the end of the first half. Now Boostio's
their defense, they still don't know
with
how to
all
play
of his
defense,
killjoy
right? I mean,
utility
look at how
here.
basic they still
I don't
are.
think he did
Like,
this once.
Double door here. Boostio's just trying to get his eyes on the traces.
I mean, there's still way
counter
too
spam
fast.
maybe
I mean,
in
look,
order, but
Forsaken's
no
just
kills to be
walked down
found, no
C.
damage either. The nanoswarm's already been cleared. It's the bait and switch, and they wait out the util. Here's a satchel play. What is that? You can always count on
What
Jing,
is
and he
that?
has just broken apart the defense in the blink of an eye. Movement so clean. Jogamo seeking to deny. There's the plan. Disrupted with 2 kills there. Dodging off the
he's really just
showstopper.
playing on his
Laid
own.
at his feet. Round to the corner. Jing will not let him get away with it.
That was a chaotic round.
TikTok Omen put to bed. And Jing opens and closes the round.
Oh my goodness.
To get
I mean,
PaperX
what do you
up to
do
map
against
point.
that?
You can feel it. They are fired up for this.
Can't believe the movement here. I mean,
what an entry.
That second
Yo,
one.
what?
That is
It's
next.
2 improbable entries, one after another. Just to break PaperX in.
Yeah, and no one's ready for it. No one can trade it.
I mean, that one, they got 3 on the
They
site, and they just got
Trailblazer
destroyed.
leads the charge. Right back into it. PaperX
Okay,
now.
Devi goes for
again,
an op.
one more chance.
Devi's got an op over at C. Their Sky player has bought an op in overtime.
One of my friends yesterday, this is genius, by the way.
Definitely
They bought a Marshall because
like
we were
PaperX
playing against someone
moment
who was
Cam
opping in
tagging.
overtime. So they bought a Marshall
away
and
here.
just body shotted them and got a kill from
Away
it.
from the action. Here's a mosh pit. Wingman round to the side. That's a snake bite. Let's try and push back this aggression. This time, everything is contained.
This time they're ready for it. The incredible PaperX trap ends up biting them instead.
Kills collected. Mindfreak pushing through the smoke though. Risks have to be taken.
Okay.
TP was heard.
So we're going to
Spamming
double
into
OT.
the
This
smoke.
wasn't a tag-sided game.
Which direction?
So
do you really want to go in here?
You would
now?
expect that. They know that Mindfreak's on site. 'cause of that
Diligence.
flash.
Just using that util against the box there. Onto the close corners in case somebody was hiding.
They know the positioning of Mindfreak roughly. He gave it away with the paranoia about 5 seconds ago.
30 seconds left, Josh. They're going into B here, into the connector. Jing, he hasn't been dealt with. Still has a nade and a satchel. Jing, he's pushing forwards into them. He's taking a second kill away from.
I mean, you just never
Satchel's
expect
still
that.
there.
Who
Nade on
does
top,
that?
20 seconds remaining. It has to be a quick pivot, but right into the arms and sightline of Mindfreak. Blinded
He's
up.
blind.
Does not matter.
Spike is
Still
behind
has
the door.
shots. Spike, drop behind the wall. Time running short. Still only 12 seconds. Chogamo, he cleans him up. He's carving out a path. Maybe onto the site themselves. Com, he needs to get this plan down with only 5 seconds left. Brought down, stunned out. Com has to stick it. A rocket wall close.
GG.
Jing is a monster.
Well,
Both rounds of overtime.
that round won't haunt
Jing
me
puts
now
on a
because
masterclass.
PaperX won. But
What on earth was going through Evil Genius's head in that final round when they went for the B pivot and weren't possibly aware of Jing's positioning? What an opportunity!
They just lost a 5v3, and it all starts with just
over 300
Demon 1
ACS
running into
finishes
B-Door on
that
his
map
own.
with monstrous performance. And almost single-handedly winning both of those OT rounds.
Oh yeah, he was taking charge. The movement from the satchels, the containment when
Especially
things just
got to
started to
them, maybe.
spiral out of control. He just is that guy.
Okay, 1-1. What's next?
What a way
Split?
to set the stage here. A lower bracket finals.
Okay, Split should be a fun
With the
map.
map score now,
Again, I
Josh.
feel like Split is a map where both teams are decent.
Both teams have the briefest.
Like, to me, this is clearly a map where both teams...
Before we head whirling into
Like,
Split.
you know, as we've already
Where
kind of
we're
seen in the
expecting
tournament,
a double
like
duelist mirror
a good Lotus
to be able
team,
to carry the
like you
momentum
know,
of this
or like
series
the best Lotus team, Fnatic,
quicker
I
and
mean,
quicker
destroys both of these teams on this map.
This was a ludicrous map.
Yeah, this was a
I don't
scrappy
exactly
map.
know how PaperX were able to hold on towards the end because it looked like EG had figured something out. But those final 2 rounds, excellent.
Yeah, each team got one
Yeah, they
better.
can stand up to it here. The deeper this series goes, the more interesting it really gets as well. Map pool depth is going to be tested in the lower bracket final. Best of 5 territory that PaperX have been in before. EG, only Ethan to lean on in terms of that veteran presence to carry them through in scenarios like this.
I cannot wait to see where this series goes. And this guarantees us
Look, I mean, no one's even close to trading
Well,
that
that's gonna do
kill.
it
No
for
one's
map
even
number 2.
thinking
Go to
about
a short
trading
break
that
on the
kill.
other side of things, of
In a
course.
5v3.
Continuation of
I'm not
this
even
lower
thinking
bracket
about it.
finals. Don't go anywhere.
Well, PaperX ban Haven because they always ban Haven. Ugh, okay. Well, we're at least getting 4 maps. What's the order? So we got Split, and then we will get Pearl for sure. We might even get Ascent as well. Will this just go the way of the map picks? EG win Split, PaperX win Pearl. I could see it. We go to Ascent. God knows what PaperX will play on this map. I think this would favor EG either way, but PaperX could play something bizarre. Fnatic will definitely be watching this match. I mean, you'll want to be watching what they're doing, what they play, how they play. I think they'll be looking at Lotus and be like, well, that's a free win. But they probably already know that already. Split could be an interesting one. If PaperX won, I don't even know what they would ban, to be honest. What would they ban if they'd ban what? Pearl and I honestly don't even know. Ascent? I mean, yeah, maybe Ascent, honestly. No, not PaperX's ban. Fnatic's second ban against PaperX. PaperX won. I don't know what Fnatic's second ban would be against them. Anyway, let's you know what? I'm gonna do it. We're gonna rage together. Because we are getting another map, so we'll play ranked till after the next map. Are you ready? I'm gonna start with chicken. Okay, it's probably not an animal then. School. Road. Pencil. I guess school would be close if it was a pencil. Give me a random word. Tree. Just give me some random words. Face. Doctor. Submarine. Love. Good one. None of these are close. I mean, we gotta get something a bit close. Music. Okay, music is close. Maybe some kind of lesson? Language. Mats. Theater. You want to go for an instrument? Piano. It's not an instrument. So why is music close? A note is closer than most. Art. Okay, art is our closest one. Seems quite abstract almost, then kind of art, music. But we're not even that close, really. Book. Hobby. Poetry. Oh man, what is this? So, why is poetry so far away if art and music are quite close? Hold on, let me try maths. Sorry. Oh, I already tried math. I already tried math. What the hell could it be? Concert. Television, good one. Television, okay. Getting closer. Cinema. But not cinema. Interesting. Maybe something inside the house? Radio. Less close. It's a show. Show. Performance. Remote. No. Although that might be though. So movie is far away, but television and remote are not there. Cartoon. What the fuck? So maybe it's is it a household object? Fridge. No. What? Channel. Watch. Program. Good one. Okay, program is 76. Advert. Volume. But radio wasn't that close, so yeah. Money. Money is the closest one. What? Studio. News. No. Advert. I've already guessed advert. If advert is 371, there's no way it's advertising, is it? YouTube. No way. I'm sorry, I don't know this word. They don't know that word. Commercial, haven't I? Okay, commercial's pretty close. Money. Exchange. What? How is advert 371 and advertisement is 53? Products, good one. Product 25. Marketing. Marketing is 5. Sponsor. Sponsorship. It's 13. Promotion. Promotion. Good one. Well done, whoever said promotion. What were the closest words? They were promotional, discount, advertise, marketing, deal, sale. Okay, this one I'm not as annoyed by. because I do think that the words that are close were actually fairly close.
Horizon, where that Raze can still continue to thrive.
Well, let's go ahead and keep giving the flowers
Okay,
over
we're
to
gonna get
PaperX,
mirror
because
comps
that
here on
actually
Split,
takes
I
us to our
think.
aim lab shoot around as well. We're going to be checking out CGRS there. You know, no longer a fill-in, definitely doing the
I don't know why
job, and
Advert
has
was
been
so low,
stepping
that's
up big
true.
time for this team. Oftentimes last player in, and maybe last player out. This guy's been clutch.
He has been, and I think for me, I was debating over this a little bit last night as far as who is my player of the tournament so far, and I think that CGRS might have actually overtaken Kong Kong for me. As far as just this player, because there was so much. Kong Kong was such a known quantity coming into this event. We know that he's cracked out of his mind. We had so many questions about CGRS, and the numbers that he's been able to put up, the way that he has been able to synergize and bring this Gecko to the forefront alongside the rest of the team. I think he just has to be the guy that I'm going to be thinking about the most after this tournament is over, as far as just breaking all expectations.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely has. I mean, the players on PaperX are always talking about how he keeps the PaperX vibe, keeps people happy, adds some leadership into the mix. He's like the perfect substitute.
The crazy thing is, to hear that how much he's actually contributed from an IGL standpoint as well. To come in, obviously, the comfort to lean on him with a little bit of a quirky pick in the Gecko, pulling it out. But he's also shown on other agents that he's exceptionally proficient.
Yeah, because you come into this thinking that he is just that
1-1.
Gecko main, but actually ends up proving everyone wrong. But now this takes us over to Split for map number 3. We're all knotted up in the series here, but this is a good one, though, Mimi, for EG as well.
It is. They've been really successful with this double duelist comp here on Split, most recently losing that heartbreaking 13-11 loss to Fnatic to come down to this lower finals.
With the
They
6
have a
months, I
lot
don't
of
remember
great
saying
ideas
that.
in the mid-round.
Thank you for the
double
6
duelist
months,
comp.
brilliant
And they
one.
have a level of explosivity that we really normally are reserving to talk
CGRS
about
played
PaperX.
Ascent? No, PaperX haven't played Ascent
We'll
this
be waiting
time.
for that Prime Gaming Agent Select to make its way in just a second as we get ready for this one. Of course, PaperX desperately, Mike, needed that win because the journey at that point becomes that much more challenging. And you have to think for those 5 players on that stage, as well as Coach Alex, that confidence is brimming.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think examples like Jing getting fired up, being rewarded for some of this aggression as we jump into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. Not going to see any switch-ups here, and I think this does, in terms of momentum, it's huge for PaperX to come out of that previous map with the same sort of tempo, right? EG stretched them all the way, but here PaperX have an ability now to double down once
Bingo
again.
still
It's
looks
double
the
duelist.
same.
It's their bread and butter.
Demon 1 landing is
really
down.
looking at the Sky
with no
players
jet
in this
kills.
matchup, in CGRS and Ethan, both these guys are going to have such
But
a
yeah,
big
surely
impact.
we
These
get it
solo
now. And we
initiator
get
comps
another
in
map
getting
after this, which is
information in the
Pearl.
mid-round for their
Which,
teams and
again,
setting
we'll
up their
get a
duelists
Demon
as
1
well.
jet.
Last time we saw this one from PaperX was them versus EDG. They were only able to put up 9
Oh, we'll
round
go
wins.
for
EDG
second
got that one away
jet as
from
well.
them. Let's see how they fare, though, against EG.
Sorry.
All right, well,
What
this
can
is
I
it.
do?
We're all knotted up into series 1-1. We're going to Split. Let's see how the chips fall and send it right back over to Brendan Sideshow.
That splits that staging ground here for PaperX and EG. It's even across the board in terms of the map score. We're also going to have this, blowouts that tend to happen as well when you get deeper. And as well, this tournament has been quite one-sided at times on top of it. So I'm glad to finally see, actually, there is a bit of that fight back now and parity between the regions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that all of these maps end up getting crazier the deeper you get. This is going to be the double duelist mirror, which I think is exciting in and of itself. Can Jing continue? What does Forsaken look like going back onto that duelist role as we saw in map 1?
Eggy doing?
All of these kind
You
of
mean
stories.
Iggy?
But then as you get
Didn't
deeper
see
into the map
Iggy
pool,
for a
we
while,
get to
but
see
then I
stranger
saw
and
her
stranger
yesterday
stuff.
in the back garden.
We're guaranteed to get at
And,
least here into Pearl, where you
despite
get
not
to see
being my
Jing pick
cat,
up Phoenix.
showed me
Usually,
affection.
the final map might have
Despite me
Harbor
never
being
really
played
showing
on
her any
Ascent.
affection before.
We don't know what's going to happen if we do get to map 5. But for now, both teams just going to be soaking in the moment. It's double Sheriff here for Defiant Forsaken, a strategy we've seen a few times from them.
Okay, so
PaperX
big attack
nice
as you
tepid beginning.
normally do with this
Nothing
mirror.
explosive, contacting. They actually take ramp control relatively free. Gets him into position. Boombot spots it though. Have to be cautious of some util being used in response. CGRS will be the Trailblazer. Getting away with so much in the moment. Trailblazers exchanged. Little nade into the corner. A lot of damage being done. There's going to be a healing sight. Flash on
as
top
well.
of it. It's all being collected. Util combo together.
Mindfreak gets one
any sort of
back. They get the
advantage.
heal.
But a good pushback from Mindfreak, who manages to trade out a kill and leave EG on defense without their initiator that can grab information for them. Oh, Giorgamo's trying to find a timing. He's just heard them all run away.
Yep, close to the corner. No,
Bait.
that's going to be watched for by Devi.
Wow, the bait.
Shuts it down.
The bait and then they come back.
Funny business.
That is so
No
cool.
lurk timings to be gathered and gained, and it's left to PaperX
No,
to
EG
readjust.
think
and
that they are doing
reassess
that.
actually the situation they're in here. They're like, okay, we've got to and player advantage. Maybe they hear the drop. Even one falling to the ground. Fortunate timing. Couldn't really stand his ground and take the fight yet. He does deliver. Snake might drop down on top of it. There's going to be that collapse and combined.
They know where they both are.
Pressure.
I mean, these guys are both pretty low.
Onto the ramp, I should say. Flash. Try and at least gain them a bit of ground, but have dropped down. Spike in the hands of CGRS. It's a mad dash to try and get over to the B site.
We have time.
8 seconds left. Plant. Plenty of time to at least tap in and explore a
It
little
looked
bit.
like PaperX were good for it there as well.
All the way down.
I don't think that this was really the right call when you know that both
EG pick
have
up a
them.
pistol. They've been split
Well, they
very
should've just
even
gone to
in
the
this match
side.
so far. But the big thing to me is how much value EG were able to generate from taking these fights over towards Heaven.
And when they're both so
I mean,
low
Com
as
gets
well.
one in that spot, and then
get that
Boostio
kill.
picks up another. PaperX are trying to find unusual timings to pressure the A Heaven players as they would be looking main.
Yep.
But that didn't work out that
Wow,
time.
Com saying he's going to win
EG
the
able
map.
to pick it up,
3-0.
even without Ethan being online, giving them that constant info.
Felt like around the
Jing
PaperX.
has a shorty
in a good
and a blast
position to
pack.
win.
Where are you off to?
Yeah, what could he do with it?
What kind of mischief can you get yourself into?
Usually got this Marshall.
He'll be able to do a bit of damage. That's a team flash. Oh, okay.
And he dies.
Yeah, walking right into it. Forsaken having to go over with a Marshall purchase.
Well, it's a good job you're not expected to do anything in that round.
Morning, lads and
Falling
ladies.
flat on the face. But
Sargenti with the
this is actually
13
gonna offer
months.
EG
Hello.
Great opportunity, as long as they can clean up the rest of the rifles fairly cleanly. And suddenly, this doesn't look so clean anymore, does it?
Yeah, shot to the leg. Mindfreak survives. Oh, okay, well, enough damage done that, yeah, should be easily done, and there it is. So, more kills collected. Com, clean enough with 3 players surviving.
Yeah, that's not too bad in the end. I mean, it could have been immaculate, but not so bad. And 3 Spectres prioritized here. So, EG have so many different ways that they can play around. I mean, both teams do. They're playing mirror comps, right? But especially on defense side, EG are going to put a premium on fighting over mid in a lot of these situations. But that does rely on
Fast A
Jorgamo.
hit.
And instead, it looks like EG, 2 out of 3 rounds, they've been trying to fight a ramp to start. Maybe this is part of the preparation that Potter's got them looking at. Because they're
EG went
bang on the money
13
here.
to
This
8.
is exactly where PaperX are also stacked up.
Flash will notify them.
Okay, the dog on the flash.
So there's one player there.
I always think flashes like this. You still see it with these guys a lot, where it's like
Sent
you're
towards the
flashing,
choke,
but
not actually broken. Double satchels, flashes. This is all over the place. Forsaken, he's going for more.
What? Incredible play, and Defy on the lurk. Coming up through mid, picks off Demon 1, but only just managed to avoid getting assassinated by a flying judge.
what is going on? And now, why are we taking that fight? Oh my god.
Evan brought it into that 2 versus 2. CGRS left to hold on to this one angle. Com doesn't clear it. Not appropriately, at least. Buying time. Boostio left alone here. Has to make footsteps, though, and he feels it. Time ticking away.
CGRS. I mean, he's given a tough job here, really, because Defy is really late on it.
In the clutch again. In the clutch again, he delivers. He's so good for it. And every time he wins one of those, it's got to be a massive confidence booster. Realizing that you can win. But here's that play from Forsaken. Updraft dash into Heaven, catching the EG players who played that position a lot on pistol. Very reminiscent of something that something would do.
Yeah.
Okay, that was just a save, though. Or a bonus, sorry.
Full aggression.
You're gonna try and get knives?
No relenting for it. Similar scenes to the beginning of the round that we've just seen,
Well,
only
you're
this
not
time.
getting it now.
To pull.
Punish them
Satchel
for it.
play. Jing's already in their face. Trailblazer on the back. Stunned up. Where's the punish? Satchel making a mark.
What?
No way. Jorgamo was hoping to punish
They
that.
punished Demon 1.
He's brought down anyway. Here we go. Lurk timings.
Forsaken jet lurk.
Be careful. Got to be certain of this one. Could not adjust it with a spray down. So
Okay,
Com
3v2.
grabbing the one, but eventually brought
No
down.
smoke here.
Players enough and abound. This is brought to a 2 versus 2.
Big timing from Boostio there. And he's watching.
Jing's already taken this fight once.
Wins
Takes it again.
It's duels, man. He's so keen and eager to take them.
And even when you know he's coming, it doesn't mean you can stop him.
Yeah. Of course, that placement was good in that instance still. Looks like we Seen quite a lot of action, but still 50 seconds remaining in the round. Only a time to slow it down. Nade allows Mindfreak to cross into the site, into the corner, gets that plant down.
But Jing chooses not to. Jing's hiding in hell.
And he's just spotted. No way! What a pre-fire. Com's brought it to a 1 versus 1. And takes the fight to him. Unbelievable.
said he'd win this
Finalized it with the shot. That's 3 in a round, and he's feeling it, man. Fired up.
He's going to win the map for him.
When you watch Com in these big games, he ends up being the neutralizer. For a player who was disrespected the whole time he's been with EG, the whole of his professional career in Valorant, he is often put on kind of like marking the other elite players. His job is to shut them down and neutralize their impact.
And again, PaperX has taken too many 1v1s.
It's Corbin time. And he's just Corbin all over them. It really is wild, though. That's knocked PaperX straight down. And EG, their game plan there was trying to play for Demon 1's Bladestorm. They get it online with a death. And this defensive setup looks a lot better now. PaperX moving away from their A-ramp control that they've been doing basically every round this half.
Flash in the back in the smoke. But yeah, finally moving away. PaperX, they don't really have the guns. It's carried them through. Only the one rifle.
Such a big round.
In the hands of Forsaken. Bulldog for Jing. Emphasis placed on them to make something of this. This round, it really does feel like a bit of a chokehold for EG. Trailblazer
on
top,
dog
spotted
this,
it out.
get
Demon dash, almost get it blocked. Still there though. Got the damage done. Backing away for the heal. Satchels through. Jorgamon cheeky with the timing. Right from the back. There is no follow-up for that. Running again. CGRS is shut down before he can even get started. Oh, nasty.
The pre-fire is just doing so much in this game. Anticipating the timings that PaperX are going to push into them. Spike dropped and known.
30 seconds left.
Can't make sure there can't be anything else happening there. Neutralizes the threat again.
Oh no, he's got a foul.
And EG.
Okay, pretty clean for
Very
EG.
different there in their defensive setup. Instead of leaning 3 players over towards A, they just allow Com to hold it with the Viper's pin. So that isn't a tool that they have access to anymore. So I'm interested to see what they go for here again. You know, PaperX, almost every time they've had a serious chance in the round, it's been based on A control.
Okay,
Double
all
duelist
5
holding A.
ults, fast B hit
Given Boostio
into Boostio.
responsibility of locking down the B site, which is where the whole of PaperX are, with all ultimates on board.
Yeah, it's a weird buy into it. They want to take the fight straight to them with the knives. That's beamed down. Boostio couldn't see much. He was blinded. Tucked into the corner, stunned up. There is that punish in sight. Of course, Jing is the follow-up. It's that 1-2 punch, classic PaperX style.
As well.
Seeker's leading the way now to it. Potentially easy opening.
So bad for them. And
He's
that gives him Seekers.
He has. He's denied that
Oh
one. Team
my
one
God,
containing
they're
as well
gonna
into the
lose
spawn.
another.
It's bought them time with the showstopper.
I know he's there.
As we divide there, lighting him up into the corner.
They lost on
stand it.
a tick of a second.
Left alone, Spikes in the middle of nowhere.
This one's not necessarily like PaperX's fault. It's
Could be
just
fading away.
very unfortunate.
All is up. Just to try and fake like he could be lurking here, but this is
impossible
just
to
being
win.
watched for. Jiggle pick by Ethan. There's the second. That was dicey.
Very close. Excellent attempt from Divide. Trying to
The
save
smoke
the
time
mistakes
is
from earlier in the round.
so unfortunate.
PaperX not committing enough bodies to actually holding onto the site here. Coach Alex is going to take attack time out. Look, they don't have anybody trying to stop players from peeking, and they're reading this push that Jing's
And then
going
they're just,
for every
I mean,
time.
Jing
Every
needs to.
single situation.
Jing's just swinging on his own
PaperX
every
find
single
themselves in a
time. Like, you just
post-final
know
with
it's going to
site
happen.
control. Jing's going to try and push that a little bit further. And it's been working fairly well, but now it's time to tone it back. Because now EG have got the read. You see the positioning that Demon 1's playing. He knows that push is coming through CT. A Divide's been on the perma-lurk as well. PaperX just need a tweak in terms of how they're approaching this map.
Otherwise, EG is sailing away with it, 5-1. Not in the hottest of waters yet. Obviously, with it being a best of 5.
So that's what they've lost.
Wouldn't be series losing, but you never want to be in that
A
situation.
3v2, a 2v1,
on the map heading into the next one. That's really
a
going to decide
4v3.
a lot of your outcomes. So needs to be adjustments to make the half more respectable.
And that's just off the top of my head that I can think about.
Like this is a must-win map for EG. If they have a chance of being able to win this game and head to their first ever grand final, they're looking at picking up wins on Fracture, Split, and then one of the final 2 maps. That's really where their map pool is at its strongest.
Got a Viper's Pit.
Just to set expectations.
We still haven't had a knife
this
skill,
is
have
where
we?
we're anticipating EG to have an advantage. But when you have PaperX playing double duelist comps like this, anything is possible.
Imagine if it didn't happen.
Scattering with the guns. Really a full purchase from PaperX, but a smoke to cut them across again. Going back to the fast place, dash into the smoke, a pull to counter, and what a counter it is!
Very well.
Bait them in, strike them back, hammer and anvil style.
The dog, I think, did see Jogwell.
The 2 entry players, I mean, Jing and Forsaken, they can get nothing done. The pathing there, dropping down into hell. There was a pull prior, and at this point, it's just an absolute aim labs routine. Flawless round, everybody keeping the guns going. EG, they are in prime form.
It's Prime Gaming, not Aim Labs. This is wrong sponsor. Wrong one.
Might be.
That is double duelist versus double duelist. You don't often see the Raze and the Jet working together with this composition to defend the A side. But this has been an adjustment that EG have gone for in this match. Jorgamo's not playing towards male or, you know, mid as much as you might expect. Instead, he's trying to help Demon 1 on A. And that's why. They just have so much maneuverability to play different spots. And they can play fast in the same way that Jing and Forsaken can play fast. Fast and loose.
Just being a bargaining note. There's a pull. Oh, wow. It's the util being used, and Astrastar, I think they're trying to punish the common position where Korm has been playing, but he just spams them from mail.
See him. Good
Collects
nade.
one. PaperX obviously
kill.
not favoured in this round when they have been knocked down to the weaker guns anyway, but still hurts for them because it means EG are going to be up.
Classic EG
7-1.
used to mean losing a second round.
If it keeps going like this, and well, just give Demon 1 a bit more practice. Why not?
There's
Let them warm up the wrist.
So many layers everywhere to the way that EG is playing the defense. Once you get past the first, there's always something behind it. Like in mid, they're not playing aggressively to start out, but it feels like it with the orb. Then you run into Com just spraying you down there. The heaven pressure with Demon 1 to collect. Oh, Jing could have made something of that. Good try. But it puts everything down on a 7 health Mind Freak.
Yeah.
That just doesn't look in any way feasible for him. And a 7-1 lead for EG. They should be able to close this out, especially with how PaperX, in my opinion, look favored on the attack side of Split. If they were going to win one of the sides, I would expect it to be this one.
But they're just being dismantled.
Oh, picked to
Wasn't it
pieces.
supposed to be close? I thought it would be.
They're being punished.
PaperX have looked decent on Split before, but
Like
I
you
mean,
said,
this game, it just feels like they're...
Well, you'd normally expect it. Someone like Boostio playing, but
I think that's a
I mean,
deliberate
my
game
worry
plan
for
from EG.
PaperX
They're
here
really
is
trying
that
to mess with
EG's
PaperX's
Lotus
expectations and catch them on the
is
sight bursts
quite bad.
instead.
And by quite, I mean pretty bad. And they've never been good at Lotus.
Yeah.
Like, they've not once been good at Lotus, ever,
There's a nade being
in my
held.
opinion.
While Demon 1
I know that
pops
they've
towards
won
A,
games on it before, but
potentially a pullback smoke?
I don't think it was
Fight on 2 fronts.
convincing in any way.
See which one pays off. Deep flash.
But on Fracture and now Split, like it looks like on the maps where EG are pretty good, you know, they're destroying them. NSG, come on, man, with the Prime.
But Boostio just holds with
It's an
it.
interesting name.
And together, they feel confident enough to be able to re-clear this area to some degree. There's still that dangerous corner, which is getting pinged out right now.
I do like this.
But EG are on the line. They've got a bait and switch set up now, too.
Bait and switch. There's the dash active. They're not going to expect Boostio close to the corner. Gliding right past. They spotted him on the minimap. Can Boostio get out alive? Not quite. Traded. Forsaken. He's in their face. It's the updraft dash play again, but again, not anticipating Demon 1.
And this
Brings
heaven
down the
area
opposites.
here,
Brent,
PaperX
also,
have
CGRS
struggled
is in screens.
managed this.
PaperX have gotten everywhere.
Pushed in deep onto the corner. I mean, as expected, there was a jump spot, I believe, by Ethan. They seem to know that they're
But
going to
now
be
that
this
Ethan's
chance
just
and this
watching it,
timing.
he's not going to
But surely
expect
not
this.
this deep.
No, I don't think he realizes he's crossed, does he? It's a hard clearance. Not enough to get the shots onto it, and the satchel is nice, so Jorgamo's set up for the trade.
1-for-1.
Aim wasn't reset in time.
Are the gods favoring you today with the spray into the pit?
Yeah, seen many of these rounds. Blazestorm being committed. Over the top with the updraft. Looking for a 3-2-1 entrance right into it, into the corner. Updraft all over the place. Twists and turns in the round. Into the corner. Devi goes. Enough to collect.
Okay, PaperX got this one.
That is a tough setup to deal with. I really like the approach from the double duelist there. The updrafts and the potential to be able to one-shot someone with the knives is nice, but in the end, Devi's ultimate proves too strong. Look at this.
Oh, he right-clicked it and missed.
Yeah. I mean,
I thought he didn't. I didn't see the right-click.
Sure
I thought he just changed to his gun and just.
And they hold steady. But also, PaperX's A ramp control and the way that they're diving up A ramp and into the A heaven smoke at the same time, really tough for EG to deal with. They only just managed to adjust.
Okay, fast
more
off
spread,
B main.
more defaulting from PaperX. Though again, it
But they're
feels
coming
like
back towards
A ramp
A.
is going to be the destination in mind.
Has to be a string of rounds here for PaperX.
Even if they
Only got an Astro ult on
that
that.
feels to me like
they've salvaged it at that point if they managed to get the 5, but they'd have to win out the rounds from here.
And it's still not an amazing half, was more my point.
Big flash, Chogamo. Oh, it's attempt, a chance to punish again, the exact
Again,
same
it's the
play!
same thing, though.
Team of 1 though, this time playing inside the smoke to punish it.
Oh,
we want shame on you.
he shot.
Still, they
Oh
run
my god, that's the second time that Ethan has been caught out by Astro wheels.
And
it's his own Astro. His own Astro has just cost him a kill.
Well, how does he have the presence of mind to clear it still? I just don't know with this guy, but he is quite an insane player.
Again, CGRS has a really tough job.
Barely anybody on site, doubled up like it's a backstab in heaven.
Yeah, up into heaven here. They clear out the one player that was playing onto the side, but can they deal with these again onto the heaven players?
These post plants are just...
Does he have a pull for the plan? Looks like there's one.
But Com is ready for his positioning. Oh, they try the body block.
Yeah, body block this one. Mindfreak still on heaven. He can do a lot here. He's landed it. Enough kills found. 25 health though. Does he take the bait? It was tapped. He doesn't swing. Boostio, absolute balls of steel from Mindfreak. Swinging.
Oh,
Boostio!
Doesn't have time. I thought he might have done it, to be honest. I couldn't quite hear the spike.
Mindfreak, man.
Wow, Mindfreak wins a 1v3.
That's so cold. That is so cold from Mindfreak.
And just having the knowledge
just
that he's not
away
going to
with
stick
the rifle, making sure that Boostio doesn't feel safe at any point. And also, with his first peek, he sees they're both vulnerable. He sees that they're both in that spot, so I think that probably goes into the decision-making there, knowing that Boostio is going to be a bit too scared to just stick it completely.
Yeah. Still looks shell-shocked.
We have not really seen anybody being able to pull off that body block play to deny the Astra pull. And Com was ready for it too, in terms of his positioning. Just won the duel against Jing, couldn't quite win the duel against Mindfreak. Small moments defining whether PaperX can get back into this half.
Okay, the force the timeout from EG.
Oh, 2 more chances. I mean, we said, listen, 7-5 will be
Still think that,
salvage
I mean,
half. It's necessary for them to win out, but
yeah, I mean, that's a round that EG should have won, really.
What looks like breaking the economy of EG. That's why they're taking the timeout.
I mean, the last couple of rounds have been, what, little A
and
hits?
I agree with you that the last few rounds have seemed like they've been on a knife's edge, but the knife is on an edge where, tipped in one direction, it plunges into PaperX's heart. It's not a balanced knife right now.
Is this going to be the opposite of the last game where PaperX get to 5 and we're like, how did PaperX get to 5?
Towards even territory. If EG are even able to get 1,
it's a big round eco-wise.
Extremely good for them.
So we're, on the last round, someone's going to have a pretty bad buy.
From here on out for PaperX.
It's going to be fast B.
Ults to work with.
So, I mean, you know they would have talked about this ASAP because this is where you've been coming, so.
Looks to be that 4-1 split. Contacting.
Comes the
Dash
dog.
is now active though. They want to go off of this as a snake bait at their feet. Jing.
Good snake
Second
bite.
thoughts on it. The pull was also expended here. Boostio is dodging.
Seekers?
Utility flying into his face, but does he realize it? No. Forsaken was already on the line. A counter flash play, dropping down. Ethan's there. It's a 3-2-1 face. He's broken in the midst of it. Beautiful stuff by Forsaken.
Okay, Forsaken, there you go.
Liberties with
nice
the positioning,
by
and Jogamo
PaperX.
forced.
Yeah, they got a save.
The
I mean, yeah, as I said, the
Has
buy
to save
here.
for this round, and that string of
Not
rounds that we were
that
talking
great.
about, Josh. The possibility of it. It's a reality at this point, man.
Yeah, it's coming true. Forsaken's tempo catches Boostio completely off there. I mean, Boostio is trying to focus
call
on
by
the
PRX.
next wave through.
Again,
He
you
knows
know that they will
Forsaken's
have,
got through to Pillar.
been
But he's
talking
hoping
about this and what
Forsaken's
to do.
worried about somebody pushing CT, somebody pushing from
fast B
Heaven.
hit.
He's worried. He's hoping Forsaken has some level of respect. No, not the PaperX duelists. They're going to continue to apply pressure onto the site anchor until you force them to back up.
Essentially should be a 7-5 at this point. One more round left here, but the money is going to be broken ever so slightly. I think the loss bonus will be kicking in for EG. Half armor rifles is a possibility, maybe. It doesn't look like it.
It's not great.
And the ults for PaperX are flowing.
It looks like they might have done enough here to save the half. It's still not amazing. I feel like PaperX would be anticipating running away with this when they're on their attack side. But, you know, when you're 7-1 down, this looks like a miracle. Like an absolute
A lot of ults this round as well.
Cosmic Divide.
Trying to run a fake,
So
but the
let loose. They're
Viper's
trying to
Pit's
fake the
here.
A presence here of all of their players, but the Viper's Pit is going to be bogging them down. The goal is to try and take this one. Seekers does feel like a lot of heavy presence here, but now they hear it right into the open com. That was a miracle kill. He needed that one. Shuts down Jing with a showstopper, still maintains the pit.
Now
It is
they're
this
here already.
huge obstacle that's just waiting right in them.
But this whole thing
This
was
is where
supposed
we
to be a
lack an
fake so the
IGL.
CGRS could take the spike with Devi into A. And Devi's called, rotators leaving, CGRS. Don't commit to B, come back to the A site. Boostio's stuck in a really weird position again.
Yeah, he's so worried about being pinched. He knows that Heaven was compromised. The choke on top of it. Deep flash into the back of the site. Boostio has the smoke at the choke, pushing through. Timing needed to be taken. He's got the spike down. It's going to be a cool mate. Spots out Devi. Repositions now. 50 health to his name. It's still not necessary. Not when a team's got his back
Again,
line
this is
free.
where you had your
Last
initial
alive,
idea, but
EG.
you've got to be able to say,
They've done magic
It
in this
just-
round. They really have.
I don't know, it's just
Every
not gonna
advantage
work.
was against them, yet they still.
the spike was over towards A
Remember
as well,
their
so it
belt
doesn't make
84
even any
here.
sense there. Right, because by the time that the
First
spike
kill
has come
turns the
back to
tide
the
of the battle
site,
to me.
they're already
Shutting down
there!
Jing with the showstopper inside your pit. Ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
I think he got vulnerable. I think Jing managed to land on top of a snake bite, so he didn't have to hit every single pellet, but that's still one that, if it swings the opposite direction, we could be looking at a 7-5 half.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts about this entire map as well. It's been so back and forth. Absolutely insane stuff. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down.
Okay, 8-4.
Round after round, the pendulum keeps on swinging as this game continues to be the gift that keeps on giving here. Of course, as we dive into what we saw in that first half, Mimi, it's very clear that this team is punishing this aggression.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of map number 1 in that I think EG had a great read on the
Still
way that
can't get a
PaperX
knife
play.
skill.
It's what Potter was saying in that initial interview. We give them
It's almost,
space.
it's
let
almost
them do their
impressive how we've gone
execute
so
their
many.
game plan, and then
I
late
mean, what? They
late
had
rounds. The
like
retakes
2
were
each.
really working.
We've been like
We see it
6
here in
knives
round
rounds
five.
and not.
And then
Wait,
we
no, it would
see
be
a
like.
timeout for
If we said the Demon one had about what,
Again,
4
have the
knives
read
across
in
the
this
first
one.
map,
It felt like they had great
and then we
control
had
of that
4 more.
defense.
We had like
just
8
little
knives
things as well.
rounds
I mean, we
without
were
a kill.
talking about this Boostio time and time again in these committed positions, but I think where PaperX are so front-loaded in terms of their
PaperX
executes,
trolling?
where
I mean, they're
there's a
much better
spacing
than lock-in
advantage that
PaperX.
somebody can take advantage of, and
But
even just to still have the confidence to commit to those,
they
because it looks
just-
very concerning versus Fnatic, where
Like,
it was
you can
almost
understand
being
why Alex
targeted,
gets so mad.
I'm actually loving seeing that from Boostio
Because-
so far.
Yeah.
A little bit of a rough
Sometimes
half.
the stuff they do is just like.
that. I mean, that 7-5 should have been theirs, and I'm worried that that is going to be the
It's
thing.
just like a mistake that doesn't even
on their
like.
mind
Like it's not.
after that last
They
round,
make
letting that
mistakes
get
where
away
it's
from
like,
them was fantastic.
what?
Little setup there from Calm to get the ball
Like the
well
problem
out.
is the way the
Shut
PaperX
down
play
with the
is
shorty,
they can
get
win
that
3v5s,
showstopper
but
out,
like
just
they'll
break the
they'll
entire
lose
call on the
5v3s,
round from the side of PaperX.
right?
Split
They
with
just
comps
they're
like
just
these are even
that's the way
EG's
that they
looking
are.
good right now. They want that series point. They want to be a map away from their first grand finals.
Well, and they're on the precipice of doing so.
But I think the
of
problem
course,
for
you can
PaperX
never
is
count out this
when you get a
PaperX
game like
team
this where
as we get ready to
you
dive
have a
into
lot of
this one. And
situations
of course, the fans are coming out in full swing here.
where you have a lot of
Everyone
situations
is
where
having
you
a
can
great
go for it,
time.
like where you are in
Again,
good
this
positions.
atmosphere in
It's
this
just
room
like
is
if they
electric.
didn't throw away
Of
those
course, the people
situations,
here have
they'd
definitely met the moment that
win
is
every
taking place on that stage. It is now time to jump back to the casters as we get ready for the next half.
Can EG grab the opportunity in front of them? We typically look at scenarios like this and we say, well, must-win pistol round for PaperX here, but we'll see if they can do it. EG.
And they, how many
incredible
rounds did they throw in the
consistency
first?
comes to
Like,
these
I
opening
mean,
rounds
like I
here.
said, there was like a 1v3 that Com won.
rounds.
They lost the pistol round in a 3v2 where, you know, they just go off on their own. You know, they lost so many rounds. I was just like, what are we doing?
And Jing's the player that's going to float. Started the round over towards A.
Okay.
And now as CGRS doesn't see too
So
much.
again,
They don't
Vents is kind of, we didn't see it too much from PaperX, but generally when these comps play.
Comms head too. They're going to re-push this area, knowing that Forsaken could have been playing there, and the pinch comes through from Vents.
Yep, CGRS just none the wiser towards it. It's up to Forsaken to hold down the choke point. Flash, it's dodged for now. Slight corner that he can play in. Needs to hold it back, and he does
That's
kick
a spike.
out Ethan. That's a spike drop down. Isolating that one. Jing, in the meantime, the rest of his team refighting and retaking that Heaven control. Jorgenma towards the back here.
Okay.
Not shying away from it. Mind Freak eager to take the fight.
See, this is what they need, right? Forsaken dropped the spike here, dashed away, and then ran away back here.
Up now.
Now Jing's just going to walk out on his own. Of course he is.
Does he know that Forsaken is going to be on this timing behind him? It looks like he's aware.
Idea of it, yeah, but across there's not pointed towards Heaven.
But luckily for them, they got enough 4.
PaperX with a pistol round win.
Cookie covered cream with 300 bits.
Dead down the middle in terms of the pistol rounds.
The beauty of PaperX is that good Valorant is like amazing jazz. They just have games where the jazz doesn't sound great.
Because
yeah,
their pistol round win rate has not been good. It has not been good. They've been getting their advantages through the gun rounds, through finding these moments, splitting team play down into the 1v1s, and getting the win there instead. So if they're also able to go even on pistols, it's going to drag EG down to the point where this game's winnable.
Taking away those advantages. PaperX going to be feeling possibilities presented to them. Okay, that was the return of fire.
EGFTW.
Good to neutralize that quickly before it snowballed any further.
Exo Walrus with the 4 months.
Creeping through mid.
That's also the only sheriff that they had. Everybody else is on a classic. PaperX are going to be challenged here a little bit on their defense side, I think, to not overextend, to not get too aggressive. Devi loves doing these walk pushes down mid.
Nice Portuguese tea reference in video. I don't know what that means.
Something like 50 seconds.
I mean, you might have seen the strawberry syrup
every
one.
round with
This is a
the
bait.
patience they've demonstrated
Oh,
on this.
do you see? I think.
It may not pay dividends for them here with the weaponry so low.
I think you might have seen.
But I think it's going to ask
just as he
questions
got
of
around that corner.
PaperX later on.
Like, what is that fight?
Almost casting
What
out.
is that fight?
Baiting PaperX to just walk right
Look at
into
where
it.
he's died.
That'll be the game plan.
Yeah.
But with a team as good as PaperX, even if they fall into the net sometimes, they'll just chew their way out.
Nice for Forsaken, the movement.
Raw skill
The
on
movement
display.
is insane.
So it's going to be offered to them. Lovely set of kills for Forsaken. They're going to be pleased with that one. Bladestorm.
But yeah, the
online.
what is it?
In terms of a person that you would want to be gathering all of those anti-eco kills, Forsaken's top of the list.
Why not stay active in between the rounds? Although with the pace that this game is being played at, you don't really have too much time to do that. So
you want to keep your eyes on the action.
Mr. Cool Press with the 5
Forsaken
gifted.
is going to pick up an operator.
Thank you, Mr. Cool Press.
to the bonus.
For PaperX's bonus round, having a defensive op
Love your
online.
content. Here is my support. Well, how
Meanwhile,
kind.
Series of aggressive plays, pushing deep. There's a pull towards the one side, a smoke on the other. Forsaken!
He goes for the
Oh,
round
he
3
strikes,
off.
lands it.
Like it.
Demon 1 brought down.
What a pick. And remember, if Forsaken does die, he's still got Bladestorm for next round. So it's not even that much of a gamble. But it's the right kind of risk. That
For a
really
team of
introduces
5
something that
Forsakens to be
EG
the
won't
best
have been
team.
expecting, I don't think.
You know, it would be a good team.
Some form of utility was sent flying.
Genuinely, would be a good team. I think that's probably the answer of who would be the best team if it was all just one player.
They're
Probably
worried
would be
about
5
the sniper wall, I
Forsakens.
think the comms laid down and trying to get info behind it. They realize they need to make a push into B main, or at least see if anyone's over there. Oh!
Forsaken.
I mean, Forsaken had a lineup there with the operator. Jorgenma's never favored.
Yeah, still Forsaken
Show us
4,
that
so the
fight.
operator taken out of the mix.
Okay, they've pushed B main.
Again,
They're ahead of this
been
5
cut,
wall
40
now.
seconds remaining. EG happy to slow it all the way down here.
They're looking to try and bait out an info play.
I thought that
happening
this
in
was
B main,
Forsaken for
where
a
there's no
second
one on
with the
EG ready
Marshall.
to collect.
When he was scoped in here,
Flash is
CGRS.
going to be gathering that. How fast? Playing through here. Jing, he pushes forwards. past a lot of this utility. Here's the footsteps. Now they're going to start running towards him. Damage is definitely done. Satchel's at work. Marshall spam. It's all laid on top of each other. It's raining lead right through the choke. An exchange of the guns is left up to it, but with only 12 seconds remaining, Jorgamo, he's got so much to do and not enough time.
Bonus for PRX,
Brought
massive.
down, bonus round
And
win.
just like that, they're back in it. Now they couldn't get the
Not
up.
like anybody's going to be able to get on top of that one. But still, a bonus round conversion is massive.
And I said that EG's patience was going to ask questions of PRX. They answered perfectly there. The push happened over in B main. There was 2 players there. It gives them all the info to rotate the rest of the team
I mean, you just
into
pick
A.
Fnatic.
And they managed to get Jing into a
He'll be
spot
good anyway.
where he's pushed inside the smoke before the hit even happens.
Where his gun go, man?
Forsaken gets
Knocks
another
EG
up.
down. Economy in a terrible spot. PRX.
He's over
they pulled
towards
off
B.
the
They got
comeback
this
at this
double
point.
stack.
Yeah, bringing it back into with the op purchase. Jing is
Jing
shut
gets
down.
Jing.
Just trying to hold back onto the rope. That was a stinger in his face. Classic little play that you see with a double duelist.
They've left B. You got
And
Boostio
now
on this
cutting
lurk.
noise a little. Waiting for that push. With Boostio on the other side of the map too.
Before the wall even goes
Found that
up.
lurk. That's crucial.
Everybody getting caught.
Oh my, updraft, got to escape it. Nade at his feet, through the smoke.
This is a
Showstopper's
chaos
been earned.
round.
Into the side, into the corners. That
Forsaken
damage done,
died.
Not enough for a kill. With the shorty.
What is going on this round?
Trusty sidearm. CGRS punching any would-be attackers onto his position.
And Demon 1, he knows roughly where CGRS is. Last known location of Mindfreak in B. That's what he's working with.
Oh my.
He's not going to expect Mindfreak to be this aggressive, I don't think, in heaven. But Mindfreak has to make a noise.
Yeah. Sound cute. Something. As he might bait the drop. Dash is there. Gets info. Demon 1. Does he hear it? The drop down. Not too certain.
He's going for
Spots
the
it out
one
anyway.
taps.
Going for the 1 taps. 3 HP. Why not? He's got the confidence for it. Smoke cut up the 1 angle. Now holds it. It's a bit of a gamble. 9 bullets left. Mindfreak. Left reeling. You have the confidence to take the fight. He's definitely got the health advantage, and with a swing like that, he can afford to take
Takes
it.
his time.
It's close. Could have come down to a timing. But in the end, PRX do manage to bully their way through that anti-eco.
They didn't get the up
Mindfreak
though again.
lands the single body shot.
Did he?
And the score's tied
I
up
don't
at
think so.
8-8.
That was an absolute. That was one of the most
Great
chaotic
attempt from
rounds I
Demon
think
1
I've
there.
ever seen.
But that was with EG investing their showstopper, finding some dangerous picks up in A heaven.
Fight close.
So let's have a look.
Okay, again they get an
Forsaken
up.
picks up the operator again, and they've got a high-low setup towards B. PRX love running this setup, but I don't think EG have been aggressive enough to run into it.
Torbin slowed down at the beginning. Heavy group up into mid.
Didn't get the up? No, he didn't. They
It's
bought
so
another one.
aggressive on the A defense.
Yeah, they're really going to try and get the punish, I think, onto opposite sides here. Jing is feeling the heat. Com backs away, absorbing a lot of this. Working themselves into spawn. They're already just walking all the
Jing
way
gets
through.
him just before it comes out.
There's
There's
falling
fights
here.
everywhere.
It's going absolutely to pot.
And Jing, of course, just pushes through the
Individual
Astral.
one-on-ones, why
Well,
not? An
that's
entire
one way.
round.
We might need a timeout, EG here. What's this, 5 in a row?
That is perfection from PRX. They have both of their kind of
Every time
supportive
PRX
players
gets around
pushing out towards A. They have both of their supportive players pushing out towards A, and it forces EG to go up mid and into B main. So they go
looked
into
exhausted.
Jing at mid, and then they go into Forsaken, and Mindfreak over towards B.
Easy.
It looked like it.
Carnage, man. Putting together the rounds. That's 5 in a row.
Okay, Demon 1 has knives.
Satchel's
Will
at
we
work
finally
again.
get that
Jorgamo
kill?
singing, have a bit of a
Again,
repeat.
Jing
It's
gets caught
literally a
out.
repeat of the round that they did prior. This time,
We got it.
Knives at play, at work, updraft, over the top. Devi is punished. CGRS trying to play anti-flash. What a shot to hit for Boostio. Cheeky upgrade, rifle in his hands. We are down. I mean, it's the first 20 seconds of this round.
EG choosing to fight fire with fire. Increasing the pace instead of decreasing it. Makes sense on an eco.
And this is surely spotted close to the corner into hell. There's no actual trade inside, but eventually it comes through, and there with the stingers.
Can I go for
It's
that
brought down a
attacking?
thrifty, 9 to
They
9.
do.
thought that PRX are really starting to gain a bit of a lead and an advantage, but no, broad even.
And Brendan, you're dead on the money. Absolutely right. It's the same play that they made the last time they had a Thrifty. Double blast back up with a stinger, a ramp. And this time they managed to capitalize and snowball that into a round win. If they're finding value doing that with stingers, are EG now going to decide to just do it with rifles as well? This looks like a bit of a weakness in how PRX are holding. They're not ready for the fight at the beginning of the round. Instead, Demon One's got an op, so I don't think they're going to be as quick.
Still caution being played. Oh, here we go. Another showstopper with the pull. Oh, real damage being done. Still, Dash disengaging. Close to the corner here with the stinger. It's brought down. Jorgamo seeks to respond. Spam through the smoke. CGRS beaming him down. Ethan trying to push through.
Seekers,
just the fire
maybe at some point in this round.
But it's left to just these two. The slow play. EG, the ones who are being picked apart. There's the rifle. It's swapped around. Leaving the operator out in the open. Seekers clearing a bit of a path.
Demon One has to be worried about the push.
Oh my god.
Oh, he didn't expect it.
Wow. I mean, getting into this corner here, after you've just walked back there, I mean, you're never clearing that.
They're fighting fire with fire, both of these teams trying to one-up each other with how aggressive they can both get. The double blast pack down mid with a showstopper.
Is this the
And
timeout?
Jing knows, based on his nade position, where Boostio's going to be. They're just so good at reading how defensive teams are going to adapt. And I say defensive there, obviously EG are on the attack side, but they are defending against a play like that.
Yeah.
They have to try and absorb the aggression.
Second timeout.
I tell you what, no America's team's playing like that.
No.
If they're,
No, they are not.
If they're trying to rely on their experience playing against people in their own region, nobody quite plays like PRX.
EG, I mean, what was it 8-4? Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
To practice, I think, to get experience against that. Maybe FaZe. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Just full Smeeg. I mean, PRX are the embodiment of it.
And I thought it was going to be the attack side where
Maybe
PRX
Forsaken
looked
play on
in
this
control by running these kind of aggressive plays.
Something was in.
But instead, the level of aggression they've shown on their defense side has actually worked perfectly for their style. EG can't control it when Jing just goes down mid, or when CGRS is applying pressure with his flashes and his Trailblazer over towards A ramp. They're running into Forsaken and Jing constantly.
Kaiserino with the 3 months.
Let's go EG.
I also don't know how they're going to get value out of Demon One's operator if PRX continue to up the tempo like this. Demon One's going to have to hit some cracking shots.
It feels like an unusual purchase. They are really brute forcing it.
Okay, they got the
Still wanna be
attacking
leaning
up.
into it.
Om's got a Viper Spit.
Great player, but
the Vi has a Viper Spit. Doesn't use it.
I think the op, in theory, can be fantastic if PRX play slowly themselves. Don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, at least for this round, there's a bit of a crawl at the beginning.
The raise is in mid. Jing's been getting the better end of Jorgamo almost every time.
He's pushing through it. Angle here towards the box. No, it's the back of his head. It's the watch for. Jorgamo collects that kill. Over the top of the wall, Demon One. There's a chance for him to get a kill. Maybe equalize it to a 4 versus 4, but had to back away here.
So we got smoked off in vents.
And Jing's looking towards me heaven in that situation because he's following where Ethan's Trailblazer went.
Great time for a Viper Spit. This is really going to bog down the choke.
So just as the plan was starting to form.
Well, maybe from behind. Jorgamo has gained a bit of control. Forsaken. Look at him. Not favor taking that fight. I mean, taking a ton of damage onto the angle, still set up, crouch peeking, just wants to disrespect them into B main. And it has funneled everybody up through mid.
Idea.
The space was gained by Jorgamo. They want to go around the Viper's pit. They don't want to fight through it, but if you leave him up to Vi, it's going to be more than a thorn in their side, man. He could be the difference maker to you winning the round.
That's
Ethan
the massive
cleans
kill.
him up. Takes him out there. Jorgamo, attempt to punish this one. Forsaken.
Seekers come out as well. 3v3.
Denying it here with the plant at least. Will go down, so time no longer becoming a bit of a problem. Still, Cosmic Divide. Across the site, Viper's Pit of their own, now drop down. Tons of ults being committed into this one. Jump spot with a shorty. The shot missing just ever so slightly. Demon One holding it towards the corner. Again, it's going to come down to a bit of luck of the draw. Spam, maybe. Can they work their way into the pit? Can they try and bring it down? 2 versus 2. Off to the side here, it's Com.
Okay.
Alive and
10-10, big win for EG. A bit of a scrappy round.
Success. 10-10, as even as we can be.
So close in this map. And as I said earlier, this is one where I would expect EG to have the advantage. They've looked phenomenal at split the last few times we've seen it. Little bait play there to be able to pick up Jing early on. And that's the kill that really wins it. Ethan being able to out-duel Divide, who took a moment out of his pit to try and grab that kill and then bounce back in. Op v op now, over towards B main to start the round.
Stars are plenty. What a defeat of Forsaken. This is pandemonium. Just a recall so that he can set himself up onto an angle, but who knows whose util's whose. Fade into the side, that's a satchel to punish, but such quick reactions.
Oh my god.
He's a menace! 2 players brought down, a dash reset. He's got it active once more in case he does want to take another peek at things. But
and now if EG lose this round and everyone dies, the money won't be great either.
Absolutely disgustingly good from Forsaken. The jump repeat back onto the angle to diff Demon 1, and CGRS just holds for info, backs up. Playing his life. Snakebite denies the Trailblazer here, giving Com a little opportunity, but it's still a 3v5.
All off the back of Forsaken.
What a time for a hero play like that.
Still holding on to the heaven position. Angle, he opened himself up to it. It was wallbangable. He's weak. He's still holding it though. Hasn't given up this space, which means his team can try and help him out, support him out. 35 seconds roughly left in the round. Got their sights set onto A, but they need an opening.
Okay, the rotate comes over.
Spike's still pushing him back. That was his snake bite. Dropped down onto the corner. Forsaken. What is that? Spraying him through.
Forsaken gets it, and as I said, the money here is going to be pretty bad for those 3.
Not a bad time for a Prime Gaming Flawless for PRX there. That could well turn the tide of this map. And as the midpoint of the series, potentially, could change the tide of the match.
That's just an insane
What
shot.
is that? The confidence level. I mean, look at that from Demon 1's perspective.
Yeah, no time to react.
He looked startled. It was a jump scare. That's ludicrous.
Instantaneous.
Can EG
So yeah, just a
find any
rifle
way of
and a
responding to
stinger.
this?
And classic.
They won a Thrifty earlier
and they
on,
have the
playing over
razor.
towards A-ramp, chaining those 2 duelists together.
But it's
PRX looked like they were anticipating it. I mean, he stacked it with 4 of their players. Now we see it. Showstopper use the satchel movement, though. It's not too great.
Beefed.
Yeah, bangs his head on the ceiling. Rocket into spawn. No real damage.
That's the rifle,
Demon
though.
1, though, is there. He's on the angle, on the line of sight. Spam. Onto the corner. Eventually brought down. Satchel's at work. Round to the side. Jing.
Jing got a kill.
Still got a kill onto Jorgamo. And Heaven Controller's there. Spike's still not planted. It's a 2v3.
The backstab.
The backstab. Com needs value. He needs a kill. And the right click does not bless him. Flip of a coin. Not going in his direction. Stars available. Boostio. What can he do to salvage it? Star blossomed up, but it won't matter.
And there's 12.
It's shut down, and it's PRX who find themselves in the driving seat. They hit that 12th round.
They stacked up to try and avoid that A-ramp Thrifty idea, and EG almost got some momentum going with Demon 1 finding the first pick. Good response though from CGRS, just spamming through. And PRX eventually deal with this tricksy little Thrifty. EG though, they didn't buy in the last round. They didn't force. They were always playing for overtime.
More just with a
Now we
Guardian.
get to see the next 2 rounds. 4-player stack over towards A. Hard reading that EG would be leaning right at the start of this.
Same setup as they did just prior. EG were on the Thrifty, and again it's the long migration, the big wraparound. Time to shore up the defenses towards B as mid is completely given up. Dash forwards,
B
up
hit.
into Heaven. Util expended, exchange, another smoke to try and get them in. Demon 1, he's so smart with this. Does buy them that space towards the back. Mind Freak though, he's got to try and hold this one. Smoke away and afar. 2 kills, massive from him. Still, they left to contain it. It's PRX leading through. 13 to 10.
Wow, PRX defense side.
Now.
Wow.
Outrageous comeback in this 3rd map from PRX.
Can you seriously not hear the Mario Kart S part?
7-1 down, I believe, to be able to get all the way back. Not only was this a win, it was a win by 3 rounds. And on EG's, probably, I would say, EG's second best map. What an incredible performance there. Not only being able to win, but being able to win and muscle their way through.
One more win, yeah,
whilst going
PaperX just need one
way
more.
negative in the first kill to first death department.
The next map is
They only
Pearl.
had 7 first kills.
I feel like they have a
in that
decent
map.
shot.
And yet they're still able to convert 13 rounds. Absolute madness from the PaperX guys.
They're just an anomaly.
This team defies all expectations.
Absolutely. They
And
go into this event,
anybody
man.
can step up at any time.
Yeah. Huge moments from individuals, carrying them over the line. The amount of times that Forsaken was getting away with that, the updraft dash plays in. Even when they seek to punish, I mean, I didn't even pick it up at the time, but he's picking up the judge in case somebody does play in the smoke to punish him.
Yeah.
So he can just spam away. At that point, you're favored.
It's madness. It is madness. And that has got to be a rough one for EG to watch slip away.
Oh, yeah.
It's up towards the top of their map pool. They had the advantage at the half. Yeah, they lost pistol, but
How did they do it? It doesn't make any
definitely
sense. How have they
opportunities
want
there for
like
them to be able to close it out. And that
what?
streak of rounds from PaperX pulled things away. Moments like this, as Mindfreak clutches, huge plays from
That's actually a
Forsaken.
1v3 that they won as well.
It's just impossibilities, man. And now, as we get deeper into the series, the deeper we go with the map pool, I mean, the advantages slipping away from EG in terms of the strength of what they were carrying forwards.
Next map, we might get to see Jing play Phoenix. This series has got it all.
Living up to all sorts of our expectations here. Cannot believe the run the PaperX are making happen before our eyes, and now stand just one more map away
No,
from
CGRS
closing out
will
this
play-
series and
will
going all the way
play
to the grand
closely for
finals,
sure.
but yet to be seen, yet more of the series to be played. Don't go anywhere.
What would happen if PaperX genuinely did win with a sub? What happens to CGRS? Does someone like what happens if PaperX win? Like genuinely, if they won with a sub, like the whole tournament, what would even happen?
I'm back, baby.
Something comes back still, I feel.
Turbo TV with the 4 months. Yeah, no, well, you can't get rid of something. He's a top 10 player in the world. You can't get rid of him. Anyway, let's play ranked though. Oh, MasterCard. Yeah, we got the MasterCard sponsorship with VCT now. That's good. That's good news. Hey, that's good news. Ranked though, that's what we wanted. How's the bingo going? Still got those? Still these 4? Yeah, we didn't get any of these 4. Yeah, PaperX are playing, so a knife kill, it's not impossible. Okay, here we go.
Cortando su visión. Bloqueando visión. No eres nada.
How do people play like this? Why is this guy moving like a slug? Why is his movement so slow? Bro, how do you play like this? How does anyone play like this?
Recargando. Recargando. Recargando.
Un enemigo sigue en pie.
¡A huevo!
Laro X99. I almost want to just buy you a PC so I don't have to watch that again. I feel like, honestly, I mean, it could be Iron. I feel like they're better than Iron. I'm going to go bronze. It was Iron. Get them a proper PC and they'd be gold. No, this is not Iron.
Spike down A.
Someone said Iron for this clip. This is like plat. My thought at this point.
One enemy remaining.
You think a silver is saying that shot? Who are these people saying silver? I'm gonna go plat. Was it gold? It was gold. It was gold plat.
No znów na górze, jebana.
The last shot convinced me plat. Unlucky.
Na górze siedzi, Omen. Bardzo mało ma. Brawo. To jeszcze side to jest. Omen bardzo mało jest na... A, dobra. Jeszcze chyba side to jest. Dawaj jest to.
Is this Takusek? Is this Takusek's ult?
No znów na górze, jebana.
A, wyjebałem.
Na górze siedzi, Omen. Bardzo mało ma. Brawo. To jeszcze side to jest. Omen bardzo mało jest na... A, dobra. Jeszcze chyba side to jest. Dawaj jest to.
It's gotta be somewhat high. I'm gonna go with Sten. That was only plat. You know what I was basing it off? I was basing it off that this guy's name was HB Emirt. And I thought maybe HB is a team. I thought maybe HB was a team. Emirit means retired, like your old ass. Well, I mean, you're watching me do my job right now. So, good one, Taku. Good one. Really got me there.
Incredible to watch, of course. Golden Boy here. Oh, Mimi, Achilles, and High Pocket. Oh, I mean, fine. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
7-1, baby. Doesn't matter. They were in such a deficit. You get into that second half, and they just went on an absolute tear.
Yeah.
What a rally back from PRX.
And that's what is so impressive about PRX to me, that they can seemingly always rally back from these games that look unwinnable. Like you were saying,
yeah, this jacket from Mimi is a bit...
this one in favor of EG.
Yeah, this is another example of like that. Sometimes you're watching PRX and there's
little
slip-ups
like
here and there, a round or
Hollywood
two don't go that way,
catwalk.
but it's that feast or famine,
it's something that a
basically,
celebrity would
ethos
wear.
towards Valorant. That here, I think it's one of the best examples we've probably seen ever for this name in Valorant, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, of course, we do have the breakdown there of how everything played out. You can see the series layout for yourself because there was, oh, well, look at that. It's quite the run. Then we got 5 in a row that PRX had a thrifty that you thought would have been enough to maybe start to rally the cause here for EG, but really it's impressive, Mimi, to see the way that this PRX team stood firm despite that opposition.
Yeah, in the second half for PRX, what I was really liking was some of these moments of mid-round aggression. In some of the earlier maps, we saw them get punished for going for these really early aggressive plays.
16 first bloods and they still
but
lost.
Here it was mid-round re-pushing into B.
I mean, in the first half they won, like, it felt like they got every single first blood.
And that kind of variance they had in their ideas, I think is part of the reason EG really struggled to adapt.
Yeah, and just closing things out, you saw the first kills, the differential there between the two teams. It was monstrous for the side of EG, but nearly a third of their 4v5 were converted into a round win from the side of PRX.
I've got 75k.
That perseverance, that constant willingness to fight back no matter what.
And it comes back to the same point. The front line of PRX, it's always the emphasis, right? They're always ready to
We're going map 5,
so
baby.
Quick to react, right? As soon as that first blood is conceded,
50k
there's
on
2 or
EG.
3 people ready to double down on that engagement.
Yeah, what a match it was. Of course, we're going to talk about that and so much more. But first, though, we actually have Yinsu standing by with some members of PRX's family. It's Jing and Alex's mom. Take it away, Yinsu.
Thank you very much, GB. I am joined by two very, very special PaperX supporters here in the arena. It is Jing's mum, Pearl, and Coach Alex's mum, Liying, as well. Welcome, you two.
Thank you.
Auntie Liying, this is your first time watching Alex play and the team play in real life. So what's your experience like? What's it been like being here?
I think it's amazing. I arrived this morning at 6:15 with my brother and my sister-in-law. And on the way here, I met so many PaperX fans. And I took photographs with them. It's such a fun time. It's really amazing. So many people. I can't believe it.
Yeah, they really, really love
Isn't Alex
PaperX out here. And Auntie Pearl, now it's not your first time. You go to every single event with Jing. You've traveled all around the world. How proud are you to see that Jing is being able to qualify for all these crazy big events and doing so well as well?
I'm very proud of him, and I know he wants to do his best. And I'm actually lost for words because I'm overwhelmed. Like for this trip, I never expected to be here. Honestly, like really, it's like mind blown for me. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I think everyone, even the players feel the same, right? Even they had to come in here without something with a sub, and they managed to make it this far, maybe even further as well. But I do want to ask, because PaperX, a team we all know and love, but I also know that it's not just you two that kind of really support your boys. I know all the mum and dads behind the scenes.
Yes,
you guys are like a special team yourself, right?
Kind of. We have a Forsaken mom here and dad. And we have Mind Freak's mom and the whole family, the dad and the brother. Everyone is here. And also Forsaken's brother, elder brother, Escurate. Yeah, he's also somewhere in the crowd. Yeah.
And last question very quickly for you, Auntie Liying. Alex's job is very high pressure. He has a lot of responsibility.
Yes, I think so, yes.
Does he ever come to you for some advice? What do you tell him?
Well, most of the time I tell him during the interview, please be calm, speak slowly, say smart things.
I mean,
and all that sort of thing, but he does it himself. I don't really do anything much for him.
He's definitely doing all of that.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much for joining me. I hope they can bring it home for you guys and take it all the way.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go PaperX.
Go
And I'm going to throw this back to the dad of the desk. It's you, GB.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, my mother's been telling me to say smart things my whole life, and boy, oh boy, have I been letting her down.
Look where you are now.
I guess so, right? Look at me now, Ma. In any case, though, of course, shout out to the moms who make all this happen. Of course, without them, obviously we wouldn't be here. There would be no players. That being said, let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we should be expecting moving forward here, and also some of the matchups. I think it's worth kind of re-hitting this one again, right? Because we talked about Demon 1 and Forsaken in the past, but it's worth talking about this yet again because these are flexible players, but when they play their role, they play them so incredibly well, and the impact is felt in the server.
No, it very much is. As disappointing as it is to not have something here alongside him to go into that Jet 1v1, it's not like Forsaken is really that much further behind.
Yeah, he ain't no chump on that roll.
Just looking incredible already there on Split, and we get
wow, that's like the most even stats you will ever see.
Yeah, and I think as well, we haven't led too hard because it's very different how these teams play around their Jet player, right? And obviously around these two individuals, but coming into Pearl, it becomes the be-all and end-all in my eyes of a lot of the rounds that we're going to see. Again, in terms of obviously the attacking side, and Forsaken's ability to heavy anchor with the operator puts PaperX in a position to make so many other moves across the map.
And this is where EG has to answer a lot of questions. Split should have been theirs. They had it in their hand in the first half. It slips away in the second, and that was one of their two best maps in this pool. Now you're 2-1 down. You have to win Pearl straight into Ascent, and I think their Ascent is good enough, but Pearl is really where these questions lie for me, because they play this normal Harbor Viper, which they're solid at, but PaperX has been playing this double flash Phoenix comp that has worked really well for them, and I think is effective against Harbor Viper in particular.
Absolutely, because it's key to have a second flasher to be able to pop through a wall, you know, create that.
And one as fast as a Phoenix?
Sure, you can take that one, yeah. But again, it's another opportunity for PaperX to create a little chaos, apply a little more pressure in a different way that's going to throw off some of the particularly the defensive protocols for EG.
And pressure, that is the word
Who's
I'm
favored
seeing
on
right
Pearl?
now. EG, they've been talking about how they've been playing with house
I'd say
money,
it's
how
close.
they have just been taking the
Maybe
opportunities.
slightly favor PaperX, but I think it's very close.
Can the pressure get to them at this point in the lower final, down a map against this crazy comp from PaperX? This is how they started their season.
Like, Paper X beat NRG, who I'd say are a slightly better team than EG on this map.
The question is, can they now, playing against a slightly different but similar comp, change that history?
I mean, EG, they do have that advantage of having been able
Like,
to
some of
watch
EG's
PRX
stats on
play
this map you can't really put
NRG,
into it, because
and
they were
that was
playing
not
very
a
bizarre
very
comps at the
clean
start of the
take on
year.
the Pearl map. It was down to the wire. It was into overtime. That could very well happen again, but we'll see how EG, how well they've done their homework.
Another example where we're looking towards Potter to actually make those small tweaks now to play to their own strengths.
Well, I know this crowd wants a 5th map, but the question is, are we going to get there? Let's go ahead and send it back over to Brendan Sideshow for the call.
Yeah, this is it. This is where we get into the territory where the stakes are really the highest, you know, the defining moments in a series where, you know, the outcome of this map right now is going to be defining whether we go the distance all the way to that 5th and final map, or is the series just going to end here? Is it going to be Paper X weaving the tail of them with a content creator going to the grand final?
In either situation, you just get such a stellar outcome. Because, like I said to start this match, it's two of the most unlikely Valorant runs of all time colliding. And so either you're getting Paper X being able to crown themselves running, or going to another grand final, I should say. No crowns quite on the line just yet. But getting another chance at a big grand final like this, with Jing playing Phoenix, or we go on to Ascent, where the last time Paper X were playing a Harbor there. Either way, it's going to be madness. And to start things out, of course, we're getting 8 players running into each other.
Yeah, why not?
Like the 2 Cinderella pumpkin carriages colliding down B long.
Oh, it's the Leviathan play.
Let's see which one wins out. So the usual setup. We know this one if you've been watching a lot of the Americas. It's a bait and trap play. Snakebite over the top, lineup that collects. Vulnerable. That's a nade of their own. Molly over the top there. Enough damage done just from it. Jing is forward out of position here, but a cascade actually gives him a bit of coverage, so we can reposition and get out of there.
Okay, they have done some damage.
That turret gives decent info. The whole of EG starting to rotate around and help Boostio defend A.
Yeah, but look at them all in the spawn. You realize they've given up a lot of that space towards mid, right into the center of the map.
Don't want to startle any Paper X fans, but Forsaken does have a shorty here as well.
Oh.
So I think they were planning something very specific that relied on them getting B control.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
that comes out, doesn't
no
say
dash,
anything.
just the shorty. Might be able to salvage a weapon from Mind Freak. Is that why they're going back over here? Probably.
Would make sense.
Yeah, there it is. There's the gun he's looking for.
Just trying knife out to jiggle and get the ghost online.
Well, there it is. No one was ready to meet them. They're going to be hearing this though. Footsteps about.
How did they get in there with no flashes? They missed the flash as well.
Waiting for this now as the fight starts to come through onto the heaven angle. Precision is name of the game, but a tap of the gun, the classic, running out of bullets all the way through.
The reload.
Comb gets brought down. Damage was done. Nanoswarm at his feet. You're feeling it right now. Turned to pieces. 11 seconds left in this round. Weak enough with the plant. This has to be stuck all the way. Pressure.
Jing
it's
Dine's
there.
big though.
Fighting towards it. CGRS brought down in the end.
Jing was the one with
Boostio
health, so he
leading the Chargers
kinda
team.
needed to get a kill
Carves
there.
out a path right through the middle.
Okay. Big win for EG. I was got 1 for 1
I
on
was
all the
definitely
pistols so far.
concerned when Com had a
this,
classic in
game.
his hand and wasn't able to land the extra headshot he needed against blinded up Paper X players.
Yeah, go
But
for the
EG are
Leviathan
able to
straight on the
convert that
pistol.
one.
Nice idea.
Another pistol to start the maps out. The story of these maps has so frequently been EG get the first pistol, can't actually generate too much of a snowball off the back of it, and then Paper X get the second and start to respond. How many rounds does EG need here for their fans to be confident we're going to a 5th? I don't feel like there's any number. The belief in Paper X to make any level of comeback.
Forced again. They
We've
did this
had
on the bind.
turns throughout these maps.
Here's another twist and turn. Paper X are going to force into this.
Yeah.
They
But
pulled
Paper
this
X-
one out before. I think it was in the game against NRG.
They're one of the worst teams in terms of pistol round conversions actually heading into this match.
Just win the second round.
But yeah, and part of the reason why they're so successful is because they opt into these forces all the way through. Stingers into the back of it.
Oh, he got hit
This
by the
time Joe
snake
will
bite and
meet
he
them.
still went for it.
All the way through, catching onto the heels of Komi, seeking to reposition. Vulnerable up, enough damage done, but the bullets spraying around. Cove in his face, he can't get the weapon out in time. It's just punishments all over the place.
There you go, the
Dissipation
force
of the
works
smoke.
again.
Grants an easy sight line. Ult's already built up. Why not expend it? Round 2, by the way. Round 2. And still hunted him down with a rifle, but blind as a bat. Demon 1 can't stand his ground.
Oh, what a response! And that's Paper X to a T. The force-up attack side.
Oh, that was fun.
Utilizing the plant money and the fact that they got quite a few kills in round 1. But still, I mean, this is only Stingers. And they coordinate themselves, it really does feel like a hive mind when you watch PaperX play in these kind of spots.
Yeah, easy to be on the same page when you know everybody's
the round
sole
two.
goal
But
is
that's
to
a
enter
massive
as hard as
swing,
possible.
right? I mean, it's an absolutely massive
Somebody
swing,
says go,
assuming
like,
that they
right,
convert
we're
this
going
one
in,
at
we're
least
going.
somewhat.
Everybody has immaculate faith in each other to be able to always go forwards, nobody baiting. And I mean, the fact that Jing got his ult online and is now starting to farm up the second in round 3. Ridiculous.
Oh,
Forsaken,
no.
Oh, loses the fight out to the Classic.
Go on, give us a thrifty back the other way as well.
And it's a hard flank, isn't it? All grouped up here. Art control still going to be gained. Held on to at least
They're going
partially
for a
by Boostio.
4-man flank.
Go down here. Mind Freak. Exploration. Picking up that mid position. Jiggle peek for the information. And there we go.
That's the rifle. Okay, here we
That's
go.
the rifle drop down once more. An exchange of hands
they should be
back
favored.
in the other direction. Nana Swarm is there. Who's going to pick this one up? It's Jorgamo. You got to know everybody's coming from that choke point. Divide. It's on the angle of it. Pre-fired. Lovely flash.
Okay,
Divide is setting the pace of this
That's
round
the rifle down.
excellently.
Okay.
They can't withstand it. And they're all grouped up like that. All the
Got a bit
sidelines set on
scary.
that one angle.
But Divide,
An excellent demonstration of how being aggressive can sometimes
one big.
be the best option in those kind of situations. Rather than allowing the death ball of EG to go towards them with the two-player advantage, Divide chooses to break up the timings by finding those moments to take fights and flash his way back out. Seems a little risky sometimes, but they're played to perfection. Okay, so
Now
we
the full
stabilize a
buy.
little. EG can buy this round. PaperX,
Got Seekers
3
as well, though.
rifles, and a stinger on cigarettes.
Oh,
Starting to get flowing as well. Playing for these
oh, he said cigarettes.
Pushing deep
Elcaster, ban him.
Never
Never commentating again. Sideshow cancelled.
Orb gained.
And sometimes Demon 1 is going to be posted up in A main off the back of the Trailblazer and Cascade being used. This time, nobody from EG.
No more egg.
So what they're hoping for here is that PaperX make a lot of noise re-clearing this area. Like that, for example, the flash, the footsteps, and this will give EG the timing.
What, they're just walking up behind it. They used the initial flash, which I think
So
was out
they-
of range.
they create
of
some
Demon 1,
pressure
by the
here.
way.
Yeah,
He was
look at
holding
EG.
far enough away, and they walked the rest of it.
Meanwhile, EG are just stacked over towards B and now realize
They
that
finally
B hit
figured
is
it
not
out.
coming. It's time to go back over to the other side of the map.
I mean, if they seek us
But you
now,
can see that they did have a timing here. I think PaperX might be in front of it, though.
And here, finally, noise cues onto the side. Stars come through, the dash on top of it. This is going to be called now, but there's no positioning to absorb any of this aggression.
Surprised they used
EG
that
are all the way in
afterwards.
spawn. Seekers. It's going to be pushing them back.
I
There
mean,
is a
these
major
Seekers
retake
tell them.
ultimate. The Reckoning is
No one
fabulous in
did.
these kind of
That's
spots.
why PaperX are in their spawn right now. They want to try and fight them to it. They're anticipating it. Here's the Reckoning. Do they push
That's
forward in
huge!
time? They're all stunned up! A flash for a flash! Utils have to be used back and forth, back and forth. Which team will reign supreme? It looks like it's all EG!
Oh.
Boostio! Sublime!
Off the back of
They
a
all
Reckoning.
went together, though. They didn't
failed
think
to
that.
catch those players.
Yeah, because they're
If you
all
manage to
just
run out of
together,
your
so they're
own
all getting
stun
hit.
circle, you're just running into somebody else's.
I think they thought that, oh, they'll
Jorgamo's
ult the
ultimate
site,
could
they
not
won't ult us.
have found more value.
Oh my.
And credit to PaperX for trying to throw utility themselves to get out of that spot. But as soon as Boostio gets in behind, there's no hope.
Let's go, baby.
Lovely transfer.
Okay, they have a lockdown now as well. We still have a full buy.
So Boostio with that. Enough damage done across the board here. He's built up his lockdown, or may have had it prior as well, but still a big ultimate to lead into this next.
Yeah, he's just got that online with those kills, you're right. But I'm looking at Jing. You know, he's over here
That's a nano down
with the rest
here.
of the players, picking up his second Phoenix ult in round 5.
Why EG are putting such a heavy emphasis over controlling one area of the extremities, but if you do that, you can't control the other one, so they're leaving B for a bit of a
Dog
flurry.
comes
to
out,
look
oh,
at the
it's not
way-
gonna see anything.
Yeah, exactly, this util setup. Yep. It's ingenious. It's meant to punish Forsaken with an updraft dash up into heaven. He likes to do this. We know this if you've been watching a lot of these Pacific VODs, but this time
So
again,
deep.
he's just contacting in still, trying to piece out where this util is. They really haven't given anything away. The dash is now
And they get
not
the kill on
active,
Demon
and Demon
1.
1 is none the wiser. They thought it was going to be completely open, at least in terms of that side. He thought his teammate had his back. Nana Swarms.
Okay, the
Not going to be
lockdown comes
activated,
in.
but still, the smoke's held. Bullets
Gotta get out.
rattled, straining. They're locked down.
Now they have the ult for
Not be
post-spawn
detaining
now.
anybody.
Jing
Everybody
can pop ult
evacuating
now.
out of the way. Still, it's planted, slightly to the side. Molly's going to be denying the first part of it. Spam onto the corner. Flash through. Ult popped off from Jing. He's blinded up though. Cannot see anything. Still gets a kill.
Boostio missed him.
What is going on? This is absolutely all over the place. Cove. Maybe the next tool to be used to try and find this one, but pushing it past, you have to try and fight close to them. Jorgamo, he's got half on it, pulled off a bit, already half, and timing has been bought. CGRS!
Okay, CGRS on the look, the Astra pull
Enough
coming in
time
big.
with the pull from Mindfreak, and it's him that finalizes that round.
Chaos round.
A somewhat standard post plant though, with both teams trying to contest the defuse from coming through.
But there's contact
a very different way of opening this round up. I simply can't believe that PaperX had the read that the alarm bot wasn't around. You saw Forsaken as he walked into the site, sniffing it around, seeing if he could find an alarm bot anywhere near. And as soon as he realized that that path into B-Link was open, he found the only gap in what EG were up to.
Yeah.
What
Okay,
a
this time it's
masterful
down
way
B.
of being able to crack
They have
open
knives,
the B
but
side
other
there.
than that, it's a bad buy.
Many of these rounds have been opened up.
Wow,
Paved
I
the way.
mean, just crazy to
PaperX's
contact in
plays
here.
now.
No one would think of that.
Get away with that for a bit, but at some point EG are going to be trying to prioritize an operator.
They got this stack
That's probably
here.
why Demon 1's just using the knives. 2,400 in the bank. It's one of the ways to punish those contact plays is just by picking it up here.
This is such a
Pushed up
stack.
again.
This is
And
so
yeah,
dangerous.
They're into the
Oh,
stack.
they're going to go for the flash.
Oh, they're
through.
going to flash through the wall. It's used in kind, in turn, damage done, Device still alive. That is ridiculous.
And I think they baited Boostio in.
There was an idea behind it, a snake bite towards the back of the pillar, an
CGRS
attempt to punish through it, into it, close to the corner
all
though.
the way through.
Yeah, Boostio is just going to be holding that ground
The problem
as
is
well.
they don't
No
know
one's
about
going to be
mid,
crossing
but-
into his sight line.
And everybody going over to CGRS, who's really found the read at this point that EG are overstacking. This, of course, being an eco round, but on the previous two, we've seen many opportunities for CGRS to get deep because EG are leaning heavily one way or another. This
Now
time, though,
EG know.
CGRS caught, and his positioning lets Demon 1 know instantly that he would have been calling the rotate back over.
Demon 1 is not wasting time, is he? Dash is there. Over to the side, Smoke, here's the tap now. Plan, potentially online through the window. Couldn't quite land that knife. Has to back away and damage was done to him. The reposition
Did he
is
see
smart
him?
from Mind 3.
I don't think they saw him.
Off to the side, it's going to be spotted out though. There's one kill,
Oh, they
there's the
trade it.
second.
Wow, EG win the
Boostio
round.
From the jaws of defeat, he snatches it back.
What a return!
So maybe
from
CGRS
EG.
just getting a little greedy, although
The
I
play
can
at the beginning
understand
is
it.
an
But
interesting one. Their idea of just walking through their own wall, trying to find the timing on the Trailblazer and flashes being used. And this does enough to be able to take things down into dangerous territory where CGRS on a great look just oversteps himself slightly into Demon 1.
Nasty play.
Well done there, especially the little combo towards the end. Boostio's been a
Okay,
bit
so
of a
now the
swing
buy
player
is
deep
not
in
that
these
great.
playoffs.
07
Few
When he's
rifles
feeling
and
it,
a
and he's having a
jet
game
knife.
like this,
Big man's
winning so many big
IGI
rounds for his team.
with the 2 months.
He's nigh unstoppable.
Here.
Draft potentially in order here with the knives in the hand of Forsaken. He's attempting to punish a high ground position that's deep onto the side while all this is happening. Jing, he was taking a fight straight to them. I'm not sure how that shot was found, but close to the corner means that they're not going to have any of this killjoy utility. And Demon, with the operator, has now been spotted out. This has been found.
And this is why I'm saying Boostio's a bit of a swing player, because when he dies early like this, he can lose his team a game as well.
Seekers flash to the corner. All of this is intended
What?
to try and
That
push
wasn't
them
the option.
back.
How fortunate is that?
That was Forsaken fault.
Just a spam through the smoke, I believe.
Yeah, a few bullets just landing. Luck of the draw with that one, but it's brought it even to 4 versus 4. And again, that heavy rotation, only this time a twist in it. EG, they do have some presence deep into mid. Tom was trying to be watching, actually, for this. That's a Trailblazer with immense value.
Sees everything, and Com can start sprinting on the flank.
Flash through the wall, Cosmic Divider.
Oh, the
Jorgamo,
stun.
tail in between his legs there, just still doesn't want to give up this ground. There's the cascade, takes the fights to them anyway. Bullets raining, scattered, punching
Oh,
through
Jorgamo,
with the
what a
shorty.
play.
And now, of course, he's favoured. Jump spot round with the movement. It's going to
flank
come
from
down
Com.
to the aim duels, and it has to be evened out that way, but it
Yeah,
will
ready
not
for it.
happen. What I was pointing out prior, Com.
So
lurked his
PaperX
way into
here,
mid. There was nothing to
they
catch
need
him
to
there.
understand that. I mean,
It was
at
the
this
final
point, they
level
have
trap.
to know that EG are like
So a
full
great
stack.
response
I mean,
in
they're
the
just
last couple from
stacking
EG.
B.
You see this first pick come
Like,
through
they're so fast to come
off the
to
back
B.
of the Reckoning.
Every round.
But it's not the Reckoning that actually gives Jorgamo any idea about what's happening there. He's just spamming based off where the Seekers are going. And Ethan was able to get those Seekers up at the start of the round because PRX are so heavy one side of the map or the other.
PRX
Look,
just
no one
refused to
really
save.
controlling B. It's extremely grouped up, A split right from the start. They've got a plan.
Oh,
Dimor
how did
misses
that
the
miss?
shot, not draft. Dash, no longer available, has to smoke his exit through. Jing wants to try and put the punish onto this one, put a bit of hurt into him. They run it back, leading the charge, carves up an opening and a path for his team to follow up. Forsaken, he's so fast with it. He's walking through into the smoke, but he doesn't watch the angle, doesn't watch the corner. It's Ethan's job, and he does punish that overextension still, locking down the mid-angles. Jogama will fall. A bit of a breakaway.
Everything
They make
on
the most of it.
Boostio.
Boostio, 11 HP.
They know he's here.
Has to land a shot here, but the running gun does it. Drops him.
Hey,
no
they're
more
gonna get to
util
this
now for the
site.
site to try and push back this plan. Still a minute left. Lockdown earned. CGRS, he opts to use it close to the corner.
That can be
Don't
destroyed,
think Ethan
can
can contest this particularly.
Maybe. Might go for it. Is there a window for him? Off the defuse, or off the plan here. Divide doesn't opt to stick this one. Instead, just trying to take the fight to them. One player detained up close, up top. That's Team 1's job now to try and contain this one and hold it, but he oversteps it again, walking forward. CGRS with 3, and Ethan, they know where he
They
is.
got Jing on this flank.
To leave him to his devices, just a turret to catch the contact behind.
There's a flank on a flank here. Jing's coming through water too.
Yeah, and this is going to be, again, what Con was doing prior, the final level to it. It's a backbreaker. They're not going to expect Jing to be coming up behind. CGRS, well, he's on for the ace, denied at least that. No clip in sight, but util out in the hands of Com sets him up nice and easily. That's the bite.
They will still have a bite. Ethan will have to
even
eat one,
in
but
this map, Josh. 4-4.
It's 4-4,
a
but
weird
in
round.
absolutely chaotic fashion. PRX are going for plays.
Like the push
Multiple
deep here.
prongs of the hive mind, reaching out across the map at once.
This was nice by CGR.
Probing tendrils
And not
to see whether they
overstepping.
can
See,
make a play
like this is
happen.
what PRX need.
In that
Yeah, you can
round,
be
you
aggressive,
have
but
Mindfreak
like
going for a lurk into B link, and when
CGRS
that
aggression
fails,
there versus
it
Forsaken
doesn't
aggression,
stop
right?
CGRS
Forsaken is just walking
with
into a
Divine, I
smoke
believe, from
in CT
also
where they know
probing
the
into
sky
B link
is,
from a
right? They
different
know the
position.
sky is there because the sky dog Jing, so they know the sky is back there,
the way
and he
that
still
they
walks
play
into the
is so
smoke
fluid
and
and
dies.
loose.
CGRS there
Because
could have
they
tried to
got
hunt
that
down for Ethan.
They're
Now,
able to
oh,
group
one
up into
detained.
little
I know where he
duos
is.
and work these
Let me go get that
micro
kill.
plays on the map
But he doesn't. He
superbly.
pushes up,
And it's
but he's
putting
smart.
a ton of pressure on EG to try and keep up.
Now, Josh, in a previous best of 5 that we might have covered, may or may not have said, you're never being quite tested like this before. With a scenic shot over a very famous IGL. Now, that was relating to the pressure, to the circumstances in the grand finals. This is a lower bracket finals. Take it down a notch ever so slightly, but you're tested in a different way if you are EG, because you have to keep up with this pandemonium that is occurring. These are scenarios you're never going to be finding yourself in most
PRX
of the
keeps
time
CGRS
in
on
your
the mirror.
playing career in Valorant.
No, because
And
something
there's
is
a lot
still
of pressure on Boostio, just with the way that
a
EG
better
normally
player.
plays, because he's such an
I
aggressive
think that
sentinel player. I think back
all
to the
this
game
proves
that EG had
is
against
that
Fnatic in the upper bracket finals.
PRX
He
are
went
insane.
0-5 in first kills to first deaths on
And
the first
the
map,
fact
the
they
open
can do
map
this
on
with a sub
Lotus,
doesn't make any
there
sense.
was no way of recovering that. And then he had a fantastic performance on Fracture to bring them back into the game. Here as Killjoy on Pearl, he's getting tested. Whether he puts his utility to hard anchor B or whether he puts it
Has
to
there been a
info
5v5
mid,
post-match?
he is going to get pushed from so many different spots.
There was in
And
the
he's gotta be
second
able to,
round,
and
but
EG as a
does that count?
collective have got to be able to shut
Not since the
down
guns came out, I don't think.
those probing, aggressive plays by PRX. Because once they realize they can
Maybe
get
the
away
other
with
teams
them,
are just
oh,
bad.
PRX are going to turn the tempo up. Oh yeah. And that's when it gets truly dangerous. That's when they can snowball out of control. When you get scared and give them the space.
Oh yeah. They'll let loose. They'll run all over you.
That's what
How would
they're
I
hoping
compare
for.
something to Durka?
Needed any more indicator.
I mean, something's
This
more
series is
crazy
not going, or at least this
than
match
anyone,
not going to
pretty
anyone's
much.
Expectations. These were back-to-back timeouts that are being taken. Both teams
Back-to-back
trying to make
timeouts.
adjustments. There's an extra long one. Both teams getting a chance to talk.
Frustrating for the coaches.
Yeah.
I don't think they needed all of that time to discuss what was going on. Taking a look at the defensive setup here. EG fighting over
Okay,
A
so Ethan
control,
does
so
just
the
have a
Boostio can
stinger,
get the
but-
orb, I think.
Team in 1. Close behind the pillar, flash in his face. Backs away though to the corner for the jump
Okay, they
spot.
get the
so
Killjoy
orb is
locked down.
granted towards A.
Yeah, they have a good retake ult here now. And Demon 1 is giving them information whilst being set up on an aggressive line.
But look at this again. It's that little pump of utility that's just used. A bit of fire now. They're being obvious in terms of their placement here, but they love to contact up here.
That's why Demon 1's holding this angle.
Yeah. Wall up, straight across. Here's a snake bite.
Yeah, they pop it early. See, this is the thing. EG, they don't like to play for these.
Caught into the corner. It's a common angle that you can spam. You can catch him. But a flash for a flash. You got to get out of there.
Good flash from Ethan to save Demon 1.
Really nice. Supplementary utility just to peel him out. So, no casualties yet, but yet being the key.
Oh, the lineup.
Boostio.
Oh.
He's beating them all down.
Tree
3
vandal
kills
thing.
in the midst of it when his team needed it.
And the swing player there has just hit one out of the park. What a round from Boostio. I was asking what the second
PRX
player
maybe a
was to
bit
PRX.
impatient there.
But I don't think they really had one there other than just
you know, as
decide
soon as
to
the
face
lockdown
check.
ended, it's like, well, let's go.
CGRS is left
You know,
with
there
it
was no
all to
attempt
do.
of like, you know, let's
And the
wait
spike
until
in
there's
front
20
of it.
seconds left or whatever.
Don't
You know,
think there's
maybe
too
they'll
much
think
of a
they're
hope here.
we're rotated, maybe they'll rotate back. It was just...
Look at the economy on PRX as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Mind Freak, Devi are really going to struggle to buy here. CGRS saving a rifle is very important for their economy.
You're exactly right. I mean, because of the economy, what a round to do it. To have a turn-up moment, but Boostio picks up 3 because it should, in theory, break this now for PRX. They got the 1 rifle to carry forwards, but might choose to force up into it, but they'll be scrambling.
They were anticipating EG being stood so much further back. They thought they were going to get that first corner for free, and the flash is posted really
They're going
deep
for
there
it. I love it.
from Devi.
I am shocked that PRX are even able to get some money going. They have no loss bonus reset here. They are just forcing up into this.
Yeah, it's not great though, is it?
3 rifles and 2 stingers.
I love it.
Trying to make the most of it. One.
I think this is correct, by the way. If you can buy 3 guns, I think you buy. Even though they have no util here.
Showcased. I don't opt to. Okay, yeah, I was like, Jing, are you really going to be taking that from Devi? No, he does get off of it.
But this one much more spread out by PRX. Because they were playing for the ult orb at the beginning and didn't want to end A, it feels different from EG's point of view. Demon 1's going to look to make a peek into mid. Mind
so
Freak's been
dangerous.
lurking around here.
There are
I think
so
only
many
has a
angles
stinger.
you have to face if you are a player in this spot. Fight's taken. Somebody util. Concern at the back of their minds, of the PRX players, I think, that could have been a bigger purchase.
Okay, Flash sees something, but Ethan
This is
rotates off
slowly
it.
heading towards Demon 1.
Problem is,
Boostio.
Forsaken can't fake with his util, because he's got no
There
util.
online. Forsaken. Is he really seeking to try and get something done here? Alone onto the other side, other section. 38 seconds left.
Now they have no
Swarms
dash.
are
Oh,
dead
he's
in.
can't
Done
kill
it.
them.
Yeah, Forsaken. He's called the rotation and called that
Jinx
timing.
found one as well.
And is there really space now for PRX to pivot and rotate and retreat? Yes, there is. I mean, they are out of there. The decision was made.
Look at Com. I mean, it doesn't really matter what CGRS does over here, because if Com drops the spike and finds a good timing, is he
could be
maybe going to
everything,
collect
man.
Forsaken?
He needs to stay alive.
CGRS is fighting World War III on the other side of things.
There's 2 players here, but really Com just has to be the difference maker to stop this and deny the plan from coming through. Ping into the corner. Doesn't opt to use a snake bite. He just puts his orb down. He gets counter spammed. The plant's down.
And that's round.
Oh, he could have been the difference maker. But instead shut down. And the 2 players that were distracted this entire time,
CGRS. I mean,
by the way,
CGRS
still
does what he
alive and
needs to
kicking.
do. He keeps these 2 players here.
Absolute rat behavior from him.
From everybody on PRX this round. Once more, even the parts of the PRX attack that don't have any setup behind them, that are purely based on the distraction of their teammates, they find value.
Yeah.
I mean, my freaking Divine, I mean, they either need to go and get a
Fantastic
gun.
stuff there. Forsaken
Oh,
using
yeah,
the
just
pressure that the rest of his team were creating on A to find a lurk timing. Oh.
PRX win Masters, then
These EG
DFM
players
gets
just wanna
second
keep
LCQ and then wins champs.
Keeping the economy honest. They do have money to buy for next, but maybe just not confident in the financials or mathematics behind it, even though the game does work.
PJ
out
Oma
for you.
27 with the 2 months. PRX win Masters, then
Take a
DFM
look at
gets
that from
second to LCQ and
Opens
win
up onto
champ.
Jorgensen.
I like how you say they have to
While
get
Jing was
second.
being
Like,
pushed
the
back,
team that would
and
win
Jing
champs.
in that
There's
corner,
no way
he
they're
got
going to actually
full-blinded
win
it.
LCQ.
And he still swings and gets another one. Everybody on PRX is good for a round every now and then.
Yeah.
That's what makes them such a dangerous team. Or that's one of the things that makes them such a dangerous team. 2 rounds left in the half.
Okay, 5-5.
EG now set to try and
Jing one
disrupt
off ult.
play
Surprised,
towards the orb.
surprised they're not going for that ult
I
up
think
for
that
Jing.
Jing's going to be making a play for his ult. He's only 1 away. But instead, it's towards mid. Lambert broken early. Flash through double doors. Fighting Actually, just the molly held. This is going to be clearing close to the corner. Clearly some thought being put into this lineup.
Okay, the dog comes down here,
Orchestrated.
doesn't see
Trailblazer
anything.
clears through.
This is only an alarm bot, it's not a
Players
turret.
Leaving EG questioning, wondering where this is really going to land.
Boostio again looks like he
And they've
could
used
well be a
dogs,
pivot
so
player in
clearing
this
Demon
round.
1 here is going to be
He's chosen
difficult.
to take a very aggressive setup. Demon 1 though, on the fight.
Yeah, wow!
Oh
what an
my God.
adjustment. Really going for more there. And the dash does get out well, barely. 51 health, but a heal.
Forsaken has
online.
pushed up here.
I mean,
back up.
Forsaken took the time into going to B-Link instead of going into Art. So he didn't meet Boostio, and now he's got a strange amount of map control.
And this, I think, is a little mistake, maybe from CGRS or maybe just the team, not quite sure. But if they're going to go for this mid play,
There's 30 seconds. What
you know,
decision is going to be reached? I mean, trying to, again, fake the A presence, I think.
Okay, Com's just
a lot of
playing
util being
retake here
expended there.
on-
It's grabbed the attention of some of the EG players, but now they're scrambling and scurrying all the
Now
way
they-
back over
now they
towards
know.
B. Giving up a lot of space. There's 19 seconds left still. Contacting all the way through. Not giving any sort of indicator.
Gonna go
Not a
fast.
plan for Divide. Close onto the corner inside the smoke. It's all going a bit haywire.
They did get the
Back
spam.
onto it. Divide was at the default spot and
Still,
position. This time
4v3.
Com doesn't give away his life, instead letting the plant go down. Player advantage still to EG. All
Have
up.
to play on site because of the spike plant location.
Time being bought now to try and fight themselves through. It's a pull and an attempt into the back of Horse. Mindfreak still alive, but eventually falls. Spam and sprayed. The high-low setup, EG.
Okay, EG get the 6.
Stop. They salvage
And
it.
again, the buy here for CGRS and
Tracks there,
Jing
so
somewhat
6
not
to
going to
5,
be great.
Making the most of that situation when really it was quite all over the place.
Did I name myself after the DMV?
Yeah, Com just choosing to spam instead
See, I
of,
know my my
over-investing
chat
there
isn't
and
normally the
plays
brightest,
his
but my
life.
name
They
actually
go
is
into a 4v3.
TMV, not
where PRX decide to
DMV.
play aggressive post plants.
So
They don't try to play
no.
for the pull on the spike, that kind of thing. And EG are just able to group up together and clean it out. Puts them up, minimum and even half. But PRX have been excellent at being able to bring these back in the second, even if the score does end 7-5. Jing's got an ult, though, that can blast the B site wide open.
Yeah, I'm all on this for the final round of the
Okay,
half.
Jing did get a rifle. He's got no shield rifle.
Scared of the potential of
course
maybe
he
an
has.
operator. We'll just get some info.
I mean, and also, look at how good EG have been at getting info over towards A main. On the rounds where nobody challenges there, Boostio goes up, gets the orb, and puts an alarm bot down.
So again, it's going to be
They've
this
got
B
4
hit. They do
players
have
ready
these
to defend
two.
B.
Ult coming through. Molly over the top. Snake bite, body blocked by the dog here. Jing running out of time, can't get the kill. Demon 1 pushing even deeper now, further forwards. Trying to contend with some of the players onto this one. Another flank also occurring. Com is watching for it in Link. He knows there's Cosmic Divide. There could be someone on the other side of things. Demon 1 left to try and solve it, and there's a flank.
Here's another
Look at
flank.
this, though.
Halted. Forsaken. Flanks on flanks. It's watched.
That's the kill they
Boostio
needed.
this time. Privy to it. Aware of it. 40 seconds left now. Just 2 players. Standing, Mindfreak and Jing. Together. Smokes separating. Dividing up into the site. Hove in the back to give a bit of room to play in, but with the lockdown planted and 28 seconds left, this is a dire situation. EG set up all the way, surely resetting.
Imagine.
Lovely work from Mindfreak in the end, but still a little bit too much to overcome. 7-5. It's a
Okay,
scoreline that we're
7-5
staring at
EG.
here. That narrow
Good start for them,
advantage
especially on
has
defense.
been found by EG.
And again, PRX's defense against
And they did a great job at dealing with the
NRG was
lurks
pretty
towards
good.
the end of this half. They found the double lurk setup. Here, one from Com, one from Boostio. A big issue that they had to deal with in prior rounds and struggled. PRX haven't been playing through mid very often on their tournament run in this map.
So
None
EG
of them
looked like they had very good prep for this map, knowing
So
the
it took
PRX
EG a
just
while,
like running
but they
B a
finally
lot,
figured it out.
right? They played so heavy, like as soon as they saw anything on B, it was everyone run. It was either like a stack on B to start, or it's like as soon as we hear anything, we're running.
so much, fellas, for that one.
And they're putting a
7-5
deep alarm
as the
bot on the
scoreline
other
as we
side,
get ready
and
for the half,
they
but
seem to just have a very good
immediately
idea
the
that
thing we were
PRX,
talking about before the game,
if
it
they start
definitely
B,
reared
it's going B.
Fiery head this time around was Phoenix.
Yeah, it really did start for PRX with them doing a great job of maximizing.
An anonymous
force,
gifter gave a
forging on
tier
this
1
Phoenix
to
and building a
Taku.
variety
How
of influence
nice.
around it. We playstyle. Faster rounds like this one when they force and on round 2 managed to close out with that Phoenix Salt, and also some of these slower rounds where they were using it in the late round. I think PaperX showed a lot of depth in this first half, but EG did rally back in those last few rounds.
They did, but we find themselves in fairly familiar territory because this was the exact scoreline that we saw from PaperX when they squared off against NRG. It was 7-5 at the half, them down after starting on the attack, and well, I think we know how that went. It went to overtime, and it was absolutely crazy. So that's all I can hope
got a purple badge
as we get ready to go into the second half.
Yeah, I think bigger picture as well with
when was
the
the last time
adjustment
you
late
subbed?
in that half from EG. It almost feels
With
like
your own
this was the
hard
approach
cash.
all along. EG just wanted to kind of play damage control, damage limitation for the first half here, set themselves up so they're kind of playing with a little less
Never
pressure.
subbed. El
PaperX
Taku.
are in this position with a substitute. They're somewhere where no one expected them to be, and they're now a half away
Suckers paid for 9
maybe
months.
making it into the grand finals. And I think they're in a good position to do it. This double flash comp is great for Flood retaking against Harbor Viper. We'll have to see if they can again rally in a second half to close out, and this time make the finals.
I mean, given what we've been seeing here from either side, the Killjoys, that has been the focus. We'll probably zoom in on that again later on. But CGRS, he's had
An enormous gift they gave a sub to
Taku
Taku Yamomi.
KJ, we'll see if he can have as much impact as Busio did.
Pay attention
I almost
to
said
those
Taku
retakes. See
Yamomi.
retakes. See how EG tries to stop them. This
Taku
is going to be
Yamomi.
interesting. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Yeah, the second half of Pearl now, you know, we mentioned it, it's pivotal in terms of the map to decide it, whether or not we get that continuation in the series all the way to map number 5. But I think for both of these teams, going to be digging at the bottom of the reserves as well. Any sort of energy levels that they can bring back up into this. And I mean, you try and listen, humans are very good at pattern recognition, Josh, but you look at that timeline, good luck.
This is
Well, PaperX have committed 4 players to pushing out B
And
as
he got through with a
aggressively as
gift
they possibly
to
can, driving people
Sabachera.
into CGRS.
Running all the way back around.
Oh, what a cheeky spot for him to be playing.
Smoke hiding in. Nope, the dog sees him. Anything to spam him out. Any util at all that can clear the way. Damage is being done. Pop flash into it, reloading. He knows he's being pushed. The right click's doing so much damn work, and Ethan claims his prize. Brings him down. Sight opened, wide open.
Push CT.
Plan towards the back of it as well. Looks like they want to
needed
try
that
and make
shot.
a go of it. Let's try and play for the back of the site. Flash play through the cove. Slowed down, but not for but a moment here. Still trying to hold on to control of Pit. It's a doubled up. High-low setup. Forsaken isolating one of the fights, and now they want to put the squeeze on Boostio. No, he was here from
he's
prior.
got that kill.
Collects the 1, collects the 3rd. In the round for him. Low enough, though. Single shot will do it, but eventually shut down
8-5.
Divide.
Now, last time PaperX
No funny
forced, they
business, not
forced
getting away
defense,
with it.
probably not.
What a 3K from Boostio. He picks off one of the players and then gives away his positioning and gets squeezed from both sides, still manages to come up with the goods. He's so frequently the key to EG's success here at Tokyo.
The kill on
And
mind
doing
pick
all
is
of this
insane.
whilst
This one
IGLing
here.
for the
'Cause
team.
I mean, I guess he just,
Supported in
I guess
that
he just
regard
gets
by
a bit of
Ethan and
time
Grom.
and look. I mean, or maybe he heard something. I don't know, but
But in these fragging
Why
rolls,
do they keep showing
sometimes
that?
Boostio is just making the difference. He's out here 18-8, and EG managed to win both pistols on this map.
Maybe this
Not
is a
that it made
chance for
much
them.
difference last time with the force buy.
It really didn't. The prior indicator here has to be the dash to disengage from this one. It is that clash between them. This time, EG actually giving way to
do I
PaperX.
think
They don't
Demon
want
One
to
is
take the
getting
fight
picked
to
up by
them.
another
They do
team
have
next
the better
season?
weaponry.
No. Why would they let
Reclaims
go
from
of
the
Demon One?
Trailblazer. They already gave up the prize that was that Ultor. The goal, try and get Jing's ult online.
Still pretty far away, though.
Yeah.
The pistol round, not successful in the slightest from PaperX. And they ended up going for a flank retake setup, where EG were extremely cautious looking for the other parts of the flank. They didn't just get
if
roped
they can
into
go to
looking at
Marshall,
A main. They were still paying
maybe he
attention
can
to
hit
B-Link,
a
Flowers.
correct shot.
Look at how bold Forsaken is. He just gets all the info that that's fake pressure towards B. And he can tell the rest of his team to go and stack A.
But they're coming back.
Oh, it's a double pump.
Double pump, double fake. They have pulled the rotations around with this kill collected. CGRS
Well, that kill isn't going to
forced.
tell them much, to be honest. They might think that's the lurk anyway.
Doesn't
Yeah.
give away much. Com would be the player lurking in that position. Forsaken realizes it. Oh, I've given up the line. High tide on my face. Time to make the moment happen before him. Shots right to the cranium. Demon One
Crazy
falls.
shot.
He is traded, but my God, what an effort.
So weird seeing Pearl on the old patch. I don't think I've played a ranked game on the new
They don't
Pearl
really
yet.
have the guns for it.
Which is normally weird. Normally when a map changes, they
extraordinarily difficult here.
increase the amount of
Jing
time
would
you
love
see
to
it.
be able to pick some up.
I think I've played every other map, but
Get
Pearl.
his ult online, but other than that, EG have just got so many defensive tools to use here.
Thinking I was playing in some Throw City yesterday. Is Melon and Emo in the chat?
I would rather try and get their ults online, to be honest. Yeah, I think especially for Divine Jing.
Yeah, they should be making a go of this.
Oh no, I lied. I did play a game.
Starting to play towards them. Plenty of players grouped up and collected. Sheriff in his hands. Can he make much more of it? Brought down. Last two players, Mindfreak Jing, going to be going down to the spike just to deny.
Melon as a demon,
really
not one on my
some
team
of those
apparently.
ults.
So another situation where
When
Jing's
playing
not really
Jet
able to
against
get
me?
the snowball going.
Crazy.
Quite different to the first half where he had his ultimate.
And then when playing on my team, playing Astra.
EG, for one of the first times in this series, are in a situation where they can possibly put together something dangerous on the bonus round. PaperX have contested them in the second halves by winning pistol, or earlier in this map, getting a force.
Put him on Jet, bro. I said I'd play Astra. Or Omen. I said I'll play Omen. He was like, no, I play Astra for my premier team on Haven. After just destroying me with Jet on Ascent.
I mean, does mean that they wait out the molly, retaking the space now. There's a pull to slow down the Trailblazer. Still clears towards the back of box. Faking like they're taking that A main control.
Yeah, the map control game here looks like it's being played well by EG. PaperX have got to be worried about A main, and now they're coming to flush out Forsaken. No support.
Such a brave angle. No support. Oh, he adjusts his aim at the wrong time of it. Flick to the side. There's no way he's been taking himself back up. He's posted back up onto the position.
Oh,
Insanity
that might cost them.
From Forsaken, but why not?
There is a very fine line between bravery and foolishness. That may have been on the wrong side of it there. But I gotta say, if he manages to get two and he's in a position where he might, makes the round look incredibly different. Sometimes you gotta go for those risks.
Oh, God.
They are behind in the map.
Behind in the map now, behind in the player advantage with the plan down for EG.
Like, you just gotta save, I think.
Set up for that success. And already PaperX making a call to back away and save. It's a hard one. Letting these rounds slip away from you. Every instance now as well. These are the moments that...
Who's the best Astra in the pro scene?
Thinking, man, didn't even get to play in this one.
Good question.
Yeah, those are tough rounds for the A players.
Like, specifically
Thinking
Astra?
back, though, to PaperX's game on Pearl when they played against NRG. It kind of matched this the whole way through.
Because, like, obviously, like, Mako's still the best controller player, so,
The
like,
7-5 half went
overall,
up to
it's probably
9-5,
still
and then
Mako,
PaperX
but,
responded.
like,
And this was
just
where
for, like,
PaperX really
the
started
actual
to get
Astra
the
usage.
ball rolling and get some momentum
I
going.
mean,
and put the
Mindfreak
hurt
does
on
play a lot of
NRG.
Astra. It's probably up there.
Here, a 5-round deficit with EG's economy still booming, it looks really difficult. It looks set for us to go to a 5th map.
Truly does.
But I know the PaperX don't give up on maps like this.
They'll be throwing everything at them. Timeout. Called here for PaperX.
Okay, timeout, but...
One of the things we haven't really
yeah,
touched
this
on
one
too
not
much as
looking
well,
great for
Josh,
PaperX.
Whittled it down to our top 3 at Masters Tokyo here. Representatives from EMEA, from the Americas, and also Pacific. That's what this fight is really about. Not just to make it all the way to the grand finals, but also a chance to really
Yeah, guys,
represent
I
your
don't think
region
it's
there in the grand
zones.
finals and maybe earn an extra slot for champs.
That would be a major victory for whatever region was able to do it.
Time froze in 2021 for these people.
In terms of the strategy adjustments here from PaperX, it's easier for us to be able to tell we have access to the whole minimap. But what I'm noticing from EG, especially in that prior round, is that they're not fighting for map control early. They're going and taking it away from PaperX after PaperX have done that initial grab for info. So in that round, A main controlled by PaperX, taken away by EG, and then PaperX don't have enough utility to be able to re-clear that area instantly. And EG find that timing to pivot to the other side of the map. So sometimes it's not as good to have early map control as to save your utility.
Kills yourself
to
on
re-clear
B.
it once the
Again, we get
attackers
the
have been
same
in that
aggression
area.
on A.
Especially if you think they're going to pivot a lot instead of re-hitting. Well, that's an early push.
Yep, straight through mid. Good luck trying to catch that one still.
And Jing goes for the re-clear there.
Yeah, and it's
Why-
Jing who
why are
catches the
these two
bullet
so
to
far
the
back?
head.
Yeah, because EG are ready for it.
So 4 versus 4, still holding the angle here. They expect and anticipate this re-clearance. Oh, really playing anti-flash as a pull to punish. Attempt of it. But
Yeah, they
really
recleared
no one
that.
can really close the gap.
But look at how different this is in terms of map control. PaperX now have all of that area over towards A main, and that's info.
They had to give up mid as a result of it. You can see how passive the players are playing. It's Forsaken just looking to try and contain in case somebody is in mid. Barreling forwards now, EG. Laying claim to this area of the map, towards the site. Snakebite at the back here, spam through,
They didn't
onto the
expect
wall.
Forsaken
They're
to
walking
be
right
there.
into him. It's a crossfire setup where people are just given individuals, and it's a spray and chance of random luck that has given this advantage to PaperX.
But the plant is
They
down.
should know where
and
both are,
Jorgamo,
though.
if he finds a position,
Or they might not know exactly
finds a
where
safe
Jorgamo is.
timing, he might be able to get off a reckoning. It is tough from this spot, though, because he'll never feel safe.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to give away his positioning at all here. He's just holding his ground with the rifle. No time to really pull it out here. Never a chance to make him feel safe. Come! That is insane. How's he pulling that one out? Precision. But eventually shut down. Divide drops to the floor. Tap onto it, running around, aimlessly hunting for Jorgamo, that last remaining player. And time, enough on the clock here. A round win for PaperX. It's been a while. But these guys, they earned a bit of respite, but yeah, not quite anymore. It's like 400 push-ups. They're going to be feeling it tomorrow, by the way, guys. That's dangerous stuff. You're not going to be able to lift any objects.
I mean, it doesn't get any better for them either. This is either a PaperX comeback, where they put more and more rounds on the board, or it goes to 5 and they have to keep doing push-ups as PaperX play a whole other map.
Yeah.
And what was this as well, though?
400 push-ups
You
is a lot
can't
of
even
push-ups.
see anything, man.
No,
I mean,
that's disgusting. And doesn't win them
It's a
the
lot
round.
of push-ups.
So EG tried the same kind of stuff, a fight in A main.
They
a
should have
quick pivot
said
to B.
5 for each,
Now
I
they're
think.
mixing it up.
Even then, 200 push-ups is a lot of push-ups.
Slowly collecting in the B side of
Trap
Pearl.
play off of Forsaken. Forsaken's holding contact. They have 2 people holding flashes in case.
Yeah.
And I think what... Okay.
They're just
Slow
trying to
down
bait
to the
people
point.
into them.
Yeah, it's slowed down to the point. I mean, this is going to be baiting a fight. Up front and personal. The firing line holds it. It's a pre-fire wide swing.
I mean, EG
onto the
again.
corner. Jing brought down, taken out.
They're catching him out
Right,
every time.
Got to second guess that now. Both teams getting
By
themselves
just
out of
holding,
there.
doing nothing.
A little impatient
Just literally
perhaps
doing,
from
yeah.
PaperX. But as the defenders, they're constantly worried about gaps in their defense. People walking through mid,
Yeah, they're reclearing A main.
B-link. And it forced them
That
to make
flash
some
saw
kind of
nothing.
aggressive
That's
play.
just
EG
kind
just
of
holding for it.
anti-information.
And in the right place at the right time, too. Now, the contact re-clear of A main.
What? It's just a fake again that they're taking control of it, but with Mindfreak pushed up this hard...
Yeah, they can call their bluff.
Yeah, absolutely.
The issue here is, I don't think CGRS is going to rotate off. So even though they know it's heading towards B, there's still only 2 players able to defend.
Forsaken holds the line. Wide face, he fell asleep at the wheel. Demon 1.
Okay,
Takes
I
him
mean,
out,
this
wins
should
the
be it. If
Angel.
they
Here's
win
the
this round,
reckoning now.
EG as well.
Parting away onto the site here. There's a nanoswarm of flash. Everything being expended just to take the space towards it. Divide. Tucked to the corner. He feels like he has to make a play. You can feel it. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Sky players not deciding to step past the smokes. Mindfreak is going to be spotted there on that flank here. Divide still pushing forwards now on the corner. Tap, trying to force the util, but Jorgamo pushes forwards and presses his advantage. All the way grouped up, trying to watch onto the flank. They had a player
No time.
there. Mindfreak, he was offered an isolated 1 versus 1, but the time is now running a little bit too short for this one. Quick jump spot, crouch down, holding close, not revealing anything. And the round is won. Mindfreak, not enough time to really get a jog on as well and move all the way over there. This is EG taking it away, bringing themselves up to 11.
Oh, Mindfreak comes out on top in the end there. But it is a consolation, a silver
Yeah,
lining
this should be GG.
to a dark rain cloud hovering over the top of PaperX. EG have just controlled the tempo in a way that they haven't been able to exactly on some of these prior maps. But any aggression from PaperX is getting stifled. And broadly speaking, Boostio's been able to call the right site to end on. And the right timings, too.
I mean, they got knives, 2 stingers, 2 rifles, but it's not great.
The mid part
And it
of
just feels
Pearl,
like PaperX
unexplored. No, just
I'm just getting punished
completely
for...
unknown territory for either team.
I've seen this before. Watching the Pacific teams try and play it, but here's something that we haven't seen in quite some time. Updraft play with the flash, set it up. A chance. Yeah,
Just gonna
very
use
much nearly.
lockdown into
Forsaken,
Viper's
Of
pit.
course he wants to go for it again.
Well, this is the problem. If they allow them the whole of B long, then the lockdown can come through, and the lockdown will buy space for the Viper's pit.
And there it is.
So they want to try and contest this location early, because otherwise, you get put in a very tough spot.
Yeah, Forsaken just, I mean, doesn't really have any gun or tool to try and dissuade and push us back. Can't go for any attempt of it. 2 knives left, needs a refresher. Plant starting to go down into the cone, pushing forwards, does get a refresher traded all the way. Takes some space towards the back of the side. Demon 1 is not letting anything loose. Shorty to the face to buy.
Okay.
None the wiser. Mind
That should be that.
Mind Freak left alone. Is that 1 versus 3?
The full 5, eh?
Stars that he can sow a bit of chaos, but as soon as one player takes contact, Demon 1 will shut it down.
Good trades from Demon 1 there. Punishing the PaperX players that tried to get aggressive as the
How are
pit was
EG's and
blooming.
PaperX's Ascent? EG's Ascent is pretty good. I actually thought they might pick it before
Know
split.
that they've got certain
because
timings
PaperX
they need to be
are decent
aware
on
of.
split.
They need to deal with
Which
the
we
early
saw,
push,
obviously, but,
and then the lockdown will control things, and then they need to deal with that
PaperX,
secondary push. as the
God
pit is
knows
getting
what they'll
deployed.
play. God
And after
knows
that,
what they'll
the
play.
ults will do their work.
They might,
Very
you could tell me that they
controlled
play.
map
They
from
could, you could tell me they're going to play 5 duelists, and I believe you.
Considering that PaperX were just able
Yes,
to
I've
beat
seen the
NRG in
pin, Taku.
ridiculous
Yes, I'm
fashion
sure you're
in
laughing
overtime
because
to set
who
up for
was
this
it?
match.
Cave Nobi said something funny.
Very impressive performance here from Evil Geniuses.
How the first 3 maps? Oh, here's
Living up to the
Fence.
standard of play you'd expect of the last remaining representatives of America
They were good.
in Masters Tokyo. Over the top.
Fence, by the way,
Corner being spammed
slowest
faster.
attack side
Away.
I think I've ever
The
seen.
Lambot there, I think they were worried about a trap play. It did get triggered for but a moment.
And there was a trap play
Playing like
set up.
Redgar on
Double
Haven.
flashes again off somebody's contact. These trap plays have not really been working though for PaperX because EG is so diligent with it.
Incredible diligence, Com.
Fine,
Into
the
mid
first
and
kill,
opening
I mean,
is
let's
granted.
just go next. I mean, they do have
Forsaken's
some
getting
ults
pushed
here, but
into
this
a
is
locker
not
in this
happening.
game too. All of
It's
his
not happening. EG's
refights on
attack
Jet.
side is very good.
He's having his lunch money taken.
Yeah.
Still beat you,
go hungry, I
IGL and Viper Diff. I mean, we had a
Map
bronze
5
player.
because it's on the table and more.
And Melon was trolling
Looking
me.
disastrous. Mind Freak is going to hear this like a stampede heading
Mate.
towards him.
And he's got to do so much here. But does the corner get cleared? It does. Fully and entirely.
No chances.
Ustio aware of it. Out in the open. Running back taken away. Jing. Nana Swarm at his feet. There are just no gaps in the play. EG.
This is
Sheer
Valorant.
domination
Everything.
on display here. Reckoning, flash over the top. Divide pushing forward, seeks to deny. The right click's not doing enough. Everybody falling. It's just down to Jing. Spam into the corner. 5 seconds remaining. Needs to stay alive. It's not possible.
If he lived there,
Map 5, we
the lockdown
are
was gonna get
going
him.
there.
And EG, what a
Okay, map
performance.
5. Nate to Twitch
Limiting
with the prime.
PaperX with their Phoenix comp, which so many teams have struggled with, limiting PaperX to only 6 rounds. On top of that, only 6 first bloods. Something we were talking about was so topsy-turvy on split. The fact that PaperX have not been getting many first kills in this match, and yet still able to turn the percentages on their head. Here, EG controlled the game from kind of from start to finish. There were some big moments, some big plays, you know, the force spy came through. But apart from that, EG's slower pace prevailed. And I think that that's somewhat similar to map 1, right? We said all the way back in map 1 on
many
sorry,
points
on
did I get?
Fracture, that it was the
How do I see?
EG structure.
Oh, I
being able
doubled
to
my
outplay
points
the
pretty
PaperX
much.
chaos. And I felt like that was the same story
I got
in
a
this
lot.
map. Doesn't mean it's going to be the same
Who do we
story in
put
the
on?
5th. Still a whole chapter to go of this tale.
Not at all. And I am so curious.
Nah, I've seen this script before.
What is
EG
gonna be
win this
played on
one.
Ascent, man. I mean,
Put
full
100K
strength, this
on.
PaperX squad have been pulling out some absolutely just nut stuff. I mean, with the Reyna and the Harbor at play on Ascent, normally such a standard map. In this instance, what are they going to be doing? How are they going to be
This
putting
is how this
CGRS
goes,
in?
right? PaperX are going to play a weird comp, and they're going to lose map 5 on a map that they don't normally play. You know where I've seen this one before? Copenhagen. Thank you. In a best of 5, back and forth best of 5. I don't know why it's taking so long to load, but back and forth best of 5, Final map, a map the Paper X don't normally play. Literally goes Paper X, lose, win. I guess it went lose, win here instead of win, lose. But map 5, they play something bizarre, something that you've never seen before, and they lose. They lose to a normal comp. Go out the Paper X way, yeah. This is how it happens. Bingo wise, still only on the 3. Again, we are on ascent. An Ares kill may be possible. Maybe. Taku, I love how my Imgur is half stream related and the other half is just bullshit. Kid in the Shadows. If the Brimalt and the Ares boxes were swapped, we would have the lowest number of bingos possible with the 21 boxes picked off. So what if we had this? With what? Brimalt and Ares. Oh, this one. So yeah, we wouldn't have this one either. So we just have... Boom. Oh, look at Kid in the Shadows trying to talk in here. Do I want to go on your Imgur? I don't think I do, Taku, to be honest. Right, what have I not done? Map 5. God, it's too much. Is there any game I haven't played yet? Do it. Hold on. We're gonna dark... Oh, Valorantal, yes. We're dark screening it first. What is this? Hold on. It just took me to this. Okay, let's play Valorantal. See how fast we can get it. Tokyo. Let's start with Ban. No. IGL, yes. They are an IGL. Okay, that helps. I don't know who it is for the Paper X one, but let's go Americas. Let's go Boostio would fit into this. How does he do it? We'll never know. APAC. Let's start with Ban. They're on T1. They play Jet on T1. How does he do it? EMEA. Atta Captain. Oh, this one's going to be harder. Not an IGL. Could play Duelist maybe. Let's go Durkee. Okay, they are a Duelist player, not Turkish. This one's harder. So Duelist player, not on Fnatic, not Turkish. So that rules out BBL. Who can we go for? Fatinho maybe? Did Fatinho not play Raze at all? Raze, but then they have played something else. So they have to play Jet, Raze, and something else. They're not Spanish. Is there any other Spanish duelists? Don't know. Who else is a duelist? Why am I going blank all of a sudden? Who's Kami Core's duelist? Scream? Did Scream play a lot of Raze? Could be Scream, no? Yeah, this was... I mean, I guess KO was here, but... Who else is there? Safe? It is Safe. And then Americas. EMEA always tougher, I think, because the regions are harder. Let's start with Tweez. So not an IGL, not a controller player. Okay, let's go a Sentinel player then. Who would be a Sentinel? Not from Brazil. Sentinel player from NA. FNS and Boostio and Stella's an IGL. Who's Sentinel? Pancada, but he's Brazilian. Cloud9 Sentinel is... Why am I can picture his face. What's he called? Why can I not think of his name? Why am I even guessing Sentinel? Zelsis, thank you. Why couldn't I think of Zelsis' name? It's not Zelsis. It's not a Sentinel player. Duelist, fine, let's go Duelist. They're not from NA. I mean, they're not from America either. Interesting. So maybe Leviathan? So maybe like Taco? No, but they are on Leviathan. They play Raze for Leviathan. But it's not King. It's not Shy. Who else is it? It's Nosworth, there you go.
Leads us straight to our HyperX reflex moment. And of course, we're going to give it to Boostio for this 3K that he managed to pull off here. I mean, just again, just so that we can take a moment to appreciate just the event that this young man is having. He is truly defining himself, not just as a great in-game leader, but a fantastic player as well.
Can you shout me out, Thinkmezo, Yahagavols? What does that mean?
Style that PRX likes to play so very often. They're just rushing out onto the site. And this time, though, the timings are a bit off.
Was there any plays or tactic in football that can be incorporated in Valorant? No. Well, no.
You see it just kind of drifting by, but it's already too late.
But there's ideas, there's concepts that are very much the same.
Needs to get cleaned up because going into map 5, this is where I start becoming absolutely terrified for PRX.
Are you a doomer now?
We have not seen this from them since the grand finals versus PRX. That's when something's in the roster. And compared to the lineup that they used back then, I have no idea what they have prepared for today.
I think as well, just coming back to a discussion that was kind of happening at the start of the day, in terms of map veto, a lot of the concerns lied with EG, right? Where things were, you know, kind of rinse and repeat in terms of performance.
About the power of friendship, true.
And kind of having that comfort pick there. Actually, now we come into the last map of this series, and it's a big question mark for PRX. I have no idea what we're going to see here.
This was the map that really impressed people, kind of, I think, sold people again that in 2023, PRX could be a top team. Playing in Pacific, they had such cool ideas. They're playing a harbor composition where they're running Arena and a Sky, and they have all these weird little combinations with Arena.
I have no idea what they're about to run.
Yeah,
they could run whatever,
so
I honestly don't know.
And they actually had real little combos with this
and
composition, and while it was weird, it worked so well for them. And now the question is, with CGRS, with this substitute, in map 5
is Canada still better than America in football?
Continue this run? Will they
is that still the case?
New cooked up? Because that is a hard comp to replicate.
Pretty embarrassing.
For the new player.
Yeah, I just really am not sure what they want to do here. Is it going to be Forsaken just going, you know, back over to the Jet? Does he himself want to bring out the Reyna and then have CGRS then fill in on
Did I get 7 on 7? I didn't know.
There's so many questions surrounding this one. I just don't know what they're going to piece together, but I'm so damn curious to see it once we do get into that Prime Gaming Agent select.
And on the other side, for EG, they have rallied back in this series. We thought after Lotus, it could be trouble for this squad. But
we just lost to them last week.
They had to ascend. This has been one of their best maps in history. They took down Loud on this one in America. Some of their biggest upsets have come off of wins here on
Ascent.
Ascent.
Here too, pretty sure.
It's where they're comfortable.
Oh, man. That kind of leaves a question mark, right? It's like, well, obviously, what happens here with PRX? What are they cooking? What's Alex got cooking in the fryer right now? Because I'm genuinely worried here.
I mean, the last time we were concerned about this was before they.
I wonder what Messi's average distance covered per game will be.
Okay, without something, they can just go back to playing Jet. They did, and CGRS showed that he could play a very adequate, if not very surprisingly strong Killjoy. So I'm curious if they just do that same thing where it's keep the same composition and just slot people into different roles, or if they have to completely retool and rehaul this thing.
I think that's been key as well, and something we mentioned earlier on with CGRS actually demonstrating he has the flexibility to stray away from the get-go, play a different agent, and pick up a different role entirely for PRX. Concern being, I feel like we enter here, final map, and Demon 1 is just going to be completely unleashed.
Oh.
This is where he made a name for
EG on attack
himself.
first.
Remember the history of this guy. He was the guy who replaced BCJ. Everyone was mad about the roster move, doubting EG, thinking they would stay a bottom team in Americas. He comes into the roster. They rally. They just barely make it to playoffs. They qualify to Tokyo by upsetting Cloud9, by beating Loud.
Which football coach would be a good Valor coach?
Would be able to come here and be favorites. And now they've made it here. They've made this run happen all the way to almost
Klopp
beating
kinda
Fnatic,
looks like
and
a
now
gamer,
being
I
in the
think.
lower finals. That's been the path for Demon 1, a guy who months ago was an unknown name in Tier 2.
The path that these two teams have taken, although they are
looks the most
similar
like a
yet
gamer?
different at the same time, it really has just been about them persevering through whatever adversity has been thrown their way. And they have time and time again risen to the occasion, and now
Is basketball as big in
basically
Britain
they
as it
all
is in the
have
rest of
their
Europe?
fate in their
Not
hands,
really.
right? For EG, it started off with them, as you had mentioned before,
I think
not having that control
we
of their
have
destiny.
rugby and cricket,
this is
which
their control of their destiny
kind of
here.
replaced
And it's the same
basketball
thing
as
with
our
PRX.
second
You think,
sport.
oh, something's not going to be here. It's, you know what, we'll try, we'll give it our best.
Like, if people
But
aren't
you're
into
here
football, the
at
next
this
sports that
moment,
they're
and
into,
you're about
like
to
rugby and
make
cricket.
history. That weighs
There's
a
not
lot
enough
on
room
these
for
10
basketball.
players here as we get ready for this one, Achilles. And of course, do want to let everyone
Do I
know there
watch
was a
cricket?
tech pause
I mean,
on
I
the
watched the
stage.
Ashes.
We're just going to make sure we get that resolved, and then once that's good to go, of course, because this match deserves
About
nothing
hockey?
less, we will jump right into the action.
pretty
But
much
for the time being
non-existent.
here, we'll continue to talk about what to expect as we go into Ascent. And we do have the Prime Gaming Agent Select to give us some tools here. And
Okay, they just go back.
Holy crap.
Okay, so it's a massive. This is a big jump back into the past.
Yeah, this
for
is
this side
this
of
is what they
PRX.
played before.
This was their composition before they started working in the rain
They
and the harbor.
fade
This
CGRS.
is what they were running back in the day. It does look bizarre, but they are still widely very comfortable playing this. But obviously,
Fade
it's very
Sage. I
different.
mean, this is
look
what
of
they used to
King
play.
playing a non-duels for the first time in the series.
The biggest things I'm looking at here is, first of all, that Sage. On their attacking side, expect a lot of splits, popping down that Sage wall somewhere. And on the
What's
defense,
on the first
flood
Ashes
retakes,
game?
allowing that wall to give you a gap to get back into sight.
I mean,
and on top
shit.
of that, I'm looking at the difference in initiators here. CGRS pulling
I remember
out
when
that
England
fade
were good at
and a
cricket.
fairly comfortable role for him.
I lived
Yeah,
through
because
England
this
being
is
the best
interesting,
cricket team in the
particularly
world
EG's attacking half, actually,
for a
obviously,
while,
get through to that,
for a
but
brief moment,
obviously
and
this
from like
I feel is EG's most
2011 to
proactive
like
is the one they're happiest to play
2013.
aggressive.
Let's see how this all plays out.
We
One
were
last
the
match
best
to
test
decide
side in the
which
world.
team faces off against Fnatic in the grand finals tomorrow. Who's going to take the series? I send it back over to Brendan Sideshow to find out.
It's all going to get decided here, isn't it? Map 5, the heat is turned up. Wardrobe etiquette out the window, Josh. My jacket's off, man. I want to get into this ASAP because EG versus PRX. And again, bit of flashbacks, honestly, as well with the chops and changes, the compositions pushed all the way into Map 5.
Yeah.
Where have we seen this one before? PRX, Copenhagen.
These have they got my stream up here?
A breach Yoru fade
They just got my stream up here.
in order to play on Breeze of all maps. Now this isn't as ludicrous as the comp that we might have been expecting if something was here. It doesn't have the harbor, the neon. It's actually, as Achilles was saying, the
Literally
Breeze
just
comp
copied
they play.
me.
So I'm going to
Astronomer 3 with the 6 months.
Jing has got to step up to get PRX over the line here in my eyes.
They got the producer in their ear.
Exactly one
Boys,
KD
TMV
in the
just said
series so
this is
far.
reminiscent of
When he's
Copenhagen.
got the ability to do so
Or are my
much more.
points that obvious?
But he was capable of
Am I
map
just
number 1,
complete
Fracture.
normie? Okay, they do get defense side first.
Numerous moments here, but this has been slowed down. The entirety of the arena holding bated breath. Waiting for the first opening, waiting.
Okay, they've
for
got
time to strike.
my freak into wine.
Control for Mind Freak. Tucked himself
Jing's
in
on
there at
full
some point,
util.
didn't he?
Not very Jing-esque going.
Contact on. Immediately punish.
Loses his nerve.
That's exactly what EG were looking for. This slow-paced approach,
And again, yeah,
trying
this
to
is-
punish people.
this is what happened.
Pushing.
Oh.
The CGRS just goes for the info swing.
Okay. Meeting their match there, so 4
Yeah, they
for
are still
4.
coming back to B, but now the
versus
Boostio isn't
4,
alive,
should
it
say.
makes it a lot
They bait
harder
out
because
the
they
wall.
don't know
A pivot.
whether
But I
this is
think
clear or
PRX
not.
are going to be able to reinforce the B site.
How much more can EG really slow this one down?
Oh, the timing is good for them, though.
Waited out, didn't tag onto anybody, no sound cues. But
Thing is, they have this wall,
really
right? So
empty.
whilst this wall is up,
No
they're not
other
worried
options.
about this.
Switch up and pivot if this one goes wrong towards the back of the site. All
Smoke's
eyes
come
on
down.
CGRS. Through the smoke, Forsaken's there, Dash is active and brought
Where is
down
Forsaken
anyway,
there?
shut down. And towards the back, they
CGRS
notice
on its
CGRS
own.
is there. Good util. It's clearing them out, near-sighted. Really needs to get a kill here. Maybe
What?
more. Why not? Absolutely
What?
fluid with it. He's on for the ace, and he's only gone and done it. A pistol round win, all off the back of this guy. A plucky upstart, a content creator, but a round winner nevertheless.
What a monstrous round from CGRS! Was he tapped into what Achilleos was saying?
I have no idea.
I mean, Achilleos is like, I want to see more from CGRS. Look at what he's done there.
Tapped into something illegal with plays like this. I mean,
What?
that is disgusting. We said he needs to be the difference maker, anchoring towards the back. The slight smile on Alex's face. He knows he's gotten away with murder.
I mean, that just tells it all, doesn't it? EG trying to control the chaos, and it comes from the most unexpected of origins.
Okay, Demon One's actually
Where had that come
only
from?
one more off ult. The problem
That aim
is,
looked so snappy.
it's not like he can go and... Like, he'll get it for
Player,
round 3,
apparently.
but he'll get it gone for round 3
gonna
anyway.
try to get as many ult orbs as possible here. A Blade Storm in this round could be exactly what the Doctor ordered. But otherwise, I mean, the Fade ult's going to be online soon.
Not sure if it'll make too much of a difference.
Can CGRS keep something like that up?
Close to the corner, Jing. He might get caught with util out in his hands. I think he wants to use the wall around the minute mark. No, still opting for the guns.
Ooh.
Fighting right to
Shot by
him.
Boostio, my free got
Hands
one
it over
back
to
though.
Boostio. Returns with fire, not able to pick up the upgrade. Still waiting there. To dash to the side, cuts it up with the dart.
Oh,
That is
nice
a
from
beautiful
EG.
little play in a microcosm. Exactly what EG are good at. Re-clearance now. PRX feeling like they have to, again, put a stop to Boostio, who's potentially looking up onto this one, but with 35 seconds left, what direction are they going in?
Surely heard that.
30 seconds left.
Straight down into mid, straight into the
Can't
sideline.
lose that fight.
But he doesn't do enough damage.
My God, this is
Tudum, it's
not
all
clean at
over
all.
the place, man. Scrappy at its core.
But Demon 1 and Boostio are so weak here. Surely they can't make anything of this.
I mean, that one sheriff shot.
Wait
Gotta
on
get
the
that
nades.
across to the side though, is the
Guns
problem.
picked up, playing together here, but close, deep angle. CGRS brought down, but only gets the one, and now finally dealing with Boostio.
I mean,
At the
very
beginning of the round,
scrappy,
making it
very,
much
very,
more
very
dangerous
scrappy.
Just by him on his lonesome.
That was close. And Demon 1 has built up the Blade Storm. If
Why
he
is
wanted to
Mindfreak
go
up
for an
there? Good
attack
question.
operator, which
Don't
we've
know.
seen EG use in their games against
But
Loud
they're just-
before, then this might be a round to
I mean,
generate
that first shot
level
was a nice shot. This was really nice, to be
advantage
fair. Like,
with
they
your
dealt with
economy.
it very well.
But it looks like they're just
The
going to
dash, the dart.
I feel like I'm going to be so interested to see if EG have prepped for
Did
this
they
comp.
buy?
It is something that
No,
PRX
they
have been
actually
running
saved.
recently. They only had one game playing the Harbor Arena. So if you looked at most of their VODs, it would be of this.
Low orb used early there. Top of the box, Forsaken. Wanted to take that angle, but just opts into breaking the turret instead.
Boostio, across the 4 maps being played, has taken 30 first duels, by the way.
Yeah, okay. What, playing mainly Killjoy?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I mean, the desk was touching on it, but it's just...
16
it's
and
insane.
14.
It's insane the value he's getting. While in that role, stepping up to the task here, but...
What?
Okay, that's a bit of a misplay.
Is it?
Or is it?
What?
Is this intended?
I've no idea.
Forsaken's like tucked close to the corner.
It looks like Forsaken's been trapped in a little prison.
Yep. The cryo chamber is the high low. You expect there just to be one? There's not. There's 2 of them popping right out. There's a kill advantage.
That is so
What
crazy.
a play. And
It looks like a
allows
mistake
Forsaken
at
still to
first,
escape.
but it's not.
What a gorgeous
It's
wall that
genius.
Jing's cooked up there.
It's a pivot and a scramble here for EG. Gonna try and bring down Mindfreak. TP across, still across, and now a fight into mid on top of it. Smoke at their feet, spamming right through it. Caught
Oh,
in the
okay.
seas connection near sight.
Time.
Nobody can see a bloody thing. Where is the salvage? Where is the answer back? swinging through the smokes. There's no time at all. Only 11 seconds remaining. They've got to get themselves onto the site. The Spike special delivery, drop it down. No kill found. Here's the plan. Time alone. They have about a second to spare.
What?
Jorgamo holds. Denied in the
Oh my god, what is going on?
If that round doesn't have you on the edge of your seat watching map 5 of the lower bracket finals, I don't know what will. What on earth was that?
I'm leaning so hard on the desk, trying to make sense of that. I've almost broken it in half.
Gorgeous little play there from PRX. And then it all comes down to the final moments. Don't know how EG managed to scramble to sight that quickly.
Oh my god,
Jing
what
had
a
an
round.
opportunity to shut it all down. But it was Divide to put the final nail in the coffin.
That's a big round though, it's a save. Demon wants
EG
just
are
a
on an
result,
eco on their
but
attack side. Remember, they're coming off a 13-5 victory over Loud, the best team of all time on Ascent.
The momentum should not be on the side of PRX right now. It really shouldn't, but they've just converted a bonus round.
And we're talking about that being one of EG's greatest strengths at the beginning of this tournament run. Snatched away.
again, Boostio, he's frying with this
Damn, he's clean with it.
Sheriff.
There's another one of those first duels. He's so aggressive.
Aim held down with the Sheriff enough to get the one. Alarmbot spots it. He knows Boostio's close to the corner. Forsaken, desperate to clear out, but you challenge him, and you might just get tested in unfortunate ways. Still, they bring him down. Updraft over the top, knives rattled away out of the hands of Pop Blast.
They can't win against Ecos. They cannot beat Ecos. They're so bad at it. I think you saved the gun. I mean, their money's going to be terrible. They are so... I mean, Boostio, to be fair, hits 2 nice share shots. But they just love taking 1v1s against Ecos.
EG off the back of Boostio's incredible couple in mid. And then finding a Jing tucked in the corner where he can't possibly...
I mean, even the
escape
anti-eco
off
on the
drone
second round, you saw how close it got.
EG have found their first.
I love it.
What an answer back to a round that was
Massive
anyone's
win
to
for
take.
EG.
Yeah. Breathing life back into this EG squad.
I mean, it does all come from Boostio, but again, it's just every fight is a one, like, you know, 1v1, 1v1. Okay, eventually they trade it.
And beyond just Boostio hitting a couple of nice shots,
And then, okay, Demon
that's
One
the A-side pressure.
gets
Finding
a
a
nice
hole
knife
there as
kill on
CGRS
Jing,
just
but...
walks through mid. I mean, he is really exposed in that position. And he is playing an anti-eco, so maybe he's not as worried as he possibly should be in some of the gun rounds. But Boostio punished him for it. And this is where, you know, the opening on the pistol, where CGRS just has all the confidence in the world. This is where you see the other side of that, I think. Him just getting caught out and Forsaken trying to come in to bail. We already know the words.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're so good. We've heard it before.
I'm that guy. Blah, blah, blah. But he has been putting up the numbers.
Yeah, he's been walking the walk.
Okay, so they got 2 guns.
B main presence shown early. Bit of a stack up here with a Prowler. Doubled up once more, looking see if they can get the wall online potentially. They break the turret.
I'm looking
at course of EG.
I'm looking at CGRS's ult here. They want Jing to get an aggressive wall down, but if it gets broken, do they have some kind of counter-aggression using the Nightfall? EG have got to be careful in these kind of situations. You do not want your own Miracle Thrifty round to be thrown back in your face.
Okay, so they take deep beat control there. Look at this dart. Look at how worried they are about this.
Used for the dart.
Yeah, EG are very spread out without actually controlling too much of anything.
Yeah, they've lost mid-control on the defense side still for PRX, but the door's been closed. And so...
Now, if they use a KO knife,
advanced lurk position,
they might
EG
use it
love to
through
do
the
this.
thing.
Yeah, they do it often, but he's going to have to break the door to have any sort of impact in here, and that requires a distraction from his team. That's what this is for now towards B main. No command, ripping forwards. There needs to be a bailout here. Jing close to the corner. He's going to get cleared. He still gets the one as well. Shots are fired. Through. Better weaponry will win the day.
Okay.
And CGRS there with just a small mistake. He was holding his Fade Ultimate, tried to use it, and it got taken away from him. So they were really attempting to...
So maybe a bit
fight that
fortunate they
B-main
ran into the
incredibly
side where
heavily,
there was only
and they just
stingers,
couldn't
and
quite
so
get the ultimate off in time.
it's only so much damage they
That's
could
really
really do
taking
there.
the sting out of this round. And you're right, Bren. Watch out for those Demon One lurks. He'll play entry with them sometimes, and hard lurk at other times on the attack side, even with an operator in his hand. It's one of the big changes that EG have made to their Ascent gameplay that caused them to be able to beat the best teams in the world.
Yeah. Mind freak here. I mean, trying to get away with something. Possibly some kills as they're all collected into the corner. But EG, necessary rounds to make it a bit more even here. Starting on their attack side, it's the least favored side in theory. Why it would have been just absolutely awful for them to get that 0-4 beginning in terms of the rounds, winning that Thrifty, getting it moving into something else. Big ults online for PRX though.
Okay, 3-2.
Including the Nightfall, which they weren't able to use into the null command on the previous. And set up for a 3-player clash in A main. Now, PRX have been frequently pressuring the wings of the map, the extremities, and EG have been able to deal with it. Mindfreak got caught in this spot before, on the pistol round.
They're going for wine aggression again. Jing is the one who's playing hyper-aggressive here, but surely the smallest piece of util will punish this. Orb tap, one-way renew. Jing's not there, it's not synced up at all. Mindfreak now.
God,
that's
bad.
His position, Paranoia, attempting to reposition once more.
Why would you swing when you get ready to Paranoia this? Why would you not?
In his back pocket.
He didn't realize how fat that ult would have been. 3 players grouped up from PRX, leaving the mid side of the map completely open. Only CGRS pressuring B.
Again, they're just catching them out by just playing slow here. PRX might need to take a time out because this happened all of the last map.
PRX can be, it's an A re-hit.
That's why they're playing so close. Lockdown. That worked though. PRX, you have to respect this one.
Com not hear it, or did he hear it?
Hello, Mindfreak.
Oh,
he's behind them.
He could have a free kill there on Jorgamo, but he just didn't spot the timing.
This is not heard for. Forsaken from the heaven position. 2 kills claimed before going down to the nade, and still it's this double flank. This setup all the way around here. Com has to try and at least stop this one.
No, he's there!
Off angle.
What?
The second player. They don't
Mindfreak's,
know where Mindfreak
what?
is. Spike eventually planted. Com seeks to reposition now, waiting it out. Here's the footsteps, a bit of a soundbait from him.
I would love to know the comms
all
there.
over the place.
He didn't know he's there. He pinged it twice. He's pinged it twice, and he's seen a dog come from there, and he hasn't seen it move. He knows he's there.
PRX that just didn't really seem to make too much sense. I mean, they're tucking
Why aren't they just going together?
Jing swing off for Paranoia contact. It's so awkward. And as soon as Forsaken goes down here to the nades,
okay.
Com's got the other 2. He's waiting back here in order to use
Com
his
sent
silver
off a
roll.
shock
And
dart.
Com's so good for that, neutralizing the threat.
Yeah, not only watching the flank attempts, but he's got his ult as well, just in case they did play for a full retake on the site.
And this is the issue, playing against EG on Ascent. They're so dangerous on attack side. They'll come up with game plans.
You can just go together. You can have one person spam it, and when the other person swing if you want,
really
or
does
just
look
swing
like
together. Like,
very aware here. It's somewhat similar to their game plan on Pearl. They're going to pressure over towards A. They're waiting for some kind of take to happen. Trying to find the holes in what PRX are doing. Because PRX are not as thorough with the utility. Their strengths lie elsewhere. So EG are forcing them to lean more into EG's game. Slower tempo, much more about how the utility is being used. Still haven't found a way of being able to use this Nightfall.
okay, they've got the jet knives, 2 stingers, 1 rifle.
Knocked down to the worst weaponry. This is EG making a go of it. If they can grab a lead as well on their attack side, I mean, okay. Sky's the limit. It was a poor beginning, but yeah.
Yeah, they've only played 1 best of 5 before in this team's history, which they ended up losing. Where's Forsaken off to? It's like a delayed tiles crunch.
Yeah, really delayed, Demon 1. Plucks him out of the sky. Boosting him from behind. Has to be the second level to it, but not to be so. 2 players fall down towards tiles. I know CGRS is there, and this is a bit of a pivot and an attempt by EG, but they're just going to be taking up the space towards A anyway. Com will be that backstab.
Com's in danger.
He is in danger.
He's found the corner.
Yeah, he's able to get back to safety here. So the plant will go down again. Exactly the same points, Josh, that we were bringing up a little bit prior with Com playing that far back. He's got the Hunter's Fury to be that extra level to it.
Right, and he's looking for any flanks happening for the retake.
Oh, the time.
Divide. Stepping on the gas.
Did he avoid that?
Nightfall now scatters through. Jorgamo not caught. Sprayed. Transfer.
Oh.
Jorgamo.
He did avoid it.
Oh my.
What a play. Tucked himself in the corner away from the Nightfall, cleans up 3 easy ones. PaperX had no idea that he was there. Trusted that Nightfall, absolutely. And it was a half buy. But after Devi opens up the round like this, or opens up the retake, I should say,
One enemy remaining.
everybody at PaperX chomping at the bit to try and make this one a reality.
Yeah, those are the moments you dream of.
Okay, that was just a
Makes the most
save.
of that round, a slight gap in the util. And here's that round advantage.
Forsaken goes for an up.
Granted to EG.
He's in towards B.
Operator online for Forsaken. Fast plays now. This is a tent, isn't it? All the way through. There's a horns off of it. Wasn't dealt with, but Jing gets counter spam.
Excellent counter to that
What
play
a,
from EG.
I mean, it's a
We've seen
nice
some teams
little
run
idea.
Similar versions of it, but that was a very quick
So
reaction.
Fade Horn, Sage Wall,
They're just getting
one
advantages by
way.
neutralizing what PaperX are trying to do.
But yeah, I mean, we've seen before PaperX,
slow
you know, the
beginning for
classic
EG.
Jing one against
It's all
Fnatic.
about the counter punch.
Yeah, wait and see.
Or stopping the punch.
Hunter's Fury, offloaded. Let rip towards, into tree. Trying to clear a path and a way back into it.
And they
Shot
found
misses, goes
CGRS.
wide.
Why is he ahead of this smoke?
Granted the kill, instead it's all going. Topsy-turvy,
Tom's gonna
EG,
get a free one
massive
here.
player advantage.
And Com's constantly here, watching for anybody trying to backstab. Coming through Gelado, coming through mid, Com's got your number.
Already thinking ahead to try and take these weapons out of their hands.
Yeah.
Already. You can see how
EG
fast he was on the flank there.
EG are hyper confident here. They're calling
But they're
the
winning the
save
first 3 for PaperX.
so early. And looking to hunt, looking to punish.
Right. Oh, there's an angle. Damage done. Door's broken. Tuck towards lane. Forsaken just covering it. There's a shot landed. Okay, there's the punish. Do they still want to go for this? Still try and take away his guns. It might be worth it. Plenty of money in the bank to try and make a play towards it. Spam down, Forsaken. Jump spot, round the side, round the corner. Yeah,
they got rid of the
literally
O.
cornering him. That was the goal for them. Take the operator out of his hands. 2-round lead. Now built here for EG. Look at that. Beautiful. Where would a counter
Why
spam?
is he there?
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying to chase a Prowler? CGRS,
And
you can't
EG
chase
have
a
got
Prowler.
Avalanche of momentum. You can see it in the way that Alex is responding. This match is
He's trying to
slipped
chase a
right
Prowler
away
out
from
here
PaperX.
into a
Defense
crossfire.
side on ascent.
Usually where you're going to be favored, but well, team in one.
Was that an up or was that just
Absolute
a...
shut down and stop or put to
Probably
any sort of
just a
statistics
marshal,
here
right?
because this is EG running away with their attack side. First kill.
And these first kills have so consistently been going the way of EG. Anything PaperX tries to do to generate an advantage in the early round, even on maps that PaperX was winning, it wasn't working. On average in this series, EG have been plus 4.5 in first kills to first deaths.
It's crazy.
4 or 5 first kills more than your opponent. Credit to PaperX that it's even this competitive here in map 5. To be able to battle back with that kind of adversity.
We mentioned it earlier, yeah. They are just
Yeah,
statistical
this wall will buy them
anomalies.
time.
But at some point, the numbers are going to catch up with you, especially if you're having to battle through every slow round like this, with only 4 people to cover the whole map on defense.
Flash repeat, the play is cooked up in the midst of it.
Oh, no.
CGRS!
Oh, no.
Where's the pistol round play that we saw prior? Can't hit the shots. Jorgamo, he's in the back lines. TPs. Doesn't pay for it with his life. Doesn't actually know where these players are. Still through the box, paranoid up. Wide in the face still, yet again, but damage was done prior.
And Devi just baiting, expecting everybody else on EG to be here.
The bait and switch, Devi containing.
Mike's got a kill.
He might have put a stop to this. No, spammed through the wall. Time was
3v2,
running really
they have
damn
res.
short there, but they've got to hold back onto this one. Res online, looks like there might be an attempt to play for this one. PaperX throwing everything into it. Players are weak, you can understand why. No command now. Waves emanating, catching, no util to be used,
Just
but Demon
dashed
1
in
has
and they got
immediately
it.
shut that one down. Heaven's watched for. Too many layers to it, too
mean,
much safety.
You
In
might
the
even need a
numbers of
second
EG,
time here.
and
I mean,
confidence in their aim to
oh,
hold the
CGRS not
ground.
got that kill.
And the desk were talking about it, but this demon has been unleashed from hell. 11 and 4. taking over in the server. I mean, look at that. Oh, so confident. It's only a Marshall on the other side, and had it been an operator, Forsaken would have landed the kill.
That's ridiculous, though.
These shots are just insane.
Didn't catch it initially, but as soon as I heard the dash and the kill feed light up, I was like, okay, well, this guy's on it. He's locked in.
And now op v op as we head into round 10. A little wall boost to post Forsaken up, looking towards mid, where Com's been playing. But Demon One's going to start the round out slowly, watching B.
Get the ult off. Ethan gets ult.
Ethan earning his ult. And yeah, this wall boost.
But again, it's very slow, and this is what PaperX have struggled with. It's just the slow pace.
Done quite some time, actually. I remember Scream pulling this off in 2021.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people used to run Sage on this map back in the day. But it's a bit of a weird composition now.
Be a full B hit with the KO. And again, the Prowler coming out at a time where...
It's definitely going to skew your expectations for which side is favored.
Now, he does have an Odin, so depending on where they pop this ult, or when they go for this flash...
So diligence is shown here with the U-tilt, clearing to B with the paranoia. Forsaken. Onus is on him to see if he can hit some of these shots as well and return with the fire blind.
Jinx, I think, got a spam.
The shots, they're rattling, but no recipients, no targets to be found and collected. Instead, it is to still on CGRS towards the back of the side, but all the smokes are
random
washed.
charge through smokes, like what?
EG
Why?
with such exceptional diligence there. Demon One stuck in a position.
One man
trying to frag his way out.
Still getting away with it. Only the one though before traded. Jump spot, damage done, rifle picked up and exchanged. 2v3, a chance to maybe win it.
But almost a frantic tone to the way that PaperX is moving around
Spam
here.
Onto the corner, it's a common position, and Bustio is dealt with. Here's the knives, here's the updraft.
The stairs play so good from Jordan.
Shuts it down before it gets away. Too much more to Vi. It's an impossible task, an impossible scenario. It's a 1v2. Nobody's giving him a clean fight. Nobody's giving him a fair fight. Running rings around him because they know time is of the essence, and he's got none of it, man.
And EG, I mean, they're looking clean, but PaperX, it just feels like every round is just the same.
This final map.
It feels like EG have figured out PaperX's playstyle, to be honest. In these last two maps, it feels like they've gotten used to it. They know what to expect. They know, like, Jing's running through a smoke, he's not getting a kill through running through a smoke. He's dying. You know, when he's doing that, like Demon One there, right? He's looking towards sight, and then he's finding Jing as he's running through the smoke.
Absolutely on fire. The game plan is working perfectly. The slow play pace dismantling. All of the early picks going the way of EG.
Feels like since the second half on Pearl,
how could PaperX get anything out of this?
They've just been in control.
2 chances left in the half. The money's not good. It's a half buy. They're having to buy and save.
And it feels like PaperX, everything's kind of on its own, like this, right? No one's there to break the drone for Forsaken.
Has to use the dash to disengage. He's still locked into the corner. Bustio was waiting for the audio cues. He heard the cross.
And CGRS is on his own.
It's going to take magic. Dig themselves out of this hole. Needs to be a massive moment.
The door's shut,
through the
escape.
wall. That landed, that connected, straight to the head. Flash to set them up. Push him back in. It's dismantled in an instant.
Like everything's just kind of like
here the classic EG
5
play
individual
again. Leave
players.
Demon One posted up in B main so they can entry
Jing's
from the
trying to put
opposite
up a
side to the
wall.
initiators. The pinch comes through and Jing left reeling. Doesn't know where the hit's coming from.
Yeah. Head on the
Just getting
It's fluid.
thoroughly outplayed.
Everything, man.
Absolutely fluid from EG. Brutalizing PaperX here. And now you're seeing how this team was able to dismantle Loud in that 13-5 victory.
They've lost 8 in a row.
Take a look at that timeline. A string of rounds, 8 in a row for EG.
They are literally listening to this stream. They have got this stream up.
Warpath towards their first grand finals ever and a rematch with Fnatic.
They won it. Vengeance is in the air, man. Final round of the first half. No reason to change up too much more. EG have been doing a bit of a flash dart repeat on this one. Similar again, updraft play. No command's actually going to be forced out by PaperX. Takes away the knives. Do they still want to fight for? They main control. They don't really have.
So this is kind of what they start off with.
Flash underhanded, winning out that duel, but a paranoia meets them.
Heavy
They have to
aggression
back
this
away and
time.
respect it. Avoiding it. Aim
They get out. Okay, they get the trade.
Strained. All over the top. Jing. No way. When does this smoke fade? And meanwhile, players lurking their way into mid, out in the open. Hunter's Fury clearing it. Boostio, he was called out and he was dealt with there by Mind Freak. This is for the round here. Sometimes takes a bit of chaos has been sewed into it.
So Boostio lurks all the way up.
A lot of individuality on show.
And they just catch him as they're rotating.
PaperX looking good to be able to get the fourth. Where a pistol round,
still ahead of
bonus
the
round,
wall.
something like that might be able to save things. Jing with a
course he
repush.
is.
Has to. There was a sound bait. Good awareness. Just with a jiggle. Good trade from Com. Drop down to 59 health. Has the dart. 25 seconds left. Setting his sight towards the A side. Damage. So much of it being done. Can't quite land enough shots as well to do the job and bring down the opposition. It's all waiting for him. No winning in that scenario. So, 4 rounds.
Okay, they get the 4. I mean,
Earned through
the
sweat and
attack
tears
side
for
though, I mean, they're all
PaperX.
playing a Sage instead of a
4
Killjoy,
rounds
so
could be enough.
who knows? Who knows? But
PaperX will be hoping that it is. The belief in themselves, I'm sure, won't falter.
tough. Probably need this
Send it down
pistol.
to Yinsu with a special guest as well, interview down on the floor.
Thank you very much, Sideshow and Brent. What a great half that was for EG, and I'm joined by Boostio's mom, one of the great EG supporters here in the arena. First of all, Kelly, you know, they managed to bring it back the map before as well, and they're doing great here. So how are you feeling?
Oh, I am so pumped. I'm so excited. It's Doll's birthday, so we're going to win this for him at least.
Oh, I think they're going to win it for all the fans that are supporting them as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And speaking of those fans, a lot of people, you know, doubted this team coming into this tournament. So what have you made of their journey and the fact they're able to get this far?
Never give up, never surrender is my son's motto. And I'm just so impressed and hyped and can't believe I'm here. This is amazing country. Everybody is so sweet. And I'm just living a dream.
I think he's living the dream as well up there. And speaking of Boostio, you know, how do you feel, how proud are you of the fact that he's not just winning, but he's leading his team to success?
It is amazing. It has been a roller coaster. So him doing this well and the team supporting them just means all the world to this mom.
Well, I mean, in terms of that, how much would it mean to you, and do you think what it would mean to him as well, to be able to win today and reach a grand finals here in Tokyo?
I would die.
Please don't.
No, I literally am amazed and so pumped, and everybody is rooting for all of us. Couldn't ask for more.
If you could say anything to him right now, you know, he's up there, what would you say?
Boostio, you know I love you. Keldon boy, you're rocking our names. I appreciate it. And I love you, boy.
They've got this, they've got this. Thank you so much, Kelly, for joining me. EG, oh, no problem at all. EG, they're on the precipice of making that grand final. Sideshow and Brent, I'm going to send it back to you guys and see if they can indeed close this out.
Set the stage for it. It's that 4-round lead. Love to see the support from the families as well. I mean, listen. You know, it's nervous energy, of course, but it's almost within their grasp. Just can't let it slip here and now.
And I'm sure the fans, the family, more nervous than even the players in this kind of situation, who've been building up to it their whole careers, looking for a moment like
Here's
this.
a switch up. Tempo increased to the max. Set lineups towards the back. That's a paranoia. Jorgamo couldn't see much. Okay, Demon 1 from heaven.
The dart, the dart.
It's a dart from the... Okay. Miles
Cross
away.
that dart.
The flood attempt from EG pays off almost instantly.
Okay, I mean, they needed this,
And
I
Mind
think,
Freak left
PaperX.
alone, as he has been in so many situations on this map. Just in an unwinnable spot. Thoughts rushing through his head of how quickly this has all turned against him. The round, in some sense, being a microcosm of the map. Because it's slipping away from PaperX. It looked good to start there. A lot of pressure, but EG were ready to solve it. Flash recon combo, people spamming through all over in the blink of an eye.
A relatively standard setup here by EG. You know, you have Demon 1 close to the corner, taking his time with it. Ethan seeking as well to help out. You can see the pop flash there. I'm pretty sure Com fires his dart as well from spawn when he knows that his pressure's coming in over towards A.
Yeah. And they completely dismantle that PaperX push. Ethan with a groan. He's about the only player on EG that's used to situations like this.
Oh, Ethan didn't buy an Ares.
If it's doing
This
that
was
to
your
Ethan,
hope.
what's it going to be doing to the rest of them?
Barreling forward, straight down Cat, taking a fight turn, but enough to reset. Demon 1. He's out for blood. He's hunting for
The double
more.
dash.
2 away. Ace on the cards, but denied.
Denied his chance at a clip. But it'll take a bit more than that for PaperX to deny his chance at a grand final. They're closing in, tightening the net around Mindfreak and Divide.
Cutting noise, but a spike out in the open. Really no chance in this round. It would have to be
anything away.
Insane shots with a high-low setup, doubled up, another face round the side. That is going to be 10 rounds now for EG. On the precipice, on the brink.
Bruh, it was 4-4 when I left. Lies, they call me
Demon
PJ.
One, top of the
because
scoreboard currently.
it was
19-7.
8-3.
This is his first big event ever in Valorant. He's played the playoffs in Americas, of course, but in terms of global competition, he didn't even come to lock in.
No.
Everybody else, basically, in franchising, got their opportunity to dip their toes in the waters early
Okay,
and
it's gonna
feel
be
out what a
fast
stage
again
like this is
on
like.
the full buy.
Demon One, does it appear to have hurt him? Not at all. He's risen to the occasion.
Stepping up when his team needed it.
And going for the classic Sage wall, not used to it.
Cheeky wall over the top. Demon 1 was separated. Removed. A lot of util being expended and sent towards the back of the site. Com trying to anchor from that position. He's slowed down to a
I mean, this is
crawl.
the main use
So,
of the Sage, right? This wall up here, very, very
immediate
good.
answer of PaperX.
You know, it means that you can't play in angles like this. You can't retreat back
As
on
easy
the
as a
side
path
there.
as you might have intended, because that is flawless.
Flawless
All
from
weapons
PaperX.
staying
Nice
alive,
behavior.
Players healthy.
And that's a very common exec by PaperX, one that they were running a lot of the time over in Pacific. The wall boost up, people flooding in, applying a ton of pressure onto the players hard anchoring the site. This an anti-bonus, so PaperX had better weaponry, and Mindfreak making sure that there wasn't a push coming through mid. One of the most common counters to a team that runs a B-pop like that is going to be to push 2 players, maybe even 3, out through mid to flank
Wall, this is
B-main.
one of the rare times where a comp wall is actually also good in pro play.
Here instead, this looks like
In fact, it's probably better in
some
pro
kind
play.
of recon spam setup over towards tiles.
Flash. Demon 1's pushed off again. Is this the
A bit of a
exact
retake,
same play,
though.
really? Yep. Ultimate.
Is that a spam kill from Ethan?
The util being cycled now to try and get themselves into the site, but no one really pathing towards the back of it. Kill was found with Divide falling.
It feels like Forsaken was almost waiting for a flash to be able to push further.
He's in danger. Forsaken's really in danger here. Is there going to be the squeeze from behind? The answer is a little bit delayed here. Smoke at his feet. Demon 1 can take a clean fight, but finally the dart lights him up.
The utility's so good from EG.
Cigarettes, okay. CJRS finding the 2. Shocked up, bringing him down. And Jing has to get off his perch. Away from the wall. TP, it's a fake out. Jorgen
He's laughing.
teaching him a very harsh lesson.
Yeah, don't gotta do it to him like that.
I don't even know if he... give me his replay. Give me his POV. Because the way he was laughing almost looked like he tried to TP onto site but hit the wall.
Depths of TikTok or something. I don't know, man. I don't know, but...
The Jorgamo play, seen it in
Just the way he's
Americas.
laughing.
But look at this, how well they put the squeeze down onto Forsaken.
Oh, no, he did mean it.
And that. And
immediately
immediately he could be going into the
But when
smoke or on top of the wall.
Yeah, I can barely believe it. I really did pull that off. The cider map.
And
Lower
listen,
bracket finals.
imagine what's going through the EG players' heads right now. They're 2 rounds away from making it to the grand finals.
Okay, PaperX still have a buy because they won a flawless
Credit to the players.
on the round before.
Immediately coming up with an answer as well to disrupt that B hit when it was coming through. Just lost a round to it this time. At least in a prior round, absorbing it. Here's the drone. Tom's going to be spotting out Forsaken. Down mid. Odin at play. Odin at work. Alarm bot. Spam off the
Spam
contact.
off the alarm bot.
Narrow angle for Demon 1. Takes
Just
a push
goes
back,
pushing it.
Flanks all over the place here, and Forsaken has
Oh
found
my
this timing.
God.
Disrespect showcased. Wow. Jiggle peeked. I think this was spotted.
Doesn't. Oh.
Yeah, Jorgamo was actually just trying to set up.
Oh my God.
Oh my! They weren't aware of it. The paranoia just a little bit too deep.
What a moment of brilliance from Forsaken.
Boostio anchored towards the back, holding it. Judge in his hand. Do you dare claim him? Do you dare try to clear him out? It's a face together. It nets them the kill.
It's going to be a save
At
from
this
Ethan, I
point,
think.
Ethan Left to back away here. Unwinnable.
Doesn't even get the save. Wow. I mean, again, this is PaperX. No one does that. No one does that, right? You destroy the alarm bot, you get spammed, you get droned, and then you just walk up anyway and find a perfect timing.
To one that you might expect to see from Demon 1 on the attack side. Becoming the lurking jet.
And then the second is insane.
He also swings and deletes Com. They need more of that from him. They are going to rely on Forsaken so heavily to get this deficit back under control. And it's still all fun and games for EG. They don't really believe the comeback's possible for PaperX on the attack side.
There's a save now.
But this round, it's a gamble. They're all over towards
gone
B.
for this,
the
but
wrong
it's a
side of the
fast
map, so
save.
PaperX are going to get a very easy plant and post-plant here.
Now, they did spend all their util with this exec. That's the downside of playing so quickly at the beginning, is that, okay, when you realize there's nobody on the site, you kind of just use all those.
But when the spike goes down and you get this Sage wall up against the save, I mean,
be really difficult to shoot through when
that's
you
so
don't have the weapons
tough.
for it.
Yeah, that kind of wall is just impenetrable, essentially.
PRX.
That's how you go.
Didn't realize they were already up on the line.
Now, Demon 1 had a gun already, so giving him a gun, not that bad. But Boostio's got another Sheriff kill, of course he has.
There needs to be containment, and there it is. 2 players left standing now.
Flash recon.
Dart, yep. Great combo, blinded up, yet Forsaken, he is dealing with it well enough, lighting them up, disrespect being showcased. Everyone's hunting and trying to scramble
Destroying
for the
their own
final
wall.
kill.
But despite the fact that that took a few rifles out of the hands of PaperX, their economy is still looking in a good spot. Within 4 rounds now. And PaperX's composition, it doesn't have that killjoy. It's still really effective on the attack and defense side. It's
Yeah,
perhaps
11-7.
a bit more
I mean,
of a
PaperX are
balanced
just
composition,
running it
you can
down.
argue, than the meta comp
This,
that EG
this is a
run.
ranked game for PaperX,
But
just in
EG
terms
are
of
on
the
the favourite side
strats.
of
Go
this
A,
map.
go B.
One where most teams are going to be able to rack up
And
many
they've guessed
rounds in a
right.
row. PaperX would need to take the ults that they've earned and turn them into a snowball here.
It's all in again. Nightfall to the back, towards the back side
And
of
they
it, no
just
one's
didn't know.
suspecting it. Forsaken, who's right over the top. Not sure if it's a Nightfall or what.
Okay, they got
seeks to
Jing.
equalize, unleashing the Hunter's
Trying to
Fury.
do
It
his
does
wall.
connect it onto Jing.
Who was on top
Ethan
of the
has
wall
ult.
again. So anticipating the play, they know what it looks like right now from PaperX. They're just choosing to play full retake with null command.
Yeah, Ethan's got that one. Lets it loose. Pushing them back, no util to be used in this instance. Already just starting to flood the way back into the site. Has to be the big moments. Demon 1. This guy
The
is just
flash, the util from EG. Wow.
It's 3 for him to buy. He's left towards Maine.
Oh, wow. What a round.
Full defuse and EG, they could feel it. Tension's running high, but maybe they can start to breathe a sigh of relief. That is the 12th round earned for them.
Match point gain for Evil Geniuses in only their 2nd ever best of 5. They have 5 opportunities now to be able to head to a Grand Finals rematch. And the anime arc will continue. Them a 2nd shot at taking down the Titan. The big dogs. The big bad at the end. And the belief must be absolutely flowing
Okay,
in the
5
camp currently.
rounds left.
EG can feel it. It's within touching distance. The biggest moment of their careers.
Will there be the nuance from PaperX? They've been all in at the beginning of almost every single one of these rounds. No strangers to it now. You can see pushing into mids, close to the corner, sprayed down.
Actually
but
got a
traded.
trade. Jing has res as well.
To PaperX. It was a different turn of events.
And
It did
Ethan
bait the reswing.
Ethan alone. It looks like an A split where he's going to be under incredible pressure here.
It's Ethan to try and finalize. Shut this down before it gets going. Prowler, flash over the top. That's caught onto a multitude of players. Nade, barreling forwards, Heaven control.
Big
It's
win
dealt
from
with.
Mindfreak.
Still there, pushing the issue and forcing the fights towards him. Can't stand up
Hey,
to it.
Boostio's
The spike
8,
is gonna
9,
be
and
denied.
15. How many
Boostio.
Sheriff kills has he
Caught it.
got? Has he got a kill with a
1v2.
gun?
Res is available. Jing wants to use it. Don't want this round to escape them.
Boostio's going for the big wraparound play here. Has he found the timing early enough?
Yeah, they're
I mean,
pinging
for
it.
some reason, PaperX seemed to think he could be back up at Heaven here.
Yeah.
I think the wall would have blocked that from happening.
It is being watched out, just an angle, but now he knows exactly where he is. Mindfreak holding the cross, Shorty in his hand.
Okay, 12-8,
Extension of
4
play in the
chances.
series. We keep going.
4 opportunities.
Some big kills by Mindfreak
These are
there.
going to tick down, and EG, their economy is not in a great spot.
Not the last one. This one,
decision
and then
here
the
would
one
be for EG
in heaven as well. That.
to take an eco round. But then the score, you're thinking 12-9. And suddenly, all of the laughing on the EG side of the camp, the carefree attitude,
timeout.
You might see some doubts start to creep in.
Might start to fade away.
PaperX have got to keep it absolutely clean, literal perfection from them, round after round being put up on the board. But as they get closer, the mental pressure on EG is going to increase.
For a team like PaperX, they've defied all expectations to even get here in the first place. I mean, substituting one of your
Will they
best
throw this
players,
eco? It often
you've
comes on an
essentially
eco.
defined all of your strategies, your compositions around, you know, sometimes pulling out his Reigner play. Subbing in CGRS with 10 days practice at the beginning before this event even kicked off. I don't think even themselves, listen, I think it's fair to say, I don't think they were even expecting to be able to go on the run in the fashion that they have so far.
I think you could say that about both teams.
Yeah.
Something that EG kept repeating in press conferences was, we have no expectations. And when you have
See,
no
Demon One does
expectations,
have a
but you
rifle.
continue
It's
to perform
27 as well.
excellently, you get runs like this from
Killjoy
both of these
lockdown.
teams.
Well, that's it.
Defying
One off
the
a
odds.
KO.
And clashing here in the lower bracket final.
There's tension in the air.
Demon One,
Yeah, here it is.
27 kills across 20 rounds, almost double the next player on EG.
The lone rifle for his team that's otherwise on the half pipe.
Okay, 2 get suppressed. They almost fake the aggression, which forces out a
For PaperX looking,
pretty deep prowler.
just grab another one. This is rare for them, isn't it? Slow down once more. No big all-ins on either side of the extremities, just exploring towards mid, keeping control of A main.
Trying to feel out some kind of tactic from EG.
Push B main.
Remember, this team is known
And
for
they've
their
used
trap
both prowlers here,
plays.
CGRS,
Making
so
something happen like
they're in
that
some trouble
would be
here.
a great way to push it over the line.
There's a close play.
He's
Mauricio
completely
is
alone.
taking contact,
He's
even
about to
avoiding
get
the flash.
flashed.
He's going to be swinging
And he
off
can't escape.
Mauricio sees it.
Oh.
Lands it, hot flash in his face, jumping right clicks this.
And
is
there you go,
getting
there's a
dangerous.
free gun. So Demon One gets the kill here, and this is how we lose the Thrifty.
Demon One who also ripped off the head of one of the players. PaperX now. It's a scramble. 40 seconds remaining.
How many times do we see it where a comeback like this gets halted by a Thrifty while teams just freeze up? Forsaken could be the difference maker here.
Still
trying to
walking.
lead his team in.
Nice cold with it. Slow to try and cross in. 4 positions.
Tom only has a
TP into the back of the site,
classic
showing
still.
up those defenses. They handed the rifle over to Ethan. He does not get the kill.
Jorgemon, though. Hold on.
He's in the action. He's in the fight, and players are loaded. He might just be able to do it. Jumping spot is shut down. Defy. Surely he's finished. It's a 1v1 to save them in the series. The spike needs to be planted, and Com knows it. He's slowed it all the way down. He's playing it safe. The shock darts at play. There needs to be the plan. There needs to be the fight force down. Com's done it. Paving the way on a Thrifty. EG are destined to get that rematch.
They win in the final round in the most unlikely fashion of a Thrifty play, where Com has a classic in hand to finish it off. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about EG's run throughout this, finding the wins in the most unlikely fashion, and yet looking excellent all throughout their run in Masters Tokyo. What a run. What a team to have vying for the trophy. And PaperX also would have been very worthy competitors, getting it all the way there to the 5th map in the lower bracket final, without arguably their best player.
The smiles, you know, you can tell the expectations. They weren't particularly high for that team. They've done well, but that's going to be elimination for them, that top 3 finish. And EG
It tells
now, they set
them
their
no
sights.
with the 300 bits. Okay, EG versus Fnatic.
Again, those
To be fair,
opponents,
probably the
Fnatic
best 2
at
teams
their
of this
core.
tournament. In fact, no, they were the best 2 teams of this tournament, so feels correct that those teams made it. You know, PaperX, it was a nice run. PaperX are always going to think if something was there, we might have won this tournament, which is fair, because it might be true.
And overall,
And so that's just a
think
big
about the
shame.
gauntlet that EG have run again. Through DRX, through Loud, through Liquid, now through PaperX. All to meet up against Fnatic twice in this
And
tournament.
rich, but at
and
what
contest
cost?
the trophy.
True.
Evil Geniuses going to their first ever grand finals.
Shouldn't I have? Didn't I put it on
A team that has
EG?
been disrespected, downtrodden, never believed in. Oh yeah. Started this year with a handful of fans, now playing in front of thousands in a stadium.
Okay, it's gonna be EG. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay. We didn't get any of these. We do need to play... Taku disconnected. Imagine. Give me editor, you mogul. No. No, I will not. I'll tell you what, Taku. I'll give you editor when you start subbing. Right, I need to pick someone to play GeoGuessr. We need 3 people to play GeoGuessr. Who's going to play? Who's got an easy name to spell? Oibito. Oubito. You're going to be our first player. Community. Roles manager. Add new. Oibito. VIP. Okay, GeoGuessr. So here's how it works. You get 2 minutes. I'll take your first answer. And you gotta get the country right. Will I be streaming before LCQ? Yeah. Oh, you need to refresh as well, Oibito, before you can type. Hi, there it is. Done. Okay, are we ready? Here it is. This is for a sub. For a gifted sub. Ooh. Not the easiest, I'll say. There's definitely easier ones that have been on here. I mean, normally I'd say I'll look around and see all the things, but there really isn't much to see on this one. There's no cars on the road that I can see. You're just gonna have to base it off the road. The sun is there, which is kind of like in the, I don't even know, like east, southeast. I don't really know what to say.
TMV 12 months. Wow, very cool.
Skirmish with the 1 year. Welcome back. I mean, I don't really know what to say. Obito, to be honest. I might have just got unlucky here. Unlucky. Unless you can get it right, somehow. This one, pretty tough. You got 52 seconds. Namibia is the guess. It was Senegal. To be honest, I don't think anyone was getting that. Unlucky. No sub. Okay, next person. Who will be next? Unlucky. Oibito. Who's next? We'll go for... Fucking stop spamming me. JXR01. Congratulations. JXR01. Wait, that was right, wasn't it? Yeah, JXR01. VIP. Refresh JXR01. You should be VIP. And the same rules apply. This is our second out of 3. Oh, we also need to delete PRX from the sheet. I got add. Okay, I'll give you I'll give you 30 seconds. Lol. I thought VIPs didn't get ads. Do they? Don't know. Subs don't. I didn't realize until I was looking through some of the settings. You can have it so that subs still see ads. I didn't even know that was a thing. That seems harsh. I didn't even know that was a saying until I was going through it the other day. Okay, here's your ones. Oh, not easy either. Jesus Christ, tough ones today. Again, we're in the middle of nowhere. The sun is there. Southwest. We got a little bike. But we are in... I don't even know where we are. It's a bit mountainous over there, but other than that, we're in a pretty dry place. Tough one again. I'll zoom in on the tree if you want to look at the trees. Mozambique, says JX01. It was Kenya. Not far off in terms of geography, but it was Kenya. Well, 0 for 2. 0 for 2. Unlucky. Okay, third one. Pick me, Sir TMV. I like that. So, Keelson _ with a 0. You will get it. Keel Sun _ Congratulations. There's something to learn there. Called me Sir TMV. You'll need to refresh, Keelson. Will we get the third one? I also got ads, Lamo. Well, blame Twitch. It's not my fault. You can blame Bezos. We don't run ads on this channel. Which maybe I should, to be honest. You know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start running ads. We're going to start running ads, and I'm going to give subs ads as well. We're gonna go all in. Punish the chat. Okay, are we ready? Let's go. The third and final one. It looks tough again. Oh, this one might even be harder than all the others. I mean, I can't even see the sun for you, to be honest. I mean, yeah. Nothing to see, really. Unless you know your trees, Kielson. Tough one again. But I don't determine it. It's all just done from GeoGuessr. We're in some sort of forest with a very small... I don't even know what that is. Looks like a kind of man-made stream. Fuck it, Finland. That would have been my guess as well, but you never know. Nope, it was Czechia. How you were meant to get that, I don't know, because I would have guessed Finland too. So unlucky. 0 for 3. 0 for 3. Unlucky. Classic chat. Classic chat. Very tough ones, to be fair. But look, I just clicked play again. You saw it. I didn't set it up. GeoGuessr decided. Wasn't my fault. So unlucky. No subs given. And we also need to delete Loserito's PaperX. Don't know if Loserito is here, but Loserito's PaperX is gone, and we're down to Dominus's 327 CG and Magnum Raging's Fnatic. So there you go. Tomorrow we watch the grand final. As I said, I will be... this game won't happen at 4 AM, but I will be the normal time because we should get the new agent showcase into a deathmatch. So I will be here normal time and we will watch... I mean, the show match, you know, I'm not too bothered about the actual show match itself, but I'm interested in what the new agent is. So it'll be normal time, I hope. And then, yeah. What odds are you giving EG since Fnatic will ban Fracture, probably? It's going to be tough. But I do think EG still have a chance, right? If we're just going through all the maps. So Fracture and Pearl are gone, right? So Fracture, Pearl, gone. But then if we go through the rest of the maps, like EG, I would say they're favored. Bind, heavy not favored. Lotus, heavy not favored. Split, call about even. And what's the last map? Haven, probably not favored. So for me, for EG to win, they probably need to win Split and Haven. One's a 50-50, one is probably they're slightly unfavored. Bind and Lotus, they are heavily not favored. Like, these are probably Fnatic's best 2 maps. And they're EG's worst 2 maps. I don't see how, like, if EG won one of these maps, I don't even know. Because Bind, they won't even have anything prepped for. Bind, they're just going to be doing whatever they can think on the fly. And Lotus, they aren't good at Lotus. Why wouldn't EG ban Bind Lotus? Because they don't have a ban. So yeah, it's... They need to win on Split and Haven, basically. And Ascent. Which even Ascent, it's not like it's a guarantee for them on Ascent, but... Okay, goodbye everyone. I will make a video later today. I'm going to go and sleep. Oh wait, Thinking Man's Fortnite gave me €1.20. What's that in English pounds? That's probably like 110 or something. When am I streaming on Kick? Again, I will say it again. I will stream on Kick when they offer me 100 million. In fact, no. You know what? I'll take 50. I'll take 50 million. And I'd stream on Kick. You know why? In fact, if we can get into this as well. Just before we go. If someone offers you 50 million. And you aren't already like a many times over billionaire. And it just requires you to do your normal job somewhere else. You take it. You take it. Because guess what? Morals put aside. Let's say that Kick offered me 50 million. Kick offered me 50 million. Morals aside. They're gonna... The shady companies are gonna still be shady no matter what, right? The gambling companies are still gonna be bad people. The people running the gambling companies are still going to be bad people. No matter what I do, whether I take the deal or not. You can do a lot of good with 50 million. You can do a lot of good with it. It's one of those things, like, you know, if it was like, you know, would you murder someone for the money? No. But I can't stop the gambling companies from being evil gambling companies. Whether I take the money or not. Cancelled. Oh, here's Melon and Emo. Oh, here's Melon and Emo. Telling me I'm cancelled. Oh, here's Melon and Emo. Throwing my Throw City games. Literally throwing my Throw City games. Playing Astra. Literally goes like 27-6 or whatever. Against me. Fries on Jet. Just fries on Jet. When on my team, says, oh, I'll pick Astra, don't worry. And goes like 10-20. Goodbye.